Chapter 1682. As a last resort, Gu Fei had to use the power of his 3 inner worlds to revive the mountain and river cauldron. The price of doing so was very high, and the spiritual aura in his 3 inner worlds would rapidly decrease. Alice, this would affect the normal operation of his inner worlds. Unless he had no other choice, Gu Fei wouldn't use this method. However, just as Gu Fei mobilized the power of his 3 inner worlds to gradually revive the mountain and river cauldron, Old Man Zhou and ancient semi-holy Zhou actually ran away. These 2 cowardly old guys. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but curse inwardly. No wonder. Who wanted to stand and wait for death? Once the mountain and river cauldron revived, they would definitely die even if they had holy weapons. No one wanted to throw away their lives. Even ants wanted to live, especially ancient semi-saints like Old Man Zhou and ancient semi-holy Zhou who had lived for countless years. Such existences would cherish their lives even more. This is outrageous. At this time, Gu Fei found that the speed at which the mountain and river cauldron devoured the spiritual aura of his 3 inner worlds gradually increased, and a huge amount of spiritual aura entered the mountain and river cauldron. It was as if a sleeping supreme being of the extreme path was gradually waking up, and a wisp of aura of the extreme path that made all living beings tremble began to appear in the virtual sky world. It's really revived? Old Man Zhou, who had already fled into the distance, was extremely shocked. That was the aura of the extreme path. There was no mistaking it. He had felt this kind of aura before. Old Man Zhou didn't dare to stop and directly rushed forward. He wanted to stay far away from the area where Gu Fei was. No one could withstand the attack of a holy tool of the extreme path. Even if a real saint came, the result would be the same. The result wouldn't change. All the living beings in the entire virtual sky world sensed this aura of the extreme path, and even the several forbidden areas in the virtual sky world calmed down. Roar! Gu Fei roared. Endless spiritual essence surged out of his body and entered the ancient cauldron above his head. The sleeping god in the ancient cauldron began to wake up. Those 2 old guys ran really fast. At this moment, the old man of Zhou and the ancient half-saint of Zhou were nowhere to be found. But now, Gu Fei had awakened a trace of the power of the extreme Tao in the ancient cauldron. The deity within the mountain and river cauldron had not completely awakened, but this was enough. Looks like that's the only way. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He had lost his target, but at this point he had no choice but to use the mountain and river cauldron to attack. Bam! The mountain and river cauldron vibrated, and a stream of primordial chaos chi turned into a beam of primordial chaos divine light, which shot out from the mountain and river cauldron. It instantly crossed thousands of miles and entered the depths of the desolate battlefield. This was the might of the extreme path. Although it was only a wisp of the extreme path's power, it was enough to destroy any existence below the extreme path. Although the ancient desolate battlefield was terrifying, it was still struck into the deepest part of the ancient desolate battlefield by this extreme divine might. The great destruction had taken place there, and the terrifying fluctuations were sensed by all living creatures in the virtual sky world. What's he doing? The people around didn't know why Gu Fei attacked the ancient desolate battlefield, especially Old Man Zhou. Gu Fei's attack just now was definitely enough to blast him into pieces. Buzz! Right at this moment, a deafening sound came from the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield. Then, a tyrannical and terrifying aura spread out from the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield. What? This tyrannical aura instantly spread throughout the entire virtual sky world, causing all living creatures to tremble. This was the divine might of the extreme path. The ancient desolate battlefield actually emitted the divine might of the extreme path. How was this possible? Could it be that there was a divine weapon of the extreme path left behind by a supreme of the extreme path in the ancient desolate battlefield? In today's great world, not to mention legendary existences like the supreme of the extreme path, even saints had already become extinct. Logically speaking, powerful saints had long surpassed heaven and earth and were no longer part of the 5 elements. They could live as long as heaven and earth, so they shouldn't have died. In the distant past era, an unimaginable great change must have taken place, which was why all the saints disappeared. No one knew what terrible thing had happened back then, but some people already vaguely felt that this matter must have something to do with the ancient demons. At this moment, The people near the ancient desolate battlefield could see a huge dragon rushing out from the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield and leaping into the sky. This is an extremely tyrannical aura spread out from the dragon, causing all living beings within a radius of 100,000 kilometers to prostrate themselves on the ground in fear. Even old man Zhou had no choice but to protect himself with the stone tower to resist this aura. The others couldn't withstand this kind of aura at all. They all either lay on the ground or knelt on the ground. Even the white-clothed woman who killed Dongfeng Wu was trembling all over, almost unable to stand. Swoosh! At this moment, a divine light rushed out from Gu Fei's body. An equally tyrannical wave spread out from that divine light, shocking the surroundings. The divine light wrapped around half of the broken saber. A dragon's roar seemed to resound between heaven and earth. Then the half of the broken saber that rushed out from Gu Fei's body also turned into the shadow of a dragon and rushed towards the huge dragon in the sky. Auras of the same origin. How is this possible? This time even old man Zhou was dumbfounded. How could there be two identical divine weapons of the Great Path in this world? At the exit of the virtual sky world, the ancient half-saint of Nine suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the aura of the Great Path. His face was full of shock. Clang! The two huge dragons collided with each other high up in the sky, creating a metallic clang that resounded throughout the entire virtual sky world. In an instant, the tyrannical aura between heaven and earth became more than 10 times stronger in an instant. Bam! The white-clothed woman finally couldn't bear this pressure and knelt down. Even old man Zhou, who was protected by the holy weapon, trembled. The mark of the Great Path in the stone tower seemed to sense danger and actually showed signs of fear. The stone tower trembled gently, like a prey that was being stared at by a ferocious beast. In front of a divine weapon of the Great Path, a holy weapon was like a newborn baby. How could a newborn baby be a match for a middle-aged man? They finally fused. When Gu Fei saw this, he couldn't help but be surprised and delighted. The fusion of the peerless ominous saber was his purpose for entering the virtual sky world. After the ominous saber and ominous saber fused, they would be perfect. Rumble! The two huge dragons kept entangling in the sky, emitting a terrifying wave that shook the heavens. The aura of the Great Path terrified the hundreds of millions of creatures in the entire virtual sky world. Each of the two halves of the ominous saber had an incomplete deity. At this time, the deity of the peerless ominous saber was fusing. The fusion of deities required a process. At this time, the entire virtual sky world was silent. Even the terrifying existences in the ancient ominous city had settled down, and the several restricted areas were rarely peaceful. Chapter 1683. Two huge dragons soared and danced in the sky. It was a vision formed by two parts of the peerless ominous sabers. They emitted a terrifying aura that could dominate the world and intimidate the world. The two parts of the peerless ominous sabers met, and the incomplete extreme ominous sabers began to reassemble. The incomplete divine power contained in the ominous sabers was fusing, and countless extreme Tao patterns appeared around the two huge dragons. The weather between heaven and earth changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. Terrifying lightning flashed from time to time, tearing the void between heaven and earth. No one dared to approach, they were all extremely shocked. The extreme divine weapon of the Great Path has appeared. Old man Zhou was extremely excited, but he couldn't do anything. Under the supreme divine might of the extreme Great Path, even a real saint had to bow his head. Moreover, old man Zhou was not a saint. Rumble! It was as if two real ancient dragons were colliding. The whole world was shaking, countless extreme Tao patterns were vanishing, and the two parts of the peerless ominous sabers were connected. However, it was difficult for this extreme divine weapon of the Great Path to recover in a short time. On the ground, an ancient cauldron floated on a mountain peak, blocking all the mighty divine might of the Great Path from the sky. Gu Fei stared at the changes in the sky. The vision produced by the extreme divine weapon of the Great Path was so vast that all the powerful existences in the virtual sky world lost their voices. The terrifying existences in the ominous city also fell completely silent. Groups of ancient corpse soldiers had disappeared, and the terrifying aura of death had completely vanished. The extreme divine might shocked the whole world, and no one dared to come out at this time. Sensing the changes in the ominous city, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel excited. At this time all the living beings in the virtual sky world were lying on the ground, trembling in fear. No one could stand up at this time, not even old man Zhou. At the exit of the virtual sky world, ancient semi-saint Zhou Xian found it difficult to move his feet. The extreme Tao's divine might descended from the sky, making him feel as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on him. He almost couldn't straighten his back. At this time, perhaps only Gu Fei could walk freely in the entire virtual sky world. Let's go in and have a look. Gu Fei stood up from the mountain peak. With the mountain and river cauldron on his head, he walked down the mountain. At this time it was difficult for him to fly in the air. However, Gu Fei's physique was incomparably strong. Even though his martial Dao true force was suppressed, his martial body was still as strong as ever. With a single step, his entire being transformed into an afterimage appearing in the distance. Very quickly he arrived near the Millennium Ominous City. However, this ominous city was floating in the air. It was difficult for him to fly, so it would be difficult to enter the ominous city. The ground within 1,000 miles of the ancient ominous city had sunk so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. Gu Fei came to the side of this huge pit and couldn't help but frown. The place where he was standing was definitely more than 400 miles away from the eternal ominous city, if not 500 miles. Such a distance, of course, was not difficult for him under normal circumstances. But now the extreme Tao's divine might was vast and mighty in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, intimidating all directions. No one could fly in the sky under this kind of divine might. Even if Gu Fei had the cauldron of mountain and river, it was no exception. Jumping 500 miles with Gu Fei's current cultivation and capabilities, he could do it. But the problem was that he couldn't do it now. He could only rely on the power of his martial body. Even though the martial body was powerful, jumping 500 miles in one go, Gu Fei really wasn't confident. He looked around and saw a huge rock not far from him. It was a rock with a diameter of a few meters. He had an idea and walked over. The rock that was close to 5,000 pounds was lifted up by Gu Fei with one hand. He walked to the edge of the crater and smashed the boulder with one hand. Then his body sank and he stomped on the ground with both feet. Bang! The ground beneath Gu Fei's feet caved in. His entire being shot up into the sky and leaped a few hundred miles, catching up to the rock that he threw earlier. He stepped on the rock and his divine body once again soared into the sky. Like a giant bird, he flew across hundreds of miles and landed in the ancient city. Buzz! The moment he entered the ancient city, the mountain and river cauldron floating above Gu Fei's head suddenly let out a buzzing sound, which made Gu Fei feel a little uneasy. The street was quiet and there wasn't even a shadow. The ancient corpse soldiers that appeared before were nowhere to be seen. A skull was rolling on the ground. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be cautious. This was an ancient city that even a fully awakened saint weapon couldn't break. Nobody knew what terrifying existences were in the depths of this city. Occasionally there would be flashes of light from treasures in the city. There must be treasures in this ancient city. This wasn't the first time Gu Fei had entered this ancient city. The last time he came here he obtained the mountain and river cauldron. The appearance of the mountain and river cauldron changed his life. He was looking forward to seeing what other treasures there were in this ancient city. As soon as he entered the ancient city, Gu Fei immediately sensed that the extreme divine might descending from the sky had weakened significantly, allowing him to feel a lot more relaxed. Bang! Gu Fei tried to throw a punch. A layer of earth qi rushed out from his fist, causing the void to tremble. I can use true power of the martial way. Gu Fei was surprised and happy. In this ancient city there were dangers everywhere. If he could recover his strength he would have more capital to protect his life. Even under the intimidation of the extreme Tao's aura, there was still a sinister and terrifying aura coming from the depths of this ancient city. This place was really not ordinary. Inside the extreme Tao divine city, there was a terrifying force. Shua! Gu Fei flipped his right hand and a long sword appeared in his hand. This was the divine sword that he had refined himself, the 9 heaven stars sword. This divine sword had been refined by him using a special method, and the water chestnut had been polished off. The divine sword became simple and unadorned. The 9 ancient words that were imprinted on the sword body had Tao rhymes circling around it. As a martial artist there was no need to refine a divine weapon. One must know that a martial artist's martial body was already the best divine weapon for a martial artist. A martial body of great success could directly clash with a divine weapon that was refined by a peak great saint and could shatter an ordinary divine weapon. The indestructible martial body was even more powerful. The strength of his physique had reached the level of being indestructible. With a raise of his hand he could shatter a peak great saint's divine weapon. Even a quasi-supreme divine weapon would not be able to harm the indestructible martial body in the slightest. With such a powerful martial body, why would he need a divine weapon? However, the path that Gu Fei had taken was different from ordinary martial artists. He had accidentally obtained a primordial spirit and could cultivate both immortal and martial arts. However, he still focused on the martial way and the immortal way as a supplement. Since he had an immortal divine material, it would be a pity if he did not refine an immortal divine weapon. Just as Gu Fei was walking towards the depths of the ancient city, a sigh suddenly came from a corner of the ancient city without any warning. Chapter 1684. There was no sound in the ancient city, as if even the air was still. In the dark corners of the city, skeletons could be seen scattered on the ground. Countless ancient corpse soldiers were nowhere to be seen, as if they had never appeared. This ancient city seemed to be deserted, like an empty city. However, Gu Fei knew that this ancient city was definitely not empty. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron floated above Gu Fei's head, gently vibrating. Gu Fei was not in a hurry. He carefully walked on the street with the ninth heaven star's sword in his hand. Above the sky, the aura of the extreme path was vast and mighty. The peerless ominous saber was still evolving. The divinity inside the saber was fusing and the extreme path Dao patterns were lingering. In the end, countless extreme path Dao patterns formed a huge cocoon, wrapping the two halves of the peerless ominous saber inside. The peerless ominous saber was metamorphosing, about to break out of the cocoon and be reborn. Countless extreme path Dao patterns intertwined. A wave of extreme path power that could make even the heavens tremble was being nurtured inside. The domineering aura spread in all directions. The entire virtual sky world was silent. All creatures were trembling. This wave of extreme path divine power even spread from the spatial passage to the outside world. Roar. A terrifying roar came from the 100,000 mountains, as if a terrifying existence was alarmed by this wave of extreme path divine power. Although it was only a wisp of aura, it made the 100,000 mountains boil. What's going on? Is there a divine weapon of extreme path? All the cultivators sensed a supreme and sacred aura coming from the 100,000 mountains, and all of them were shocked to the extreme. The birth of a divine weapon of extreme path was a big event. At this time, the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity had already sealed the spatial passage to the virtual sky world. People outside could enter and people inside could come out at any time. With the appearance of the aura, the other cultivators from the southern wilderness who couldn't find the exact location finally sensed the exact location of the virtual sky world's entrance. Boom! The void shook. A ball of fire wrapped around a mountain-sized divine phoenix swept across the sky. The terrifying heat descended from the sky, causing all the plants in the vicinity to wither rapidly. Roar. From another direction, a dragon roar could be heard. A huge dragon soared through the clouds and flew towards the broken sky valley at high speed. A terrifying draconic aura could be felt in the surroundings. The experts of the southern wasteland 100 races had arrived. The arrival of these peerless experts increased the pressure on the Zhou clan. These people were all existences that had lived for countless years. Their cultivation was so strong that it could cause others to feel despair. The 100 races of the southern wasteland were a powerful force that could contend against the ancient desolate era's forces. The depth of their foundation was probably something that no ancient desolate era's forces could compare to. After all, the 4 great ancient clans of the southern wasteland were all inheritances of extreme divine beasts. If the 4 great ancient clans were to join forces, it would be sufficient to sweep through the entire mortal dimension. A great war inevitably broke out. The Zhou clan of the remote antiquity wouldn't let people from other forces enter the virtual sky world so easily. Rumble. In the sky above the sky-splitting valley, flames covered the entire sky. The divine phoenix was fighting with a middle-aged Daoist, causing the void to shatter and collapse. It was incomparably terrifying. Meanwhile, in another direction, a great battle erupted as well. A great dragon tore apart an immortal Dao supreme being. The scene was incomparably bloody. After searching for hundreds of years, The entrance to the virtual sky world is actually here. On the peak of a mountain thousands of miles away from the sky-splitting valley, a blood-haired youth muttered to himself. Not only did he have long blood-red hair, but even his pupils were also blood-red. Devil Monarch of Six Paths, you actually dared to come here. All of a sudden, a divine light rushed over from afar and landed on a mountain opposite the blood-haired youth. Cold words echoed in the mountains. The person who came was a middle-aged man wearing a golden dragon robe. He wasn't some human emperor. His demonic aura soared into the sky, and the shadow of a dragon could be faintly seen on his body. This was a terrifying great demon that could transform into a human. An imperial aura emanated from the middle-aged man's body. Demon Lord Huang Long, after seeing the middle-aged man, the blood-haired youth's blood-red pupils couldn't help but contract. This person was actually his old enemy. For hundreds of years, the demon had fought countless times, but the two great experts couldn't really kill each other. Although there were victories and defeats, they couldn't truly decide life and death. I'm afraid this is the end of your reign as the demon lord of the human realm. Devil Monarch of Six Paths sneered. The return of the demon lord of the wilderness was a huge blow to demon lord Huang Long. After all, the demon lord of the wilderness was a demonic quasi-saint. What's the point of having an empty reputation? Power is the most important thing, said demon lord Huang Long. The two great experts didn't say much. Demon Monarch of Six Paths stretched out his hand, and a monstrous amount of demonic qi rushed out of his hand. The demonic qi condensed into a giant hand, which grabbed at the demon lord Yellow Dragon. A powerful demonic aura spread out. Azure Dragon strikes the sky. Demon Lord Huang Long immediately used a killing move. A huge shadow of a dragon rushed out from his body and collided with Demon Monarch of Six Paths' demonic hand. The force of this collision caused the whole world to move, as if the whole world was going to suppress Demon Monarch of Six Paths. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! The shadow of the dragon and the huge hand collided. Demon Monarch of Six Paths' huge hand was instantly destroyed. Demon Lord Huang Long's attack had caused the whole world to move. The shadow of the dragon rushed towards Demon Monarch of Six Paths. Its powerful force caused the whole world to tremble. Good! Demon Monarch of Six Paths shouted. He soared into the sky and dodged the dragon. Then he attacked Demon Lord Huang Long. A blood-red light rushed out from his body and slashed at Demon Lord Huang Long. Bang! With a muffled sound, Demon Lord Huang Long's dragon collided with Demon Monarch of Six Paths' blood-red demonic light. The dragon dissipated and the blood-red demonic light also collapsed in the void. Demon Lord Huang Long rushed forward and started a life-and-death battle with Demon Monarch of Six Paths. While the experts were fighting in the innumerable huge mountains inside the virtual sky world in the ancient ominous city, Gu Fei was also in danger. Just when Gu Fei was about to reach the center of the ancient city, the window of a building next to the street suddenly flew out with a bang. A terrifying figure appeared in the window, and a gloomy aura spread out from the window. Gu Fei was shocked. The evil people in the city finally couldn't hold back anymore. Whoosh! A black figure jumped out of the window and directly pounced on Gu Fei, who was on the street. A rotten smell assaulted Gu Fei's nostrils. Gu Fei almost vomited. The smell was too unpleasant. Chapter 1685. When Gu Fei approached the center of the ancient city, the evil in the city finally appeared. A black shadow rushed out from a window on the side of the street. A putrid stench that made people want to puke immediately filled the air. When Gu Fei saw this evil creature, he couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. This was a rotten corpse. To be precise, it was a rotten corpse that could attack people. Bang! Gu Fei directly punched out, and the rotten corpse that was surrounded by a rancid smell was immediately smashed into more than a dozen pieces by his fist force, exploding in the air. The stinking black blood splattered in all directions. The mountain and river cauldron above Gu Fei's head vibrated, blocking all the black blood outside. It couldn't get close to him at all. Drops of black blood dripped onto the ground and black gas rose from the ground. The rotten blood of the rotten corpse actually had a terrifying corrosive power, and countless black spots appeared on the ground. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown. After dealing with this rotten corpse, he continued forward. With the mountain and river cauldron protecting him, he could go anywhere. He had no scruples. Even if he encountered a terrifying existence in the city, he could escape unscathed. At this time in the sky above, the extreme ominous saber reassembled and displayed all kinds of strange phenomena. Around the giant cocoon that was formed by countless extreme Tao patterns, faint and illusory scenes constantly appeared. Someone noticed these strange phenomena. In the blurry images, there seemed to be a figure holding a large saber and fighting with some unknown creatures. Rumble. The world shook and many figures appeared around the extreme Tao cocoon. The figure holding the large saber was fighting with a demonic figure, and there was a mighty extreme Tao aura. Suddenly the scenes changed and a blood-red land appeared. A figure holding a large saber stood in the middle of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and in his left hand was the head of a great demon. Is this the reappearance of what the extreme Tao divine saber and its master experienced? 10,000 miles away, under the protection of the stone pagoda, Zhou old man saw this scene with his divine eyes. He was shocked to the extreme. The peerless ominous saber had a great origin. This ominous saber was most likely an extreme ominous saber refined by that legendary person. Within the giant cocoon formed by the interweaving Tao patterns of the extreme path, there seemed to be a life being nurtured, a life of the extreme path. The aura of the extreme path gradually became stronger. The billions of creatures in the virtual sky world all trembled in fear. Even though this sort of extreme godly might was strong, it could only intimidate all living beings in the world. One must know that the peerless ominous saber had reformed itself in the sky. As long as he didn't get close to the peerless ominous saber, he wouldn't be in any danger. But even so, all the creatures in the virtual sky world were kneeling on the ground, trembling all over as they kowtowed to the huge cocoon in the sky. The appearance of the fluctuation of the extreme path also affected the outside world. The spatial passage connecting the virtual sky world and the outside world became unstable. At this time, Sky-Splitting Valley was already empty. Not a single person could be seen. The supreme aura of the great path seeped out from the spatial passage. No one dared to approach it. Even those who were 10,000 miles away could feel the boundless pressure. The battle in the 100,000 mountains continued. A great ancestor of the Vermilion Bird clan came out of seclusion and fought with a peerless figure from the Zhou clan of the ancients. A supreme elder of the Azure Dragon clan came out of seclusion. The aura of a true dragon filled the world. This old dragon was fighting with an elder of the Dongfeng clan. The appearance of the divine weapon of the extreme path made everyone's eyes red. It was a supreme divine weapon that could make all the cultivators in the world of cultivation go crazy. The most intense battle was the one between Demon Monarch of Six Paths and Demon Lord Huang Long. Azure Dragon strikes the sky. Demon Lord Huang Long displayed the secret technique of the Dragon Clan. He turned into an Azure Dragon and borrowed the momentum of the whole world to launch a powerful attack on Demon Monarch of Six Paths. Under this attack, the entire void was annihilated. This attack sent Demon Monarch of Six Paths into the chaos. Buzz. Blood-colored demonic light rushed out of the chaos. Demon Monarch of Six Paths used the demonic saber in his hand to break through the chaos and rushed out. His whole body was surging with demonic aura. Celestial Demon Slaughtering Saint. Demon Monarch of Six Paths roared. The blood-colored demonic saber in his hand shot out billions of demonic lights. The whole world was illuminated by the blood-colored demonic light. Whoosh! The blade light of the Celestial Demon Slaughtering Saint rushed out from the Celestial Demon saber. An extremely terrifying and powerful demonic energy suddenly burst out. Demonic runes could be vaguely seen in the blood-colored saber light. Demon Lord Huang Long knew how powerful it was. He soared into the sky and dodged the attack. The Celestial Demon Blood Saber was Demon Monarch of Six Paths' trump card. He would never use it unless he had no other choice. Demon Monarch of Six Paths was going to risk his life. Was he really going to fight to the death with Demon Lord Huang Long here and now? Large areas of the mountains were crushed by the power of the two experts. This was the power of a peak expert. The aura of a peak expert could shock the whole area. In the past 100 years, people like Demon Lord Huang Long and Demon Monarch of Six Paths' cultivation levels had improved by leaps and bounds. They were no worse than some heaven-defying monsters. The arrival of the Great Era in the human world caused the emergence of countless experts in the cultivation world in just 100 years. Some people said that this was a great era where people could become saints and there were even supreme beings. The growing prosperity of the cultivation world was the best proof. Demon Lord Huang Long and Demon Monarch of Six Paths were only one step away from becoming half-saints. In the end, the two experts fought their way into the depths of the innumerable mountains. No one knew the result of the battle because everyone's attention was attracted by the virtual sky world. At this time, in the virtual sky world, in the ominous city of eternity, Gu Fei was fighting against the evil in the city. Roar! A 3-meter-tall golden divine ape rushed out from the depths of the ancient city, roaring as it pounced towards Gu Fei. The divine ape's entire body shone with a dazzling golden light, as if it was made of pure gold. Golden spiritual ape. When Gu Fei saw this divine ape, he couldn't help but be shocked. He moved his feet and instantly retreated hundreds of meters away. He saw a small hole between the divine ape's eyebrows. Golden divine blood was flowing out of the small hole, and the blood seemed to have not dried yet. There's no fluctuation of life. It's a corpse. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. A golden spirit ape had died here. It seemed to have been killed by a finger. The small hole on its forehead should have been the result of someone piercing through the golden spirit ape's Niwen palace. The golden spiritual ape was extremely ferocious, and its movements were also very fast. When it moved, it was like a golden bolt of lightning that swept across the void in an instant. However, the eyes of this golden spiritual ape were gray and lifeless. Bang! Gu Fei punched, wanting to smash the golden spiritual ape into pieces. Unexpectedly, his punch landed on the golden spiritual ape's body, but it couldn't hurt it at all. Gu Fei's ferocious fist force only sent the golden spirit ape flying. The golden spirit ape once again pounced on him, still as fierce as ever. The golden spiritual ape bloodline was sparse. The golden spiritual ape clan in the human realm had long been extinct. Only the branch in the heaven realm stubbornly survived. Could this golden spiritual ape be Yuan Hong's ancestor? Gu Fei thought of Yuan Hong in the heaven realm. He didn't know how Yuan Hong was now. There was an ambitious Eastern Emperor Xian in the eastern land of the heaven realm. Emperor Xian of the eastern land had a great enmity with Gu Fei for killing his son and was also a great enemy of the golden spiritual ape bloodline. Because two tigers couldn't live on the same mountain, there could only be one ruler in the eastern land of the heaven realm. Could it be that the golden spiritual ape of the human realm had fallen here? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. One had to know that this golden spiritual ape had directly blocked his punch with its body and was unharmed. Such a physique was probably comparable to the indestructible martial body. Roar! The golden spiritual ape roared wildly. It was once again sent flying by Gu Fei, but just like before, Gu Fei's attack couldn't do anything to this divine ape. Even though it had fallen, it still had a strong body. It was controlled by the evil in the ancient city and became a terrifying evil corpse, guarding this ancient city. I'm sorry. Gu Fei put away the 9 heaven stars sword in his hand and took out the purple gold divine sword. This was an extreme sword weapon. Even though it couldn't display its extreme divine power, there weren't many things in the world that could block the purple gold divine sword. The golden spiritual ape rushed over again. Its body was full of golden essence. Even though it had died countless years ago, the essence of this golden spiritual ape had not been lost. It had to be said that this physical body was really powerful. It was hard to imagine how high this golden spiritual ape's cultivation had reached when it was alive. Swoosh! A sword shadow flashed in an instant. Gu Fei and the golden spiritual ape passed by each other. Then the golden spiritual ape stopped moving and stood there motionlessly. There was silence all around. Gu Fei and the golden spiritual ape just stood there. Whoosh! A breeze blew and a line of golden blood seeped out of the golden spiritual ape's neck. Then the golden spiritual ape's head fell and rolled to the side of the street. Bang! The golden spiritual ape's body fell and the ground shook. Even the golden spiritual ape's powerful physical body couldn't withstand the purple gold divine sword's blade. The murderous aura on the purple gold divine sword directly destroyed the divine sense in the golden spiritual ape's body. After Gu Fei killed the golden spiritual ape, heavy footsteps suddenly sounded on the street in front of him. It wasn't the footsteps of a single person. The footsteps got closer and closer. Soon, Gu Fei saw a team of ancient corpse soldiers walking towards him. There were more than a dozen ancient corpse soldiers in this team, and each of them had experienced hundreds of battles. Swoosh! Before the ancient corpse soldiers came close, they had already attacked Gu Fei. The ancient corpse soldiers raised the bronze spears in their hands and pierced towards Gu Fei. Bang! More than a dozen divine lights gathered together and erupted with a shocking power. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be secretly shocked when he faced such an attack. He was shaken back a few steps. This was something that had never happened before. He was protected by the mountain and river cauldron. How was this possible? He couldn't believe it, but it really happened. Chapter 1686. More than a dozen lifeless ancient corpse soldiers attacked at the same time, displaying incredible combat power. Divine runes of the Great Path could be faintly seen on the bronze spears. Bang! 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 The sound of heavy footsteps rang out. A small group of ancient corpse soldiers marched in an orderly manner towards Gu Fei. A powerful aura of death assaulted his senses. These ancient corpse soldiers had fallen for countless years, but each of them was like an unfalling ancient monument, advancing forward with incomparable terror. What kind of power made these ancient corpse soldiers immortal? Gu Fei was shocked. This ancient city was absolutely hiding a huge secret. There were immortal ancient corpse soldiers guarding it, and countless powerful existences had turned into evil creatures. Could it be that all the experts who had fallen in the ancient city had turned into evil creatures? Roar! Gu Fei roared, then took a step forward and punched with all his might. A dazzling golden light rushed out from his fist. This was the chi aura formed by the martial true power. He punched out the strongest metal element fist, but such a powerful punch could not shake the void of the ancient city. The entire ancient city was extremely stable. Swish! More than a dozen ancient corpse soldiers attacked again. The bronze spears emitted the light of death, more powerful and terrifying than before. It seemed to have triggered the evil power in the ancient city. Boom! Two powerful forces collided together and a terrifying shockwave spread out. The void shook, but it soon calmed down. What? Gu Fei sensed that the ancient city was actually devouring his power. The martial power that he had punched out was absorbed by the ancient city and integrated into it. How could he continue fighting? These ancient corpse soldiers were getting stronger and stronger, while his own power was constantly being consumed. The final result seemed to have been decided. The violent power caused Gu Fei to involuntarily take a dozen steps back. And those ancient corpse soldiers were also blocked by Gu Fei's punch. More than a dozen ancient corpse soldiers were shaken by Gu Fei's punch, but soon they regained their balance. Shua! Gu Fei had no choice but to use the purple gold divine sword. Only the purple gold divine sword could destroy the evil power in the ancient city. Just now, the golden spirit ape had been slain by his sword and had not stood up again. The killing intent on the extreme Dao divine weapon was too strong and terrifying. It could destroy the connection between the evil power of the ancient city and the evil in the city. The tip of the sword sliced through the air and Gu Fei pounced forward, waving the purple gold divine sword in his hand. Clang! The bronze battle spears thrust out by the ancient corpse soldiers were all broken. Even though these battle spears were imprinted with divine patterns of the Great Path, they were nothing in front of the purple gold divine sword. The power of the extreme Dao could destroy everything. Sword lights flashed again and again. One ancient corpse soldier after another was cut down by Gu Fei. He didn't need to display his extreme divine power. Just the murderous aura exuded from the purple gold divine sword was enough to deal with these ancient corpse soldiers. All the ancient corpse soldiers that were cut by the purple gold divine sword fell to the ground. Even those that were grazed by the purple gold divine sword were not spared. The ancient corpse soldiers turned into dust and dissipated into the void. These ancient corpse soldiers had fallen for countless years. The reason why they were immortal was that they were controlled by the evil power in the ancient city. The murderous aura on the purple gold divine sword could destroy this evil power. Without the support of the evil power in the ancient city, these ancient corpse soldiers quickly decayed and turned into dust. Even the bronze battle spears were turned into dust. After killing these ancient corpse soldiers, Gu Fei didn't stop. He directly used the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. With the purple gold divine sword in hand, he attacked the depths of the ancient city. Roar! At this moment, an angry roar sounded from the depths of the ancient city. The entire ancient city shook as if a terrifying existence had been provoked. Bang! From the houses on both sides of the ancient city's streets, Evil spirits constantly broke through the windows and rushed out, pouncing at Gu Fei. Every evil spirit was extremely powerful. A powerful aura of death began to awaken in the ancient city. The evil power that was originally silent was gradually getting stronger. If it wasn't for the deterrence of the extreme divine might descending from the sky, the evil power in the ancient city would have already exploded. Even with the protection of the extreme divine weapon, Gu Fei had to be careful. If he was trapped in the ancient city, it would be bad. Just as Gu Fei was killing his way into the depths of the ancient city, the battle outside the sky-splitting valley was still going on. However, with the arrival of the powerful figures from the other superforces, even the experts from the Zhou clan and the Dongfang clan were having a hard time fighting against them. The people from the Zhou clan were gradually losing ground and were in danger of being ganged up on. Boom! Just as the battle was in a stalemate, a loud sound came from afar. In the distant sky, a giant tiger rushed down from the clouds, directly shattering dozens of mountains on the ground below. Everyone was startled by this scene. An extremely violent aura spread out from the white tiger's body, intimidating everyone. The people from the White Tiger clan are finally here. Someone exclaimed. Out of the 4 ancient clans of the southern wasteland, 3 of them had already arrived. Only one of the 4 ancient clans, the Black Tortoise clan, had yet to show up. The white tiger on the horizon let out a furious roar and leaped into the air. With just a fierce pounce, it instantly crossed the distance of the void and came close to them. With the arrival of the White Tiger clan, the Zhou clan and the Dongfang clan finally could not hold on any longer and were gradually suppressed. Roar! The roar of the tiger shook the sky. The white tiger that was as huge as a mountain was surrounded by the supreme Dao patterns of the White Tiger clan. It was a terrifying existence. To think that it's the old ancestor of the Black Tiger clan. Someone recognized the origin of the white tiger. It was a war tiger of the White Tiger clan. Some people thought that this ancient relic had already fallen in the Dark Ages, but to think that it would appear again in the current era. This war tiger was an expert from the end of the ancient era. It was originally a tiger saint, but for some unknown reason the cultivation of this invincible tiger saint had fallen from the saint realm. Even though he was no longer the tiger saint, no one dared to look down on this old relic. The Black Tiger ancestor who had revealed his true form, let out a roar. He opened his mouth and sucked in a breath towards the dozen experts from the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity. A heaven-devouring power surged out from the tiger's mouth and directly swept the dozen experts into the tiger's mouth. They were all swallowed into the tiger's stomach with boundless ferocity. What? Everyone felt their scalps go numb at this scene. This tiger was too cruel. Those were the people from the Zhou clan. The Zhou clan would definitely not let this go just like that. This was definitely a big deal. Once the Zhou clan was angered, the consequences would be unimaginable, especially for an ancient power like the Zhou clan that had once produced an invincible emperor. Chapter 1687. He's too cruel. The Black Tiger ancestor from the White Tiger clan actually swallowed a dozen strong cultivators from the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity. Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked to the extreme. At this point in the battle, no one really dared to slaughter the Zhou clan's descendants, but the Black Tiger ancestor dared to. He pierced the heavens. Someone's voice trembled. The dozen Zhou clan's descendants were not ordinary people. They were outstanding descendants chosen by the Zhou clan to enter the virtual sky world to gain experience. However, these people were very unlucky. Before they could enter the virtual sky world, they were swallowed by Black Tiger clan's White Tiger clan's Black Tiger old ancestor and became his food. Black Tiger, you! A loud shout rang out. The eyes of the middle-aged Daoist who was fighting with the cultivator from the vermilion bird race turned red. He abandoned the cultivator from the vermilion bird race and charged towards the white tiger that was as large as a mountain. His killing intent soared into the sky. At this time, the vermilion bird cultivator didn't stop him. The Black Tiger ancestor had really passed this time. Killing a dozen of the Zhou clan's outstanding descendants in one go was really a heaven-piercing feat. The Zhou clan wouldn't let this go so easily. Everyone couldn't help but feel nervous. Go ask the ancestor to use the ancestral imperial weapon. Someone shouted. The Zhou clan had been operating near the sky-splitting valley for many years. There were many transportation formations nearby that could directly connect to the Zhou clan's ancestral land. Everyone's expression changed. The Zhou clan was going to be ruthless and use the ancestral imperial weapon. After all, it was a Renhuang divine weapon. Do you want to use it? Bring it on. The tiger's body was surrounded by countless runes of the Great Path. It spoke in the human language and its tone was full of arrogance. It actually dared to challenge the Renhuang divine weapon. I'll kill you first. The middle-aged Daoist had already charged over at this time. He raised his hand and shot out 10 beams of Immortal Dao Divine Light. These were not ordinary Immortal Dao Divine Light. Within each beam of Immortal Dao Divine Light, there were great Dao Divine patterns faintly visible. This attack used the Great Path nomological laws cultivated by the middle-aged Daoist. The middle-aged Daoist was going to fight with his life on the line. This tiger had killed dozens of the most outstanding disciples of their families. Behind those disciples were all influential figures of the Zhou clan. If these people died, the middle-aged Daoist wouldn't be able to answer for it. This responsibility was too great. Buzz. The void trembled. 10 streaks of Immortal Dao Divine Light were like 10 heavenly swords, tearing apart the void, piercing through heaven and earth, hacking towards that white tiger. Roar. The white tiger that was as huge as a mountain merely roared at the divine light of the Immortal Dao. A ripple visible to the naked eye immediately rushed out. The 10 streaks of divine light shook in unison, and then they actually shattered in the void. Bang! An invisible force sent the middle-aged Daoist who was charging over flying. After that, his entire body crumbled and turned into a mist of blood. What? That was a peak expert who was only half a step away from becoming a half-step sage, but he died just like that. Everyone who saw this felt a little surreal. To think that old ancestor Mystic Tiger's cultivation base and strength would be so strong that he could instantly kill peak experts. That middle-aged Daoist was incomparably strong. Earlier on, he had even fought against an old ancestor of the vermilion bird race. His battle prowess was something that everyone could see for themselves. And yet, someone as strong as him was roared to death by that white tiger. Could it be that mystic tiger that old fogey has actually taken that step? High up in the skies, a godly flame floated there like a sun, emitting a fiery glow. This was the old fogey of the vermilion bird race that had fought against the middle-aged Daoist earlier on. At this moment, a gigantic dragon silhouette stopped in the skies as well. This was not a true dragon but a phenomenon born from the aura of a human. It was an old man dressed in green robes, extremely powerful. He came from one of the 4 ancient races of the southern wasteland, the Azure Dragon race. Reckless fool. A tyrannical voice rang out as the white tiger transformed. A tall old man with white hair and a beard appeared before everyone's eyes. At this moment, old ancestor Mystic Tiger took on human form. Boom. At this moment, the space near the sky-splitting valley suddenly collapsed. A 5-colored divine light broke through the void and appeared between heaven and earth. It was a spatial passageway formed from the power of the 5 elements. A terrifying aura rushed out from the spatial passageway, causing everyone's soul to tremble. This was a vast and boundless fluctuation, as if a supreme being was awakening. What? The Zhou clan of the ancient antiquity is really using the Renhuang divine weapon? Everyone was shocked. Some people retreated at the first moment. What a joke, the Zhou clan of the ancient antiquity was really going all out this time. Old ancestor Mystic Tiger had gone too far. More than 10 outstanding disciples were originally the hope of the Zhou clan of the ancient antiquity. If they didn't die, these people would become a powerful force that could support the Zhou clan of the ancient antiquity. Old fart Mystic Tiger, hand over your life. An ancient voice rang out from within the 5-colored spatial passageway. An old man walked out from the spatial passageway. This old man was wearing an ancient armor. A Renhuang aura that made all living beings tremble spread out from the old man's armor. This aura wasn't strong, but it shook people's hearts as if they were facing an invincible Renhuang. They almost wanted to kneel down and worship him. Ancient patterns of Dao were imprinted on the armor. In addition to the patterns, it was also covered with cuts from swords, spears and halberds. The Renhuang divine armor. After seeing the old man's armor, old ancestor Mystic Tiger couldn't help but be moved even though he was extremely ferocious. He never expected the Zhou clan of the ancient antiquity to be able to use the Renhuang divine weapon in such a short time. This kind of Renhuang divine weapon, which was second only to or even equal to a divine weapon of the extreme path, wasn't easy to use. This was also the reason why old ancestor Mystic Tiger dared to act so forcefully. By the time the Zhou clan of the ancient antiquity invited the Renhuang divine weapon, the matter here would probably be over. However, old ancestor Mystic Tiger was wrong. In order to enter the virtual sky world, the Zhou clan of the ancient antiquity had been planning for nearly 100 years. The Zhou clan of the ancient antiquity had already prepared the Renhuang divine weapon. The god inside the Renhuang divine weapon was in a half-asleep state. When the old man from the Zhou clan of the ancient antiquity walked out, some people in the vicinity immediately retreated. Even the old antiques from the Vermilion Bird clan and the Azure Dragon clan retreated. I didn't expect you to still be alive. When old ancestor Mystic Tiger saw the old man, his eyes immediately lit up. He recognized this person. His condition was the same as his own. Both of them had fallen from the saint level. However, old ancestor Mystic Tiger seemed to have taken that step again. Chapter 1688. Great ancestor Xuanhu killed more than a dozen outstanding children of the Zhou family. The Zhou family was furious and didn't hesitate to use the ultimate power of the family to deal with great ancestor Xuanhu. With the appearance of a great ancestor of the Zhou family, the whole world seemed to collapse. The aura of Renhuang filled the air, shocking the heavens. Zhou Huang, I can't believe you're still alive. Great ancestor Xuanhu recognized the old man. He was a genius of the Zhou family. In the distant past, this old man almost became a Renhuang. The Zhou family almost had a second Renhuang, but unfortunately, old man Zhou Huang failed to reach the Renhuang realm and almost died. He disappeared from then on. Unexpectedly, old man Zhou Huang didn't die and his cultivation recovered to the semi-saint realm. He was definitely one of the most powerful people in the Zhou family. Xuanhu, your time has come. Wearing Renhuang armor, old man Zhou Huang walked toward great ancestor Xuanhu step by step. Even the divine might from the virtual sky world couldn't affect him. Ancient Renhuang to some extent were already strong cultivators of the extreme path. They could ignore the pressure of supreme masters. Wearing Renhuang armor, old man Zhou Huang's body surged with power. The patterns on the ancient armor began to awaken. The half-asleep Renhuang armors will begin to awaken. Roar. Great ancestor Xuanhu roared. He didn't say anything and directly attacked. His hands turned into tiger claws and grabbed at old man Zhou Huang. Violent power erupted. Old man Zhou Huang was attacking with all his strength. He couldn't let old man Zhou Huang awaken the Renhuang armor's will. Otherwise he would die without a burial. If the Renhuang divine weapon was completely awakened, even a true saint wouldn't be able to withstand a blow from it. Rumble. The void of heaven and earth was shattered by the claws. Mountains collapsed one after another. The energy ripples coming from the two tiger claws were too strong. The tiger stripes of the white tiger clan shone brightly. At this moment, everyone retreated far away. What a joke, the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity was serious. Who could contend against a Renhuang divine weapon? Old man Zhou Huang was still calm in the face of great ancestor Xuanhu's powerful attack. He stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. Bang! The two tiger claws that were about to grab elder Zhou Huang immediately collapsed. In front of the Renhuang armor, this kind of attack from the Xuanhu great ancestor seemed to be nothing. What? The black tiger great ancestor was taken aback. He never expected that the Renhuang armor could already display such combat strength before it was fully awakened. At this time, the other experts who were fighting had already stopped. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat when they saw this. The Renhuang armor of the Zhou clan of the ancients truly lived up to its name. After all, it was a supreme imperial weapon refined by the Renhuang of the ancients. Although Black Tiger old ancestor was domineering, it did not mean that he did not fear death. Shua. Old ancestor Black Tiger decisively turned around and fled. If he didn't flee now, then there was no need to flee anymore. He could just wait here for his old rival to kill him. So what if you have become a quasi-sage? Even if a sage comes, he will still die. Elder Zhou Huang roared angrily. He took a step forward, and the divine light of the great path surged beneath his feet. He traversed the void in an instant and appeared behind the Xuanhu Great Elder. He then slammed a palm at the Xuanhu Great Elder. Bang! Without any suspense, a muffled sound was heard and the Xuanhu Great Elder was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The Renhuang armor was unimaginably powerful. The aura from Elder Zhou Huang made all living beings tremble and the sky and earth lost their colors. With just one slap he almost killed the ferocious Xuanhu Great Elder on the spot. This kind of power was not Elder Zhou Huang's own power. As one of the 4 ancient clans of the southern wasteland, the White Tiger clan had an extremely deep foundation. They were not much weaker than the Zhou clan of the ancients. "Zhou Huang, how dare you?" The Xuanhu Great Elder was shocked. The power of the Rinhuang divine weapon made a new quasi-sage like him shudder. Even a quasi-sage would not be able to fight back at all. The Rinhuang divine weapon had been awakened and it could really kill a sage. Bang! Elder Zhou Huang struck again. This time the physical body of the Xuanhu Great Elder was smashed into pieces. A cloud of blood exploded in the air. That was the blood of a quasi-sage. However, very quickly the blood mist gathered together again. The broken pieces of the physical body flew back and the broken pieces of flesh quickly reassembled. In just a few breaths, the Xuanhu Great Elder had recovered. It was extremely difficult to kill an existence of this level unless one used a special method. However, the Black Tiger Old Ancestor's aura had weakened by more than half. Although the Xuanhu Great Elder was not killed by Elder Zhou Huang, he was still severely injured. After his physical body was reassembled, the first thing the Xuanhu Great Elder did was to escape. In front of the Rinhuang divine weapon, even a quasi-sage like him was as weak as an ant. "I'm still lacking a little." Elder Zhou Huang sighed. At this moment, the deity's will in the Rinhuang armor had not fully awakened. Otherwise, the 2 attacks just now would have killed the Xuanhu Great Elder countless times over. He took a step forward and caught up to the Xuanhu Great Elder. He slapped out again. At this moment the deity's will in the Rinhuang armor recovered a little more. A surge of Rinhuang power gathered on Elder Zhou Huang's right hand and rushed out from his hand. No one stopped it. Everyone knew that the Xuanhu Great Elder had gone too far this time, causing the Zhou clan of the ancients to retaliate. Even the experts of the Vermilion Bird clan and the Azure Dragon clan did not stand out. There was no suspense in what happened next. The physical body of the Xuanhu Great Elder was continuously smashed into pieces and then reassembled. The power of the Xuanhu Great Elder was constantly weakening. Boom! In the final attack, the Xuanhu Great Elder's body shone with divine light. The deity's will in the Rinhuang battle skill had finally awakened. The power of the Rinhuang caused the Xuanhu Great Elder's physical body and primordial spirit to collapse. This time the Xuanhu Great Elder's physical body could no longer be reassembled. Both his body and primordial spirit were destroyed. A quasi-sage of the White Tiger clan had fallen just like that. To the White Tiger clan this was definitely a great loss. The Zhou clan of the ancients and the White Tiger clan could be considered to have formed a great enmity. Rumble! The world shook. At this time, the Zhou clan of the ancients' Rinhuang battle armor had completely awakened. The mighty divine power of the Rinhuang emitted from the Rinhuang battle armor intimidated everyone present. Elder Zhou Huang directly entered the virtual sky world. With the protection of the Rinhuang divine weapon, he didn't need to be afraid of anyone. He wanted to go in and see what was happening inside. After Elder Zhou Huang entered the virtual sky world, the aura of the extreme great path emitted from the virtual sky world began to weaken. At this time, inside the virtual sky world, the divine power of the extreme great path emitted from the giant cocoon in the sky began to converge. The reconstruction of the peerless ominous saber was almost complete. The divine power of the extreme great path that enveloped the entire virtual sky world began to fade. At this time, Gu Fei had already broken into the central area of the ancient ominous city. He had been here before. The streets were filled with scattered bones. Countless evil and ancient corpse soldiers surrounded Gu Fei and kept attacking him. At Gu Fei's feet, there were no less than hundreds of corpses. They were all ancient corpse soldiers or other evil corpses controlled by the evil power in the ancient ominous city. The mountain and river cauldron floated above his head. The evil corpses around him couldn't attack him at all. However, every time Gu Fei brandished the purple gold divine sword, evil corpses were hit and rolled on the ground, motionless. Just as Gu Fei was about to kill, he suddenly felt something and looked at the giant cocoon in the sky. The divine power of the extreme great path was fading. This wasn't a good thing. Outrageous. I've worked in vain. Gu Fei knew that if the giant cocoon in the sky no longer emitted the divine power of the extreme great path, he would be in danger. The evil power in the ancient ominous city was about to recover. He was already not far from one of the divine treasures in the city. Although Gu Fei was somewhat unwilling to retreat now, he had no other choice. The divine power of the extreme great path was fading, and the evil power in the ancient ominous city was recovering. Ancient corpse soldiers kept coming from the distance. Soon enough, Gu Fei was surrounded by more than 1,000 evil creatures and ancient corpse soldiers. Moreover, more and more evil creatures and ancient corpse soldiers were gathering from the surroundings of the ancient city. Roar. A terrifying roar came from the depths of the ancient city. Some terrifying existences sensed the changes in the sky. The divine power of the extreme great path began to converge, and the domineering fluctuation retreated. Swish. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He used the purple gold divine sword to open a path and killed his way out of the encirclement of the ancient corpse soldiers. Ancient corpse soldiers kept falling under his feet. Nothing could stop the divine sword of the extreme great path. Gu Fei continued to kill his way out of the ominous city. Ancient corpse soldiers were like moths flying into a flame, rushing towards him, and all of them were killed by him. The existences in the depths of the ancient city wanted to trap Gu Fei inside, but Gu Fei had 2 divine treasures to protect him. Even the terrifying existences in the ancient ominous city had to be cautious. In the end, Gu Fei took advantage of the fact that the divine power in the sky had not completely disappeared to kill his way out of the ancient ominous city. However, just as Gu Fei came out of the ancient city, a vast aura appeared between heaven and earth. Then he saw a scene that shocked even him. An old man wearing an ancient armor actually soared into the sky and rushed towards the giant cocoon that wrapped the peerless ominous blade. There was actually someone who was not afraid of the divine power of the extreme great path and wanted to take the giant cocoon. Where did this guy come from? Gu Fei sensed the strangeness of the old man's armor. A powerful aura that was not weaker than the divine power of the extreme great path emitted from the armor. It's not a divine weapon of the extreme great path, could it be? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. It was not a divine weapon of the extreme great path, but it was able to withstand the divine power of the extreme great path. Could it be that the old man was wearing a legendary divine weapon of the human emperor? Chapter 1689. Although Gu Fei was protected by the mountain and river cauldron and had the purple gold divine sword in his hand, the divine might of the extreme great path in the sky began to recede, and the terrifying power in the vicious city of the eternal era began to erupt again. He knew that once the divine might of the extreme great path from the extreme ominous blade in the sky completely receded, it would be impossible for him to kill his way out of the vicious city of the eternal era. Unless he could truly drive the divine weapon of the extreme great path and display the true divine might of the extreme great path. As a last resort, Gu Fei could only take advantage of the fact that the divine might of the extreme great path from the sky had not completely disappeared to kill his way out of the ancient city. He had the mountain and river cauldron to protect him and the purple gold divine sword in his hand. Although the evil in the city was powerful, they could not stop him. However, when Gu Fei killed his way out of the vicious city, the scene he saw shocked him to the extreme. It was really unbelievable. He saw an old man wearing ancient armor who could actually soar into the sky and rush towards the huge cocoon that wrapped the peerless ominous blade in the sky. This old man could actually ignore the divine might of the extreme great path. How was this possible? No one knew the terror of the divine might of the extreme great path better than Gu Fei. Just a wisp of this kind of aura was enough to shock the world. In the entire virtual sky world, only Gu Fei could move freely. No matter how powerful the other creatures were, they had to tremble and kneel on the ground in fear. At this time, the old man wearing ancient armor had already approached the huge cocoon. Ancient divine patterns began to appear on the armor on his body. An aura similar to the divine might of the extreme great path spread from the old man's armor as if a life had awakened. It's the Renhuang divine weapon, no wonder. Gu Fei sensed the aura spreading from the old man and couldn't help but be moved. This was the imperial might of an invincible Renhuang that could challenge the extreme great path. This was an invincible will that looked down on the world. Roar. Up in the sky, the old man roared. Although he was wearing Renhuang armor, he still encountered great resistance. The ultimate laws were vast and mighty. He wanted to rush through, but it was very difficult. Although the ancient Renhuangs were not extreme path supremes, great accomplishment Renhuangs were enough to compete with extreme path supremes. The Renhuang divine weapons refined by Renhuangs also contained God's will. Such a divine weapon was equivalent to an extension of the life of a human emperor. Rumble. Two invincible laws of the Great Path were fighting against each other, causing the entire virtual sky world to shake. The extreme ominous saber of the extreme path sensed the aura of the human emperor armor and reacted instinctively. The Renhuang battle techniques on the old man's body were completely activated. Invincible Renhuang laws rushed out, and the ancient patterns emitted dazzling divine light of the Great Path. He pressed forward with great difficulty, but the extreme ominous saber was, after all, an extreme Dao divine weapon refined by a supreme being. The extreme Dao laws could block all kinds of power. The giant cocoon gradually dissipated, and the extreme Dao essence chi was devoured by the extreme Dao ominous saber inside. Buzz. With a deafening sound, the giant cocoon was instantly torn apart, then turned into rays of extreme Dao divine light and was devoured by the divine path divine blade. It was a flawless divine blade. At this time the God's will that was divided into two halves of the extreme Dao ominous saber finally fused together. The extreme ominous saber of the extreme Dao ominous saber was truly reassembled. Roar. A dragon roar resounded in the sky. A huge dragon shadow rushed out from the divine blade floating high in the sky and stood horizontally in the sky. This dragon shadow was so huge that it blocked the entire sky, giving people a great sense of oppression. Even the old man wearing the Renhuang armor couldn't help but tremble. This was a fear that came from the depths of his soul. Even if he was wearing the Renhuang armor, he still couldn't block that kind of pressure. A complete extreme Dao divine weapon was too powerful. It was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Let's go. Zhou Huang knew that he had missed the best opportunity. It was impossible to take the extreme Dao divine weapon at this time. The god inside the extreme Dao divine weapon would not easily yield to anyone. The weapon's soul was unyielding. Even if he could temporarily suppress it, the extreme Dao divine weapon would fly away on its own after a long time. He was very decisive. He knew that he couldn't do it, so he immediately retreated. The god inside the Renhuang armor was also unwilling to confront the extreme Dao divine weapon head-on. After all, this might result in both sides suffering. The Renhuang armor was the ultimate heritage of the Zhou family of the ancients. It couldn't be damaged in any way. It wasn't easy for the Zhou family of the ancients to survive until now. This family had faced several crises of being exterminated, but in the end they were saved. Because of the Renhuang armor left by Emperor Wudi, the Zhou family of the ancients was able to survive. Zhou Huang retreated carefully. At this time, the extreme Dao divine might emanating from the extreme ominous saber in the sky also gradually faded. The hundreds of millions of creatures in the entire virtual sky world breathed a sigh of relief. In the end, the extreme Dao divine might completely disappeared into the extreme ominous saber. The god inside the saber began to sleep, and the huge dragon shadow in the sky gradually dissipated into the void. When everything was silent, the divine saber turned into a beam of saber light and rushed towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei held the extreme ominous saber in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he found that there wasn't even a mark on this extreme ominous saber. The entire saber was natural, as if it had never been broken. Good saber. He could sense that even though the god in the extreme ominous saber in his hand was in a deep slumber, the murderous aura on the divine saber was enough to move him. The murderous aura on the extreme ominous saber was even more terrifying than the murderous aura of the purple gold divine sword. At this time, all the creatures in the virtual sky world could move freely. Old man Zhou Yi was the first to rush over with the stone tower in his hand. Then the old man in the ancient armor also appeared. Rumble. The ancient ominous city floating in the void was shaking. A huge figure stood up in the ancient ominous city, and a terrifying aura of death spread out from the city. The powerful beings who were suppressed by the extreme Dao divine might jumped out at once. Hand over the divine weapon in your hand. Old man Zhou Huang, who was wearing the Renhuang armor, was very direct. He pressed towards Gu Fei, and the aura of the Renhuang spread out from the armor on his body. Gu Fei snorted coldly and said nothing. He just stared coldly at the old man who was pressing towards him. The aura of the Renhuang made him feel great pressure. Buzz. At this time the mountain and river cauldron above Gu Fei's head suddenly shook, and primordial chaotic aura loomed over the cauldron. This extreme Dao divine weapon seemed to be showing signs of awakening. Seeing this, old man Zhou Huang stopped immediately. He knew that the Renhuang armor on his body could cause the extreme Dao divine weapon on his opponent to react. They were both the most powerful divine weapons in the world. When a Renhuang divine weapon and an extreme Dao divine weapon met, the gods will contained in both of them would sense it and awaken from their slumber. Although old man Zhou Huang was powerful, the other party had 3 extreme Dao divine weapons. When the 3 extreme Dao divine weapons awakened together, even with the protection of a Renhuang divine weapon, old man Zhou Huang was afraid that he would not be a match for him. Gu Fei, I think it's better for you to hand over the divine weapon. At this time old man Zhou Yi spoke. The divine weapon is on me. Take it from me if you have the ability. Gu Fei's expression became a little ugly. These guys were not good people. The world of cultivation was cruel. Whoever had the bigger fist was the boss. Moreover, only the strong would be respected by others. It was difficult for the weak to survive even if they wanted to. You don't know what's good for you. Old man Zhou Huang was very unhappy. This little guy did not know how to appreciate favors. Gu Fei, although you have the extreme Dao divine weapon, you can't use it. Sooner or later it will be taken away by others, old man Zhou Yi advised. He did not want the extreme Dao divine weapon to fall into the hands of others. Why are you saying so much? Don't you just want the divine weapon in my hands? Gu Fei's words were extremely cold. These guys really took him for a fool. These high-sounding words were of no use to him. You, old man Zhou Yi's face turned red, but he did not know what to say for a moment. Swoosh. Gu Fei retreated right away. He felt uncomfortable being stared at by these 2 great cultivators. He knew that the old man in the Renhuang armor did not dare to attack him. If this old man dared to attack, the 3 extreme Dao divine weapons on him would awaken. When the 3 extreme Dao divine weapons were awakened, even a real Renhuang would be stunned. Old man Zhou Yi wanted to attack, but he had scruples about the purple gold divine sword and the extreme Dao fierce blade in Gu Fei's hands. The 2 cultivators of the Zhou family of the remote antiquity could only watch as Gu Fei disappeared in front of their eyes with the 3 extreme Dao divine weapons. They could only stare at him helplessly. This is outrageous. Old man Zhou Huang blew his beard and glared at Yi Futian. His face turned red from anger. A junior dared to be so presumptuous in front of him, ignoring the existence of his people. How many years had it been since something like this happened? Old man Zhou Yi's expression was also extremely gloomy. He was the one who invited Gu Fei, and now his intestines were green with regret. The Zhou family of the remote antiquity had made a wedding dress for someone else. They had gone to great lengths to enter the virtual sky world, but the extreme Dao divine weapons had been taken away by someone else. Old man Zhou Yi was extremely depressed. After a while, old man Zhou Huang finally said, "At least we have to unite with the other 2 forces of the remote antiquity and invite their Renhuang divine weapons to suppress that little guy." The Renhuang divine weapons could awaken the gods in the extreme Dao divine weapons. The consequences of this kind of collision of the extreme Dao divine weapons were unimaginable. However, they could not let Gu Fei leave. Old man Zhou Yi pondered for a long time before saying, "Then let's invite the Jiang family and the Li family. That's the only way." Old man Zhou Huang nodded. The situation in front of them was the last thing they wanted to see. They were originally their own extreme Dao divine weapons, but now they had to share them with others. If they wanted the Jiang family and the Li family to mobilize their Renhuang divine weapons, they had to pay such a price, and the price was too high. Chapter 1690. There were very few divine weapons of the highest path refined by supreme beings, but Renhuang divine weapons were not rare. In ancient times, there were many invincible Renhuang divine weapons. For example, the Zhou clan, the Jiang clan, the Li clan, and other superforces of the remote antiquity should have divine weapons left by Renhuang divine weapons. Only in this way could these forces be inherited. The semi-saint of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity knew that it would be difficult to seize the divine weapons of the highest path from Gu Fei alone. Divine weapons of the highest path and Renhuang divine weapons could sense each other. Once the Renhuang divine weapons were awakened, Gu Fei's divine weapons of the highest path would also inevitably react. No one could compete with the 3 divine weapons of the highest path. The Zhou clan of the remote antiquity had to invite the other 2 clans with Renhuang divine weapons. If they gathered the 3 Renhuang divine weapons, they should be able to suppress Gu Fei's 3 divine weapons of the highest path. At this time, because the ominous saber of the highest path had completely restrained its aura and was taken away by Gu Fei, the people outside the virtual sky world began to enter it. The legendary virtual sky world attracted the attention of countless strong cultivators. Even the demons came to participate. Rumble. In the depths of the 100,000 mountains, the world shook and mountains turned into dust. 2 strong cultivators were fighting, and their terrifying aura spread in all directions. Roar. The dragon's roar shook the sky. A golden dragon shadow loomed between heaven and earth, and the aura of a real dragon swept in all directions, intimidating all creatures in the entire area. Dragons were supreme divine beasts. They were born to be above all living beings, and their aura could intimidate all beasts. A demonic shadow loomed in the void, fighting endlessly with the golden dragon. This was a kind of vision derived from the fighting intent of the 2 strong cultivators. As for the real battle, it was between 2 fast-moving silhouettes. Boom! The 2 cultivators collided head-on. The void shattered and rocks flew through the air. The 2 figures were quickly separated, and each was sent flying thousands of feet away by the other's power. Yellow Dragon, you want to kill me? Don't even think about it. The devil chi was vast and mighty. It was a great devil that was surrounded by devil chi. Within the pitch-black devil chi there were indistinct Dao patterns of the devil Dao. A powerful devil Dao power spread out. They were none other than the demon lord of the human realm Yellow Dragon and demon monarch of 6 paths. These 2 powerhouses were mortal enemies, so they would fight to the death if they encountered each other. After all, these 2 existences were only half a step away from the semi-sage realm. Such an existence was incomparably powerful. Even in the entire human realm he would be an expert of a region. After all, even though there were many half-saints in the mortal dimension, it was far from being to the extent that they could be seen everywhere. In the eyes of the people of the world, only peak experts were true existences. Preposterous. Demon Lord Huang Long's eyes widened in anger. He used a secret technique of the Dragon Clan and struck out with the Azure Dragon Claw. The Dragon Claw instantly covered the space in front of him and tore apart the heavens and earth. It emitted extremely terrifying ripples as it grabbed towards Demon Monarch of 6 Paths, Demonic Dao Samsara. Demon Monarch of 6 Paths shouted loudly. A blood-red demonic light shot out from between his eyebrows. It was as if a blood-red demonic eye had appeared there. The demonic eye seemed to be connected to a blood-red demonic domain. It emitted a power that could devour the sky. It was trying to devour the Azure Dragon Claw into the blood-red domain behind the demonic eye. Rumble. The 2 Dao laws collided. The Azure Dragon Claw collided with the blood-red vortex that had rushed out from between Demon Monarch of 6 Paths' eyebrows. The Azure Dragon Claw directly tore the vortex apart and forced Demon Monarch of 6 Paths to retreat. This Demon Monarch of 6 Paths was shocked. He had never expected that his old rival had cultivated a secret technique of the Dragon Clan. It was truly powerful. Clang. A blood-red saber light suddenly appeared in Demon Monarch of 6 Paths' hand. The Sky Devil saber instantly soared into the sky. A terrifying demonic power spread out from the demonic saber. This demonic power could disturb a person's mind. It could even cause a cultivator to develop inner demons. However, for an expert like Demon Lord Huang Long, this demonic aura could not affect his mind. Swish. The saber light of the Sky Devil saber flashed through the void and fiercely slashed at the Azure Dragon Claw. The sound of metal clashing was heard. The blood-red saber light collapsed, and the Azure Dragon Claw also dissipated into the void. Die. Demon Monarch of 6 Paths was extremely powerful. He held the demonic saber in his hand and rushed through the energy storm that swept out when the Azure Dragon Claw dissipated. He directly slashed at Demon Lord Huang Long's head. Demon Lord Huang Long flipped his right hand and a small flag appeared in his palm. The small flag instantly enlarged and was grasped by Demon Lord Huang Long. Whoosh. The Demon Lord Huang Long waved the demon flag in his hand. A terrifying force immediately surged out from the demon flag and collided with the Sky Demon Blade. This is... Demon Monarch of 6 Paths was shocked. The demon flag in Demon Lord Huang Long's hand wasn't a complete one. It was a damaged demon flag. The ancient demon flag was engraved with ancient demon marks. An ancient aura spread out from the ancient demon flag. It was an antique, and although half of it had decayed, it still displayed great power. When the broken flag swept over, Demon Monarch of Six Paths felt his hands tremble. The Sky Devil saber almost flew out of his hand, which shocked him greatly. Good fella. Let's fight again in the future. Demon Monarch of Six Paths knew that the current situation was very disadvantageous to him. The broken flag in Demon Lord Huang Long's hand probably had a great origin. Although it was broken, it could still deflect the saber aura of the Sky Devil saber. Demon Monarch of Six Paths saw that the situation was not in his favor. Where do you think you're going? Demon Lord Huang Long waved the big flag in his hand and chased after Demon Monarch of Six Paths. He knew Demon Monarch of Six Paths' character very well. Soon the two of them disappeared into the depths of the 100,000 mountains. At the same time, outside the sky-splitting valley, a group of experts entered the virtual sky world. Although the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity had used the human emperor's divine weapon, Elder Zhou Huang didn't dare to start a massacre. One had to know that these people all had extraordinary origins. They all had powerful inheritances behind them. Previously, the great ancestor of Black Tiger came from the White Tiger clan, one of the 4 ancient clans of the southern wasteland. This was the inheritance of the White Tiger, a supreme divine beast. However, the great ancestor of Black Tiger went too far and killed more than 10 outstanding disciples of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity. Therefore, when Elder Zhou Huang of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity arrived and killed him on the spot, no one was willing to help the great ancestor of Black Tiger. Killing outstanding figures of the younger generation was a taboo. Zhou Huang, you killed my big brother. I'll pay you back with your life. Just as everyone entered the virtual sky world, a huge white tiger appeared in the sky. Its aura was no less fierce than that of the great ancestor of Black Tiger. Clang! At that moment, the ancient armor on Elder Zhou Huang's body vibrated. The aura of the human emperor's great path lingered, and the god inside the armor was automatically awakening. What? Elder Zhou Huang was shocked. This kind of situation would only happen when the human emperor's divine weapon encountered a divine weapon of the same level. Could it be? Elder Zhou Huang thought of a possibility and couldn't help but change his expression. Boom! At that moment, a ferocious aura that was many times stronger than that of the white tiger suddenly burst out, sweeping over like an avalanche. Rumble! Heaven and earth shook and the mountains shook. If it weren't for the protection of the formation, the whole Rift Valley would have collapsed. The power of the ancient 4 spiritual formations stabilized this violent force. On the 4 ancient formation platforms, Old Monster Xianyuan was surrounded by pieces of top-grade spirit stones. These spirit stones were providing him with a steady stream of spiritual aura, replenishing the primordial chi in his body and helping him control the ancient 4 spiritual formation. Endless starlight fell from the 4 constellations and entered the 4 ancient formation platforms. Even the fluctuation of power comparable to that of the human emperor's divine weapon couldn't shake it. The White Tiger clan, Old Man Zhou Huang, stood high up in the sky. His pupils constricted. The white tiger in the distant sky was rapidly approaching. The white tiger had something in its mouth. When the huge white tiger came close, it suddenly disappeared. In its place was an incomparably wild white-haired man dressed in animal skin. The man held a large seal in his hand, which had the illusion of a white tiger circling above it. The white-haired man directly struck out with the seal in his hand. The large seal rose into the sky, emitting countless divine patterns of the Great Path, intertwining with the power of the Great Path. Flawless Great Path. The Renhuang armor on Elder Zhou Huang's body clanked. The large seal smashed towards him, causing him to be moved. This was the foundation of the White Tiger clan. Although it wasn't a divine weapon of the Great Path, it was infinitely close to it. Bang! Elder Zhou Huang punched out, and the power of Renhuang gathered on his right fist, causing his fist to burst with dazzling divine light, illuminating the whole world. At that moment, everyone nearby scrambled to hide. These two guys actually dared to use such power to fight. Did they want to destroy the entire 100,000 mountains? Boom! Amidst a deafening rumble, Old Man Zhou Huang's fist collided violently with the huge seal that was pressing down on him. The two powers that were infinitely close to the extreme Tao spread out, destroying everything in their path. Most of the sky-splitting valley collapsed and the earth was sinking. Mountains were instantly turned into flying ash, completely disappearing between heaven and earth in an instant. Even the 4 ancient formation platforms were affected by the shockwaves and began to tremble. 2 madmen. Aren't they afraid of attracting those people? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked to the point where it was difficult to be more shocked. The area within a radius of 1,000 miles was turned into powder under this blow. It's the legendary white tiger sky-flipping seal. I didn't expect the ancestors of the White Tiger clan to leave behind such a supreme seal. The White Tiger sky-flipping seal versus the Rinhuang armor was destined to be a fierce battle. It should be known that this divine implement of the White Tiger clan was not inferior to the Rinhuang armor. Chapter 1691. Elder Zhou Huang killed the great ancestor of the White Tiger clan, and the younger brother of the great ancestor of the White Tiger clan came to avenge the great ancestor of the White Tiger clan. The White Tiger clan had always been strong and famous in the southern wilderness. Even if the great ancestor of the Black Tiger clan went too far, his brother still stood up for him. Boom! With a loud noise, heaven and earth shook, and a terrifying pressure swept through the world, making all the cultivators in the nearby area feel their souls tremble. This was a supreme aura, comparable to that of an extreme supreme being, making all living beings tremble. The cultivators of the White Tiger clan met it head-on, directly using the White Tiger sky-flipping seal, the supreme divine weapon of the White Tiger clan, wanting to smash Elder Zhou Huang into minced meat. However, Elder Zhou Huang was wearing the Rinhuang armor so he could use the power of the armor for his own use. With one punch, a hole would be smashed in the world. 2 supreme forces collided. The White Tiger sky-flipping seal was sent flying by Elder Zhou Huang's punch, and Elder Zhou Huang was also knocked down from the sky by the power that erupted from the seal. Swish! Elder Zhou Huang rose from the ground, then directly rushed into the depths of the 100,000 mountains. Zhou Huang, you old fool, where do you think you're going? The wild man roared and recalled the White Tiger sky-flipping seal, then chased after Elder Zhou Huang. His murderous aura soared into the sky, making people's hearts palpitate. The White Tiger clan has really gone too far. Elder Zhou Yi stood high in the sky, holding the stone tower in his hand. His expression was extremely ugly. The people of the White Tiger clan were extremely arrogant. Did they really think that their clan was already invincible? He didn't chase after them because he knew that even if he did, it would be of no help. Even if he had a holy weapon, he would still be vulnerable in front of the White Tiger sky-flipping seal. As the 2 great cultivators left, the cultivators in the nearby area gathered again and began to enter the virtual sky world. Many people also chased after them. A battle between cultivators of this level could only be encountered by chance. Some people wanted to watch the battle, but there weren't many of them. Most people were attracted by the virtual sky world. The virtual sky world was a legendary existence. There were countless dangers inside, but there were also countless opportunities. There were immortals' caves left by ancient cultivators, divine medicines that could increase one's cultivation level, and rare divine materials. Everyone wanted to go in and try their luck. Back then, the founders of the 3 great Daoist groups in the human world accidentally entered the virtual sky world and obtained a Daoist book. Afterwards, they founded the 3 great Daoist groups. While the experts outside were scrambling to enter the virtual sky world, Gu Fei was already heading toward the depths of the virtual sky world. No one knew what was in the depths of the virtual sky world. Even back then, Gu Fei and the others didn't set foot in that area, so there might be an inheritance of the extreme Dao there. After all, in this virtual sky world, traces of divine tools of extreme Tao and what was suspected to be immortal divine medicine had appeared one after another. All of this was enough to drive all cultivators crazy. Boom! The void trembled, and a divine bird as large as a mountain flew across the sky. It was like an ancient golden crow, and endless flames illuminated the world. This was a strong cultivator of the Vermilion Bird clan who had awakened the Vermilion Bird's bloodline. Here, this strong cultivator's cultivation wasn't suppressed. After entering the virtual sky world, there was only one possibility. This cultivator's cultivation wasn't suppressed. That was, this cultivator had a divine tool with him. Only a divine tool could isolate the power of the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world. After the strong cultivator of the Vermilion Bird clan passed by, a huge dragon flew over from the horizon. This was an azure dragon, and with endless dragon might, it rushed into the depths of the mountain. Boom! Soon, a terrifying fluctuation infinitely close to the divine might of the extreme Tao broke out in this part of the world. Finally, someone used the second Emperor divine weapon. This kind of fluctuation was monstrous. The laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world couldn't do anything to this kind of power. That direction. On the top of a mountain in the depths of the virtual sky world, Gu Fei looked in the direction of the eternal ominous city in surprise. The Supreme Emperor's might came from there. Is someone attacking the eternal ominous city with the human Emperor divine weapon? Gu Fei was bewildered. There must be divine treasures in the eternal ominous city. Even the death aura in the city couldn't completely cover that kind of treasure light. At this time, Gu Fei couldn't care less about the eternal ominous city. Moreover, someone was coming with the human Emperor divine weapon. If he went there, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. The human Emperor divine weapon was extremely powerful, especially in the hands of the descendant of the human emperor. In front of the mountain, black chi surged and a black pillar of smoke rose up into the sky, connecting the sky and the ground. A terrifying aura could be felt from it. Gu Fei didn't expect there to be such a place in the depths of the virtual sky world. In front of him seemed to be a ghost realm. It was gloomy, terrifying and dark, and there seemed to be ghost shadows looming inside. In the ghost realm in front of him, faint ghost howls could be heard. It seemed to be a place where the souls of the dead gathered. Is it man-made or naturally formed? Gu Fei muttered to himself. He carefully observed the terrain in front of him. There were mountains on both sides, but there was a circle in the middle. This kind of layout was suitable for gathering qi. With the surrounding mountains as a barrier, it was difficult for the yin qi in the circle to leak out, and it was also difficult for the spiritual aura from the outside to enter. Over time, the yin qi condensed and formed this kind of area. If it was formed naturally, this ghost realm would not be so terrible. However, if it was formed artificially, then it was a different story. Such a yin land was definitely an excellent place to raise corpses. If someone put some evil corpses inside, the consequences would be unpredictable. To enter or not to enter. Gu Fei was a little hesitant. It should be known that the area in front of him was definitely not a good place. There must be danger inside. Such an area was likely to have given birth to experts of the ghost path. How can you get tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? Gu Fei's eyes suddenly became very firm. Then he rushed forward into the sky. The black fog lingered in the circle, blocking his line of sight. He couldn't see very far. In this kind of place, Gu Fei was very cautious. He landed on the ground from the sky. Gotcha! As soon as Gu Fei's feet touched the ground, he crushed a dry bone. The ground was covered with white bones. It was unknown how many creatures had been buried in this circle. Under the shroud of the black fog, these white bones extended all the way into the circle. He couldn't see the end of it. Seeing this situation, Gu Fei had no choice but to be careful. Countless creatures had died here. It was no wonder that this place was filled with resentment and gathered yin qi. Roar. Less than 5 kilometers after Gu Fei entered the death circle, a roar came from the front. A figure walked out of the black fog. Chapter 1692. The frightening ghost domain was a place where yin qi gathered. The yin qi here had existed for an unknown number of years. Even an expert like Gu Fei felt a chill in his heart when he walked in such a place. The ground was covered with dried bones and yin qi lingered. Not a single blade of grass grew on the ground. It was like a different world compared to the lush vitality of the outside world. Could it be that this is also an ancient battlefield? Gu Fei was very surprised that such a place suddenly appeared in the middle of the mountain. It was out of tune with the environment of the mountain. He had just entered the ghost domain for more than 10 miles when a strong death aura appeared in front of him. That death aura was rapidly approaching him. Soon, a figure silently walked out from the fog in front of him. Gu Fei stopped in his tracks. In front of him was an evil corpse. Its fluffy yellow hair covered the face of this evil corpse. A pair of blood-red eyes flickered behind the withered yellow hair. A sinister and terrifying aura spread out from the evil corpse's body. The clothes on the evil corpse were tattered and almost completely rotten. The skin and flesh under the clothes were shriveled and tightly stuck to the bones. Gu Fei discovered that there was a visible black aura lingering around this evil corpse. The evil corpse was very quiet. Its blood-red eyes were not focused and there was no spirit in them. It only stared at Gu Fei motionlessly, as if it was an evil corpse that had not developed intelligence. Roar. Suddenly the evil corpse let out a low roar. Like a wild beast, it suddenly pounced towards Gu Fei. Swoosh. The evil corpse's hands suddenly straightened. Its skinny arms were like rotten wood as if they could not be bent at all. Its 10 fingernails were several inches long and shiny black. They were like 10 small black swords that pierced towards Gu Fei. This evil corpse's pounce was extremely fierce. The distance of more than 10 meters was covered in an instant. A gust of cold wind blew over, causing Gu Fei to frown. Too slow. In Gu Fei's eyes, the evil corpse's speed was like slow motion. Every movement of the evil corpse was captured by Gu Fei in an instant. Gu Fei leisurely punched out. On his right fist, there was no resplendent chi aura rushing out, nor was there any powerful martial path true power undulation. Bang. Gotcha. Gu Fei's fist directly smashed into the evil corpse's claws, shattering its bones and shattering its palms. Black corpse blood splattered everywhere. This kind of corpse blood contained corpse poison and yin qi, and it had a very strong corrosive power. If ordinary Feis were to come into contact with this kind of corpse blood, their spirit qi would quickly be corroded, and they would turn into ordinary items. This kind of corpse blood was also the bane of flying swords. The true power on Gu Fei's body surged, a layer of chi aura faintly appearing on his martial body. The corpse blood that splashed out did not even stain his clothes. He took a step forward and punched again. Bang. The sound of bones breaking rang out once more. This time, Gu Fei's punch went straight to the center and landed on the evil corpse's chest, shattering its sternum and causing its chest to cave in. This punch not only shattered the evil corpse's sternum, but also shattered all the bones in its body. Like a pile of mud, it softly fell to the ground. However, even after receiving such a powerful blow, the evil corpse still moved, wanting to stand up. At this time, Gu Fei no longer looked at the evil corpse and continued to walk forward. Although this kind of evil creature was terrifying in his eyes, it was not much different from an ant. Of course, if Gu Fei's cultivation was also suppressed by the virtual sky world's law, the situation would be different. This evil corpse could definitely tear a cultivator in the awakening self-realm to pieces. Roar. In the depths of the ghost domain, roars and roars came from time to time. There were many powerful ghosts walking around, and the powerful death aura was vast and mighty, causing people's hearts to palpitate. The deeper Gu Fei went, the stronger the yin aura around him became, and the stronger the evil creatures he encountered were. Bang. 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 Heavy footsteps came from the left. A huge monster quickly walked over. The yin aura dispersed, revealing this evil creature's ferocious head. This was an evil creature transformed from the corpse of a strange beast. Its entire body was filled with murderous aura. Half of its ferocious head was white bone, while the other half was flesh and blood. With a dragon's head and a Qilin's body, this was a strange beast that Gu Fei had never seen before. It was incomparably powerful, far from what the evil corpse from before could compare to. This beast was 6 feet tall and its 2 hind legs were large and thick. It stood on its hind legs and rushed towards Gu Fei. Then its 2 slightly thin front legs directly slammed down towards Gu Fei. What is this thing? Gu Fei couldn't help being startled when he saw this ferocious beast. He could sense that there were 2 different types of energy inside this ferocious beast. The essence energy contained within the beast's flesh and blood, as well as the energy of death. This was a half-corpse beast. The essence energy within its flesh and blood hadn't completely dissipated, resulting in such a strange state. The 2 forces interweaved within its body, causing its combat strength to greatly increase. You think I'm afraid of you? Gu Fei once again punched upwards. It seemed like a casual punch, but it directly shattered the beast's 2 claws and sent it flying. He took a step forward, instantly catching up to the beast and stomped down. Bang! The huge beast was directly torn apart by Gu Fei's stomp. Large amounts of blood rained down from the sky. This was the essence energy contained within the beast that hadn't dissipated yet. The beast was killed on the spot. Gu Fei was very curious as to why this beast would suddenly attack him. Thinking of this, Gu Fei's heart shook. He then walked in the direction of the beast. He followed the beast's footprints on the ground, walking for several li. A towering mound appeared in Gu Fei's line of sight. It was like a short mountain standing in the black mist, faintly discernible. This was a flat land. How could there be a short mountain in a flat land? This was completely out of place with the terrain of this region. When Gu Fei walked forward, he suddenly felt a dangerous aura. A gust of wind suddenly pounced down from above without any warning. Bang! Gu Fei didn't even think about it and directly punched upward. Gua! A strange cry rang out as a black shadow was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. At this time, the mist ahead was blown away by the astral wind. A black stone tablet appeared in front of Gu Fei. The mound in front of him wasn't a short mountain at all. It was a huge tomb. Chapter 1693. A huge hill stood erect on the ground, giving off a strong sense of oppression. In front of the hill stood a stone tablet that was more than 10 zhang tall. On the stone tablet, there were a few words written in bold calligraphy. It was a type of ancient godly script that had appeared since the beginning of time. No one in the current era could understand these godly inscriptions. Only a super antique from the era of legends would know what was written on the stone tablet. When Gu Fei arrived in front of the stone tablet, his eyes never left the ancient godly inscriptions on the stone tablet. Gu Fei was shocked. There was nothing special about the ancient godly inscriptions. Moreover, due to the passage of time, the ancient characters had become a little blurry. However, when Gu Fei saw the ancient characters, he could no longer look away. The ancient godly inscriptions on the stone tablet contained a trace of Daoist rhyme. The ancient characters were like bottomless whirlpools that sucked in Gu Fei's consciousness. Boom! Gu Fei only felt a tremor. Then he felt the world spinning around him. In the next moment he found himself in a pitch-black void. There was no sky or earth, it was as if he was in the void. What? Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. At this time, Gu Fei stood motionlessly in front of the stone tablet. It was as if his divine soul had left his body. No aura could be felt from his body. This was the divine soul leaving his body. In front of the stone tablet, Gu Fei was like a walking corpse. At this time, even his primordial spirit was sitting quietly in his Naiwan palace. His essence, qi and spirit had completely quietened down. Reading a novel, if someone were to attack him at this time, he would be in danger. However, the surroundings of the ancient tomb were very quiet. There were no ferocious beasts around. That was because the exotic beast from the ancient era that was killed by Gu Fei was entrenched in this region. That exotic beast was the ruler of this region. The vicinity of the ancient tomb was the beast's territory. Other ferocious beasts did not dare to come close. At this time, Gu Fei's divine soul entered a mysterious place. In the pitch-black void there was no sky or earth. However, a trace of Daoist rhyme lingered in this place. Gu Fei sensed that this Daoist rhyme was definitely left behind by a supreme. In other words, the ancient godly inscriptions on the stone tablet were left behind by a supreme. Even after so many years, this Daoist rhyme did not disperse. Gu Fei immediately sat down cross-legged in the air and used his heart to comprehend the Daoist charm. One must know that this was a great fortune. A strand of Daoist charm left behind by a sovereign was equivalent to an ancient sovereign's inheritance. He tried to resonate with the Daoist rhyme in the air, but he found that it was very difficult. This was not something that could be done in a short period of time. He needed to comprehend it. Just as Gu Fei's divine soul entered a special state, the area 10,000 miles around the ancient ominous city was shrouded by a powerful aura. At this time, the ancient ominous city was still floating in the void. The ancient city walls were like an insurmountable mountain, blocking everyone's way. Ancient chariots appeared in the sky thousands of miles away from the ancient ominous city. The beasts that pulled the chariots were rarely seen in the human world. Such beasts could not be raised by ordinary forces. The beasts roared from time to time. On top of the chariots stood powerful cultivators. According to the flags on the chariots, one could tell that these cultivators came from different super forces. These were people from several camps. From time to time, treasures would rush out from the ancient ominous city, attracting these people. Some people even used the human sovereign divine weapon to attack the ancient city. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. A human sovereign divine weapon could not break through the ancient city. Moreover, this ancient city seemed to be nurturing a peerless evil force. This force was extremely terrifying, causing experts to be shocked. Could there be the corpse of a supreme in the city? Such a terrifying change reminded people of an ancient legend. According to legend, after a supreme died, his body would be indestructible and could coexist with heaven and earth. Such a corpse would turn into a zombie in a special place or for a special reason. Once the corpse of an ordinary person turned into a zombie, it would be very terrifying. Some people were buried in a place where yin energy gathered. Their bodies would not rot and they would turn into zombies. Once this kind of zombie was born, everything within 1,000 miles would be slaughtered. This zombie would suck the blood out of their bodies and kill them. If the corpse of an ordinary person turned into a zombie, it would cause chaos in an area, let alone the corpse of an extreme grade supreme. Once the corpse of an extreme grade supreme changed, it would be absolutely terrifying. If the corpse of a supreme really existed in the ancient ominous city, the consequences would be unimaginable. An incomparably evil aura came from the depths of the ancient city. The place was shrouded in a black mist. Even experts who had cultivated the divine eye could not see through the mist. Within the mist there was a vague black shadow. Fellow Zhou, what do you think? High up in the sky, a tall old man with a head full of white hair asked an old man in ancient armor. The old man in ancient armor was Zhou Huang, an ancient half-sage from the Zhou clan of the ancients. The armor that Zhou Huang was wearing was the ultimate trump card of the Zhou clan of the ancients, the human emperor armor. Daoist Jiang, you are too humble. How can you not see anything at this time? Zhou Huang smiled. An ancient city that even the human emperor divine weapon could not break through was already a problem. This was at least an ancient city of the same level as the human emperor divine weapon. Is there really a supreme divine treasure in the city? Jiang Xian's eyes flickered. A strong aura was emitted from his tall body, as if a hidden dragon had suddenly awakened. We will know after we break through this ancient city. Old Zhou Huang said. The Zhou clan of the ancients had a good relationship with the Jiang clan of the ancients. Old Zhou Huang had a good relationship with an ancient half-sage of the Jiang clan, Zhou Xian. This time, after receiving the invitation from the Zhou clan of the ancients, Zhou Xian immediately brought the ultimate trump card of his clan and rushed here. The people from the Li clan of the ancients had not arrived yet. At this time, 3 major forces had appeared around the ancient ominous city. These 3 forces each occupied a side of the sky. The Zhou clan of the ancients, the Dongfang clan, and the 100 races of the southern wilderness. These 3 superforces were in a stalemate. No one dared to act rashly. Even the younger brother of the Black Tiger ancestor who had a grudge against old Zhou Huang did not make a move. No one knew the outcome of the battle in the mountains. Old man Zhou Huang and the White Tiger clan powerhouse didn't say anything either. However, the other cultivators were guessing that the 2 powerhouses couldn't do anything to each other. The atmosphere was very tense. Some people gradually lost their patience while others could not hold it in any longer. Chapter 1694. In the sky outside the city, the 3 forces were confronting each other. No one was willing to act rashly. Once a battle of this level broke out, the consequences would be unpredictable. Granduncle, it's not good for us to continue like this. In the western sky, a figure stood in a chariot. It was a dark god of war who seemed to stand in the darkness forever. This person was ancient sage to be ancient sage to be ancient sage to be of the Dongfang clan. Wherever he stood, a cold aura lingered. At this time, next to ancient sage to be ancient sage to be ancient sage to be was a worried middle-aged cultivator. They were the weakest of the 3 forces. They also received news that the Li clan of the remote antiquity was coming to the virtual sky world. The Li clan of the remote antiquity was a very special clan among the forces of the ancient antiquity. This clan claimed to be the descendants of the supreme Dao ancestor, who once produced an invincible human sovereign. Such a clan possessed a heritage that the other forces of the ancient antiquity could not compare to. I hope the Zhao clan can arrive in time. Ancient sage to be also felt great pressure. Jiang Renwang of the Jiang clan of the remote antiquity had already arrived with the Jiang clan's human sovereign divine weapon. At this time, Jiang Renwang was standing together with Zhou Huang. The other party had 2 human sovereign divine weapons. He was no match for them at all unless the Zhao clan of the remote antiquity arrived in time. However, the Li clan of the remote antiquity was already on their way. The Zhou clan, the Jiang clan, and the Li clan. Once the 3 great clans of the clan of the ancients were united, They would be a force that could shake the entire human world of cultivation. Among the 4 clans of the remote antiquity, only the Zhao clan of the remote antiquity was allied with the Dongfang clan. When Madman Li arrives, we will immediately attack the city. On the other side, Elder Zhou Huang was extremely confident. With the 3 clans of the remote antiquity united, no force in the human world could compete with them. Unless those people took action, the combined power of the 3 clans of the remote antiquity was enough to sweep the entire cultivation world. Why don't we kill that ancient sage to be first? Jiang Renwang's words were extremely cold. A chilling murderous aura spread from his body, causing the wild beasts that pulled the chariot to roar anxiously. Just as Jiang Renwang's murderous aura appeared, ancient sage to be ancient sage to be ancient sage to be felt a dangerous aura coming from the direction of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity. Could it be that the 9 ancient half-sage's heart trembled? The other party was about to make a move. It seems necessary to chase away some kittens and puppies. Elder Zhou Huang nodded. The virtual sky world was originally opened by the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era after almost 100 years, but those guys from the Dongfang clan actually wanted to take advantage of it. It was necessary to let those guys know that it wasn't that easy to take advantage of them. Then let's do it. A strong will to fight erupted from Jiang Renwang's body. He took a step forward from the chariot and instantly traversed thousands of miles, appearing in front of the Dongfang family's camp. Boom! A powerful ancient semi-sage aura burst out from Jiang Renwang's body, causing the entire world to shake. All the disciples of the Dongfang family were sent flying by this extremely terrifying aura and were sent flying backwards. Only the 9 ancient half-saint could still stand on the war chariot. He was shocked and furious. He never expected the other party to be so decisive, about to take action as soon as killing intent arose. Apart from ancient half-sage Zhou, the other disciples of the Dongfang family were not prepared at all. Even the expert of the Dongfang family beside ancient half-sage Zhou's chariot was sent flying. The ancient semi-sage's powerful aura was not something that just anyone could resist. What? I'm going to kill you. Jiang Renwang was extremely domineering. He stretched his hand forward and performed the life-killing technique. The huge hand split the sky and obliterated the 9 ancient half-saint. Hand of heaven. Ancient half-sage Zhou roared and also threw a palm forward. Countless Dao patterns emerged on his palm and a huge hand rushed out from his hand. Everywhere it passed, the void was silently annihilated. Boom! Jiang Renwang's white hair danced in the wind. His tall body stood still like a huge mountain. The killing technique he performed collided with ancient half-sage Zhou's hand of heaven. This was a fight between ancient semi-sages. Every move they made contained great power. All kinds of life-killing techniques were at their fingertips. As soon as they attacked, they pierced through the void between heaven and earth. When the 2 extremely powerful forces collided, a destructive storm swept out in all directions, causing the entire world to shake violently. The cultivation of such existences was not suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world. Both of them had divine tools on them which allowed them to display their strength to the fullest. The 2 figures separated. The chariot under ancient half-sage Zhou's feet collapsed, and the beast that pulled the chariot turned into a mist of blood. What? Aren't they going to attack this ancient city together? Why are they fighting? Many cultivators outside of the 3 great forces had also arrived. They were shocked to see the sudden outbreak of the battle. Some of them recognized the tall and brave old man. That's Divine King Jiang, the ancient king of the Jiang clan. As one of the 4 great clans of the Clan of the Ancients, the Jiang clan of the Clan of the Ancients had a deep foundation. No one dared to look down on them, especially Jiang Renwang of the Jiang clan. Ever since he was born, he had never been defeated. This was very rare even among the ancient semi-sages of the 4 great clans of the Clan of the Ancients. It should be noted that in the distant past era, there were many strong cultivators. Sages did not disappear and there were even traces of supreme venerables. Jiang Renwang's attack shocked everyone. Jiang Renwang was incomparably powerful. He took another step forward and attacked ancient half-sage Zhou. Terrifying waves of divine power spread in all directions. Even the stars in the sky trembled. Jiang Renwang, others might be afraid of you but I'm not. Ancient half-sage Zhou was furious. Jiang Renwang attacked without warning. There was no hatred between the Dongfang clan and the Jiang clan of the Ancients, which made him inexplicably angry. The battle between ancient semi-sages erupted. Terrifying waves swept in all directions. Everyone had to retreat. The attack of an ancient semi-sage was enough to shake the world. Its power was so great that it could move mountains and drain seas. If one was too close and was affected, it would be unlucky. While Jiang Renwang and ancient half-sage Juyin were fighting, in the depths of the virtual sky world in the ghost realm in front of the great tomb, a figure stood motionless. This person was Gu Fei. His spirit had left his body and entered a special place to comprehend the great path. His body was standing in front of the ancient monument. Gu Fei's spirit sat cross-legged in the dark void. Ancient patterns of the great path appeared faintly around his body. His spirit resonated with the great path, and a spell was imprinted in his heart. Chapter 1695. Gu Fei's spirit left his body and resonated with the Daoist rhyme on the stone tablet. He obtained a cultivation technique. This was a technique left behind by a supreme being, so it was extraordinary. A technique valued by an ancient supreme being was definitely extraordinary. This technique shocked Gu Fei because it was actually one of the 9 secrets of Immortal Path. This secret technique was called Returning to Truth. Once it was used, it could return everything in the world to their original state. In the distant past, this secret technique was known to be able to break all kinds of divine abilities. No matter how monstrous your magic power was or how invincible your divine abilities were, as long as this secret technique was used, all magic power and divine abilities would be broken, and all power would be transformed into the most primitive spiritual aura of heaven and earth. Those who cultivated this secret technique of the Immortal Path could transform the opponent's power for their own use. This secret technique could transform the opponent's power into the most primitive spiritual aura of heaven and earth. Primitive spiritual aura of heaven and earth could be refined and absorbed by cultivators. Rumble. Just as Gu Fei comprehended the secret technique of returning to truth, the entire dark void trembled. Then, Gu Fei felt as if an invisible hand had struck his spirit out. Swoosh. Gu Fei's spirit turned into a divine light and rushed out of the stone tablet, entering the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows. When his spirit returned, Gu Fei's whole body trembled. Light rushed out from the depths of his dull eyes, and his whole body became spirited. As Gu Fei's dormant qi and blood circulated within his body, a powerful aura spread out from his body, causing the surrounding black mist to ripple. Swoosh. 2 beams of divine light shot out from Gu Fei's eyes, as if they had been struck by lightning. I didn't expect this trip to the virtual sky world to have such a harvest. Gu Fei's true force surged, and the Yuan Shin in his Naiwan palace seemed to have grown stronger. Divine halos revolved around his Yuan Shin. The little person in his Naiwan palace was no different from Gu Fei. However, the aura of the little person was completely different from that of Gu Fei. This was the nascent divinity of the immortal Tao. The little person was like a supreme immortal sovereign from the 9 heavens, sitting cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed. The aura of the immortal Tao was vast and mighty, and below the nascent divinity was a mass of primordial chaos. Within the primordial chaos, various sceneries could be seen. This was the inner world that Gu Fei had cultivated. Through that layer of primordial energy, one would be able to enter Gu Fei's inner world. There were 2 inner worlds in Gu Fei's body. One of them was located in the Mud Pill Palace, which was formed by the chaotic nascent embryo that was nurtured in the mountain and river cauldron. The other was in his Dantian. After Gu Fei killed the God Clan primogenitor of the Hell Path, he had refined the God Clan primogenitor's internal world. At that time, the primordial ancestor of the God Clan was the strongest existence in the entire Hell Dao. He was a mighty cultivator of the immortal Tao. The inner world refined by a mighty cultivator of the immortal Tao was naturally much better than that of Gu Fei's. The inner world in Gu Fei's Dantian was a divine land that was nourished by the divine spring of life and had immortal divine herbs as roots. Such a divine land was hard to come by even for supremes who had yet to achieve the Tao when they were young. As for the inner world in Gu Fei's Dantian, it grew with the improvement of his cultivation level. There was also the divine spring of life in the Dantian. These 2 inner worlds could provide Gu Fei with endless spiritual aura. Gu Fei didn't expect that he would be able to obtain the secret art of restoring truth. In this way he was only one secret away from completing the 9 secrets of the Immortal Dao. This was something that countless cultivators had dreamed of for countless years. It should be noted that ever since the Supreme Dao Ancestor created the 9 secrets of the Immortal Dao, this secret art had been regarded as the supreme secret art of the Immortal Dao. However, these 9 secret arts were no longer complete in ancient times. Even the descendants of the Dao Ancestor had only mastered a few secrets. The loss of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Dao caused the Dao Ancestor's lineage to be suppressed by other forces. Countless years had passed, and the 9 secrets of the Immortal Dao were likely to reappear on Gu Fei. Right now, Gu Fei had already obtained 8 of the 9 secrets of the Immortal's Dao. With just one more secret he would be able to make the 9 secrets of the Immortal's Dao flawless. A flawless 9 secrets of the Immortal's Dao was something that even an existence of the supreme level would covet. Gu Fei activated the secret art of restoring truth. A wave of Immortal Dao mana immediately surged out from his mud pill palace, and the surrounding yin qi and ghost fog were drawn in. Under the effect of the secret art of restoring truth, the yin qi and ghost fog gradually transformed. Soon, spots of spiritual light appeared around Gu Fei's body. These spiritual lights then gathered between Gu Fei's eyebrows and entered his mud pill palace. It can actually be done. Gu Fei was moved. The surrounding yin qi and ghost fog could actually be transformed into spiritual aura. The secret art of restoring truth was really amazing. In this way he could even use demonic aura. The Supreme Dao Ancestor was really too heaven-defying. He actually created the secret art of restoring truth that could use all the power in the world. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from afar. Then a monstrous wave came from afar. This was an aura that could make all living things tremble. Is someone using the human emperor's divine weapon? Gu Fei stopped. All the spiritual lights around him were absorbed by his primordial spirit. Then he soared into the sky and appeared in the sky above the ghost domain. That direction. After sensing the direction of the wave, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. It was the direction of the ancient ominous city. Someone was attacking the city with the human emperor's divine weapon. He knew that those people would not give up the divine treasures in the ancient city so easily. After all, it was very likely to be a divine treasure of the extreme path. Because the ancient ominous city could withstand the attack of a fully awakened divine weapon, it was very likely to be an immortal divine city. Only the legendary supreme martial artist could refine this kind of immortal divine city. Roar. A tiger's roar was heard. A wave of pressure that was not weaker than the previous one suddenly burst out. In the distant sky, a white tiger seemed to appear. Its ferocious aura spread in all directions and spread throughout the entire virtual sky world. Another human emperor's divine weapon, but it doesn't seem to be one. It seems to be a divine weapon of the White Tiger clan. The 100 clans of the southern wilderness really have a deep foundation, Gu Fei said to himself. It wasn't a human emperor's divine weapon, but it could compete with it. Could it be a divine weapon refined by a supreme martial artist? Gu Fei's expression became solemn. According to legend, the White Tiger clan was the descendant of the White Tiger, the supreme martial beast of the distant past. The blood of the White Tiger flowed through their veins. The supreme martial beast was a supreme existence comparable to the supreme martial artist. The power of a divine weapon refined by a supreme martial artist was infinitely close to that of a divine weapon of the extreme path. The experts of the 100 clans of the southern wilderness have also arrived. The virtual sky world is going to be lively. Gu Fei's pupils flickered. He hadn't completely fallen out with the Zhou clan of the Ancients, but at this time he no longer had a good impression of the Zhou clan of the Ancients. The Zhou family of the primordial antiquity only wanted to use him to open the gate of the void sky. Since the gate of the void sky was already open, he was no longer of any use to the Zhou family of the primordial antiquity. Although Gu Fei knew that he was being used, he was also using them. The relationship between Gu Fei and the Zhou clan of the primordial clan was one of mutual benefit. The moment the Zhou clan of the primordial clan discovered that Gu Fei had an extreme Dao divine armament, they immediately wanted to make a move against him. The so-called old-timers of the clan of the Ancients were unreliable. Gu Fei pondered for a while and flew directly in the direction of the ancient fierce city. If those people could really break through the ancient fierce city, he could also fish in troubled waters. At this time, a great battle broke out near the ancient ominous city. Jiang Renwang of the Jiang clan of the primordial antiquity had suddenly wanted to attack the ancient half-saint of Nine Yin. At this time Jiang Renwang and the ancient seven-step saint were already wounded, but they still didn't use their human emperor divine weapons. They wanted to defeat their opponents with their own strength. The ancient seven-step saint of Nine Yin had the Nine Yin godly physique, possessing talent that others couldn't hope to reach. However, Jiang Renwang's physical body was also a rare type of divine body. At this time, Jiang Renwang's body was surrounded by five-colored divine light, as if he was wearing a five-colored divine robe. The power of the five elements between heaven and earth was drawn over by him. This was the five elements divine body, innately close to the power of the five elements between heaven and earth. With a wave of his hand he could attract the power of the five elements between heaven and earth. At this time, old man Zhou Huang of the Zhou clan of the primordial antiquity and the expert of the White Tiger clan fought. Buzz. The armor on old man Zhou Huang's body was vibrating. The god's will in the human emperor armor had completely awakened, and the terrifying might of the human emperor spread in all directions. Above the head of that expert from the White Tiger clan, there was a huge seal floating in the air. An incomparably overbearing aura spread out from that huge seal. This was the foundation of the White Tiger clan, the White Tiger Sky-Flipping Seal. According to legend, this huge seal was refined by the supreme divine beast, the White Tiger. Although it wasn't an extreme divine weapon, it was infinitely close to it. The aura of the supreme divine beast made all the birds and beasts in the virtual sky world tremble. In the camp of the 100 clans of the southern desolate wilderness, the White Tiger clan and the Zhou clan of the primordial antiquity had a great enmity. But the Vermilion Bird clan and the Azure Dragon clan had no enmity with the Zhou clan of the primordial antiquity. Everyone thought that the four great ancient clans of the southern desolate wilderness were united and would advance and retreat together, but that wasn't the case. This was the trouble caused by the White Tiger clan, and the other ancient clans didn't want to get involved. After all, starting a war with the ancient clans wasn't a trivial matter. The four great ancient clans were clans that once produced invincible human emperors. No one dared to look down on the bloodline of the human emperor. The foundation left by the human emperor could definitely protect his clansmen. Now was the time of the Great Era. Starting a war too early wasn't a good thing. When Gu Fei arrived nearby, he realized that these guys hadn't attacked the Millennium Ominous City yet, but they had already started fighting. Soon he saw the origin of the two sides fighting. When did the Dongfang clan join hands with the White Tiger clan? Gu Fei was very surprised. The ancient half-saint of Nine Yin was fighting endlessly with a tall old man, while old man Zhou Huang was fighting with the expert of the White Tiger clan. Chapter 1696. In the area near the Millennium Fear City, the people from the two camps fought fiercely, especially the old man Zhou Huang and the cultivators of the White Tiger clan, who actually used Renhuang-level divine weapons. Terrifying vibrations swept across the area. Everyone retreated far away. Nobody dared to get close, fearing that they would be affected by the Renhuang weapons. To know that those were Renhuang weapons. Nobody could handle them. Even holy weapons would not be enough. If they were hit by the Renhuang weapons, their holy weapons would shatter into pieces. Gu Fei hid his qi and did not get close. Instead he blended in with the other cultivators. The White Tiger clan and the Dongfang clan have joined forces. This way the Zhou clan will not be able to gain any advantage, a chubby Daoist said. You're wrong. I heard that the Li clan of the ancients is on their way. Someone had a different opinion. If the Li clan of the ancients were here, the balance between the two groups would be broken. Even if the Dongfang clan and the White Tiger clan joined forces, they would not be able to change anything. I heard that the Zhao clan of the ancients is here as well, a tall and skinny middle-aged cultivator with a sallow face said. Hearing this, everyone gasped. Were all four clans of the clan of the ancients coming? Was the war going to start so early? The appearance of a great era would definitely be accompanied by chaos. Everyone would be fighting for the opportunity to become a saint. The war was unavoidable, but it would not happen too early. In the history of the world of cultivation, whenever a great era appeared, the world of cultivation would welcome a period of prosperity. However, behind the prosperity there would be chaos and danger. Every time a great era appeared, it would decline. In the end, the entire world of cultivation would be in turmoil. All forces would fight for the opportunity to become a saint. Therefore blood would flow like a river. Countless talented people would die on the path to becoming a saint. The Holy Road was destined to be a path built with flesh and blood. Boom! The two divine weapons clashed against each other, causing the entire space to tremble violently. Old man Zhou Huang and that white tiger expert were both flung backwards. I did not expect this place to be so lively. Just at this moment, an elderly voice rang out as a figure appeared in the horizon. He then strode through the void and walked over step by step. This is... When Gu Fei saw that person, his pupils involuntarily shrank. This was an old man, an expert who was not affected by the laws of this world. Madman Li, come and help me. When Jiang Renwang saw the old man, he was pleasantly surprised. The Li family from the primordial antiquity had finally arrived, and the person who had come was a rare super antique of the Li family. The newcomer wore a sloppy Daoist robe, and every step he took would instantly cross a distance of several hundred kilometers. His speed was so fast that even Gu Fei couldn't help but be secretly alarmed. It's Big Guy Zhang's voice. This kid actually arrived earlier than me. After hearing Jiang Renwang's voice, the old man's cloudy eyes immediately emitted rays of light. His entire aura became much stronger. I was wondering who it was. So it's the Dongfang family's celestial Yin physique. No wonder even Big Guy Zhang has fallen into a bitter battle. The newcomer quickly understood the situation in front of him. Hey, isn't that the white tiger sky-turning seal of the White Tiger clan? The old man was knowledgeable, and as soon as he arrived he saw through the background of the Dongfang family and the White Tiger clan. Especially the white tiger sky-turning seal of the White Tiger clan. Even Elder Zhou Huang, wearing the human emperor's armor, found it hard to suppress the white tiger sky-turning seal. This is bad. Seeing the old man's arrival, the Jiuyin half-saint and the White Tiger clan's expressions changed. The Li family of the primordial antiquity had arrived earlier than the Zhao family. The old man's appearance had broken the balance of power between the two sides. That ancient city is suspected to be the immortal city of the primordial antiquity. At this time, the old man's gaze fell on the ancient city that was floating in the sky 1,000 kilometers away. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the ancient city was not ordinary. Let's deal with these people first. Jiang Renwang spoke again. His right shoulder had been hit by the Jiuyin half-saint. His flesh was instantly mangled and his bones were almost shattered. The ancient half-saint's blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, Jiang Renwang kicked the Jiuyin half-saint's abdomen, sending him flying thousands of meters away. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. This was a battle between the divine body of extreme Yin and the divine body of 5 elements. Jiang Renwang of the Jiang family of the primordial antiquity and the Jiuyin half-saint of the Dongfang family seemed to be equally matched. Neither could truly suppress the other. Neither of them used the human emperor's divine weapon. This kind of battle was even more dangerous. You scoundrel. You really live up to your reputation. Jiang Renwang's bones and muscles shook. The divine power of 5 elements quickly circulated in his body, and the wound on his shoulder quickly healed. In just a few breaths, his injury had completely recovered. Scoundrel. The Jiuyin half-saint's eyes turned red with anger when he heard Jiang Renwang's words. Jiang Renwang had kicked him in the abdomen, and his internal organs had almost flipped over. The Jiuyin half-saint's injuries were not light. However, under the circulation of the divine power of extreme Yin, his injury also rapidly healed. The physical injuries of an existence at this level were negligible. No matter how serious the injuries were, they could be healed in an instant. The Jiuyin half-saint's physical body was extremely strong. As long as his primordial spirit was not destroyed, his physical body would not be destroyed. It was very difficult to kill such an existence. One had to use a special method to destroy his primordial spirit. Both of them knew that once they started fighting, they would not stop until one of them died. I'm going to kill you. The Jiuyin half-saint was furious. He was like a god of war standing in the darkness. The divine power of extreme Yin surged from his body, and the void where he was standing became pitch black. Clang. The sound of a sword rang out from the Jiuyin half-saint's body. Then a water-blue sword light rushed out from his body and slashed towards Jiang Renwang. The cold sword chi filled the air. This was the attack of the divine sword of extreme Yin. The sword chi of extreme Yin instantly soared up to thousands of meters. It was like a heavenly sword, as if it could split the world in half. A powerful saint-level aura appeared between the sky and the earth. The Zhou half-saint had only used the divine weapon that he had refined when he was a sage. He did not use the ultimate trump card of the Dongfang family, the Emperor's Seal. Buzz. Facing the furious attack of the Zhou half-saint, Jiang Renwang had to take it seriously. A divine bell rushed out from the top of his head, vibrating with invisible sound waves to resist the dazzling sword light that fell from the sky. Clang. The divine bell rang. Countless Dao inscriptions appeared on the body of the divine bell. The divine bell rushed up and collided with the divine sword chi of extreme Yin, shattering the sword light. At the same time, the invisible sound from the divine bell attacked the Zhou half-saint. Chapter 1697. The battle between the divine body of 5 elements of the Jiang family of the clan of the ancients and the godly body of Taiyin from the Dongfang family was earth-shattering, shocking everyone. These 2 divine bodies had appeared before in the history of the world of cultivators. When the divine body of 5 elements reached the great accomplishment stage, it would be the divine man of 5 elements. However, not everyone could reach the great accomplishment stage. However, in the distant past, the divine man of 5 elements had indeed appeared. Such an existence was unimaginably powerful and could even challenge a supreme being. Jiang Renwang of the Jiang family was once a sage. However, his cultivation had fallen from the sage realm. Even so, his combat strength was still heaven-defying. The godly body of Taiyin was also extraordinary. In the desolate era, there was once a sovereign of Taiyin who was comparable to a Renhuang. Of course, that sovereign of Taiyin had nothing to do with the Dongfang family. Clang. The divine bell of 5 elements rang and emitted the divine sound of the great path. It turned into the art of life and death and attacked the ancient half-saint of Yin. Countless Dao patterns appeared on the bell, connecting with the heaven and earth and drawing in the endless essence of the 5 elements. Roar. Ancient half-sage Yin let out a furious roar as he was sent flying by a soundless sound wave. The clothes on his upper body were torn apart, and his muscles were covered in hideous and terrifying cracks. Damn you, Jiang Renwang! The ancient half-saint of Yin suffered a great impact. His godly body of Taiyin was almost shattered. Blood seeped out of his ears and his spiritual soul was shaken. He almost fell from the sky. He was shocked and angry. The sovereign of the Jiang family was far more powerful than he had imagined. Moreover, his opponent also had a divine body that was naturally close to the 5 elements. Even those who were watching from afar were affected by the divine sound of the great path from the divine bell of 5 elements. Many of them fell from the sky. Up in the sky, Gu Fei, who was mixed in with the rogue cultivators, was also shocked. This kind of sound was definitely a terrifying art of sound. If he was hit by it, even his soul would be destroyed. The ancient half-saint of Yin was extremely powerful. As an ancient half-saint with the godly body of Taiyin, Jiang Renwang's attack only injured him but not killed him. Buzz. Ancient sage Zhou shook his divine sword. Dazzling sword light rushed out of his body and turned into sword chi of the great path. The sword chi cut through the void and instantly crossed the violent void, heading straight for Jiang Renwang. This was the sword chi unleashed by the half-step Saint Gu, and it contained the power of the great Dao. If he was struck by it, even Jiang Renwang would be in danger of being killed. Jiang Renwang could not afford to be careless. Clang. The 5 elements divine bell hovered above Jiang Renwang's head. His entire body radiated with the 5 elements divine light. Within the divine light, the 5 elements Dao patterns were faintly discernible. He was like a supreme 5 elements divine being as he rushed forward. A terrifying saint's might filled the air, shocking everyone to the extreme. Existences like them wouldn't be suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world, so they could display their fighting prowess to their heart's content. Jiang Renwang was extremely domineering. He walked in the void and with every step he took, a sword light was crushed. After 9 steps he had already crushed 9 Taiyin sword lights. Seeing this scene, the half-step Saint Gu Yin was extremely shocked. His opponent actually crushed his sword lights and rushed toward him. This was too fierce. He knew very well how powerful his sword lights were, but no matter how powerful they were, they couldn't stop Jiang Renwang, who seemed to have transformed into a 5 elements divine being. Kill. Jiang Renwang let out a furious roar. His towering figure was like an ancient sacred mountain pressing down on the Yin ancient sage-level saint. The mighty divine might caused the entire area to tremble. Although he didn't use the Renhuang divine weapon, the fighting prowess Jiang Renhuang displayed was enough to intimidate all the cultivators present. Even the half-step Saint Guyin found it hard to resist such a fighting prowess. Damn it, you're forcing me to fight with my life on the line. The half-step Saint Guyin knew that Jiang Renhuang really wanted to kill him. Thoughts flashed through his mind and soon his expression became extremely determined. Pfft! The half-step Saint Guyin screamed and spat a mouthful of blood at the Taiyin divine sword in front of him. This mouthful of blood landed on the Taiyin divine sword and entered it. Buzz! After the Taiyin divine sword absorbed the mouthful of blood, it immediately vibrated. The great path seal in the divine sword was instantly awakened. It was as if a real sage had suddenly appeared in the world. The sword chi that erupted from the Taiyin divine sword was so powerful that it made everyone's spiritual soul tremble. This was the power of a sage. Everyone felt a chill down their spine, as if they were being pointed at by countless divine weapons. They broke out in a cold sweat. In the face of this power, everyone felt how weak they were. Finally, they're getting serious. Seeing this, Gu Fei was secretly shocked. These half-step saints were really extraordinary. If it was an ordinary half-step saint, it would be impossible for them to completely awaken the sacred weapon in such a short time. Of course, the Taiyin divine sword was a sacred weapon that the half-step Saint Guyin refined himself when he was still a sage. Now that he had spat out his blood, the Taiyin divine sword had no choice but to awaken. At this time, the old Daoist from the Li family of the ancients did not make a move. He only watched from the side. If the old Daoist also made a move, the half-step Saint Guyin would definitely not be a match. However, the old Daoist seemed to care about his identity and did not want to join forces with Jiang Renhuang to fight against the half-step Saint Guyin. The old Daoist, who was called Crazy Li by Jiang Renhuang, also had the arrogance of an ancient half-step saint. After Juyin ancient sage to be spat out his blood essence, the Taiyin divine sword immediately gave off an unprecedentedly powerful sword chi wave. Many divine patterns of the Great Path appeared on the divine sword, activating the power of the Great Path. Go! The ancient sage to be Juyin pointed with his finger and the Taiyin divine sword immediately flew towards Jiang Renhuang. The terrifying sword chi fluctuated in all directions. Even 1,000 miles away one could feel the chilling aura. Let's go all out. I'm not afraid of you. Jiang Renhuang bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood on the 5 elements divine bell. Buzz! The divine bell vibrated, and circles of visible ripples spread from the divine bell. At this moment the divine bell had completely awakened. Using the essence blood as a guide, the divine weapon could be instantly awakened. This was the advantage of the divine weapons refined by the half-step saints. If it were other half-step saints, they would definitely not be able to completely awaken the divine weapon. 2 terrifying saint-level powers appeared in the sky. Jiang Renhuang and the half-step Saint Guyin both used their trump cards, and the saint-level wave was vast and mighty. The spectators in the distance kept retreating. No one could withstand this kind of pressure. Kill! Kill! Jiang Renhuang and the half-step Saint Guyin roared at the same time, and then directly made their moves. The 5 elements divine bell emitted a boundless divine light, and the terrifying sound of the Great Path shook the world. The Taiyin divine sword also emitted the strongest sword radiance. The 2 fully awakened divine weapons instantly collided. Chapter 1698. The battle between Jiang Renhuang and the ancient half-saint of Juyin could be considered a saint-level battle to some extent. It should be known that both of them were once saints. Even though their cultivation levels had dropped, they had once stood at the same height. Ordinary half-saints could not compare with them. Those who were not saints would never know how powerful and terrifying saints were. Boom! The earth and sky shook. The entire land and the void instantly turned into nothingness. Everything was destroyed. The 2 fully awakened holy weapons collided fiercely. Buzz! The divine sword of Yin vibrated and emitted an unprecedentedly powerful sword light. The sword chi spread in all directions, causing all living creatures within a radius of 100,000 miles to tremble. Plang! The 5 elements divine bell rang. The power of the 5 elements was vast and mighty. The divine sound of the Great Path spread out. Some rogue cultivators who were close to the battle immediately fell from the sky. Some people's physical bodies were not damaged at all, but their spiritual souls were shattered by the murderous sound of the great path from the five elements' divine bell. Even if some people did not die, they suffered a great impact. More than half of their cultivation went down the drain. Their foundations were destroyed by the divine sound of the great path. Or, someone roared in despair. They did not expect to end up like this. The divine sound of the great path from the five elements' divine bell was indeed terrifying. Even Gu Fei felt his spiritual soul shaking. 5 or 6 of the rogue cultivators beside Gu Fei fell from the sky on the spot. Seeing that it was impossible for them to survive, the rest of them were terrified and ran for their lives as far away as they could. Of course, Gu Fei also retreated with these people. At this time he still chose to hide. A battle of this level was not something he could withstand. The ancient half-saint was extremely powerful. After the holy weapons were completely awakened, it was equivalent to the arrival of a saint. In front of the true power of a saint, Gu Fei knew very well that he could not compete with such power. Although he had the divine weapons of the Great Path, they could not be used casually. At this time, Jiang Renwang and the ancient half-saint of Juyin were both sent flying. When the two fully awakened saint weapons collided with each other, the power that erupted was far too great. Even though they were wielders of saint weapons, they were still sent flying. The stars in the sky shook as if they were about to fall from the heavens. These two bastards. The old Daoist from the Li clan cursed. As if someone had stepped on his tail, he leaped high into the air and ran away. This guy's speed was simply too fast. In an instant he disappeared without a trace, evading the terrifying destructive power that swept out. Nothing was left of the region within 1,000 miles. A huge hole had been punched through the sky, and even the primal chaos energy had been blasted out. If it weren't for the fact that the virtual sky world was a world created by a supreme being, such a strike would have shattered it long ago. It wouldn't have ended up like this. Rumble. Right at this moment, an incomparably shocking rumble rang out in the starry skies. The battle between Old Man Zhou Huang and the powerhouses of the White Tiger clan had also reached its climax. The aura of the human emperor's divine weapon enveloped the entire virtual sky world. It was an existence infinitely close to that of a divine weapon of the extreme path. It was as if the human emperor had arrived, intimidating the entire world. Ancient human emperors were invincible existences who could challenge supreme beings of the extreme path. This kind of aura was much more powerful than that of a divine weapon. Everyone felt a great pressure, and even the several restricted areas in the virtual sky world quieted down. Who could resist the power of a human emperor? Gu Fei was also shocked. The several divine weapons of the extreme path in his body were all restless. They sensed the fluctuations of the human emperor's divine weapon and showed signs of awakening. This wasn't a good thing. With Gu Fei's current cultivation level and strength, he simply couldn't control a fully awakened divine weapon of the extreme path. In particular, Gu Fei had more than one divine weapon of the extreme path. Gu Fei had to mobilize the power of heaven and earth inside to isolate the aura of the outside world. In this way, the divine weapon of the extreme path, which showed signs of awakening because of the human emperor's divine weapon, gradually quieted down. Elder Zhou Huang and the cultivator of the White Tiger clan were fighting with all their might. In the starry sky, stars were constantly being destroyed and the whole starry sky was shaking. It was extremely terrifying. The cultivator of the White Tiger clan had the supreme divine weapon of the White Tiger clan, White Tiger Sky-Flipping Seal. According to legend, this was a divine weapon refined by a supreme divine beast. Only this kind of supreme divine weapon could compete with the human emperor's divine weapon. Are these guys done yet? An old voice sounded next to Gu Fei. Gu Fei turned around and couldn't help but be shocked. That person was the old Daoist from the Li family of the remote antiquity. This old Daoist ran back at some point and appeared next to Gu Fei. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. With his cultivation level and strength, he was actually forced to his side without realizing it. This could only mean one thing. The other party was much stronger than him. Martial body of the human race? When the old Daoist saw Gu Fei clearly saw a flash of light in the old Daoist's eyes. It was as if he had no secrets in the eyes of this old Daoist. The old Daoist's gaze was terrifying, as if he could see through everyone. Greetings, senior. When the surrounding cultivators saw this old Daoist, they were surprised and overjoyed. They quickly greeted the old Daoist with a respectful attitude, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. The people of the Li family of the remote antiquity, no matter who they were not to be underestimated. To know that the Li family of the remote antiquity was different from the other clans. Legend has it that there were supremes and human emperors from this branch. In other words, the Li family of the remote antiquity had the inheritance of both supremes and human emperors. This kind of foundation was far too deep and profound. However, when everyone was bowing to the old Daoist, Gu Fei didn't say anything. He didn't bow to the old Daoist like everyone else. This little guy is not bad. The old Daoist looked at Gu Fei and couldn't help but nod. Human cultivators were unyielding warriors who would not bow down to others easily. Cultivators had to maintain the determination to move forward bravely and never admit defeat. In fact, it was the same for other cultivators. The state of mind was important. Once one's state of mind was lost, one would be crippled and would no longer be able to move forward bravely. They would lose the right to become supremes. It was very difficult to become a supremes, but it wasn't impossible. The battle continued. Jiang Renhuang and the Zhou ancient half-saint both held their holy weapons as they fought. The power of the holy weapons continued to be released, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack. Just as the battle was in a stalemate, a group of people appeared in the sky and quickly approached. An extremely powerful aura engulfed the entire area. Has the Zhou family finally arrived? At this time, the old Daoist from the Li family of the remote antiquity also became serious. The Zhou family of the remote antiquity had finally arrived. 9 auras filled the air. These were the elites of the Zhou family of the remote antiquity. Every one of them emitted an extremely dangerous aura, and every one of them was extremely powerful. Especially the young cultivator in the lead. This young cultivator's body was filled with the aura of the divine path. He was a half-saint and extremely powerful. The people of the Zhou family of the remote antiquity were shocked by the current situation. Jiang Renhuang of the Jiang family and the Zhou ancient half-saint of the Dongfang family were fighting. What's going on? The people of the Zhou family were bewildered. The mighty pressure from the sky almost pushed them down. They actually used Renhuang divine weapons. Aren't they afraid of destroying the virtual sky world? The young cultivator in the lead of the Zhou family muttered to himself. The battle in the sky was extremely terrifying. Powerful auras kept erupting and even the stars were collapsing. Although Elder Zhou Huang was wearing Renhuang armor, it was still difficult for him to suppress the White Tiger sky-flipping seal of the White Tiger clan. Although the people of the Zhou family of the remote antiquity had arrived, they didn't make a move. Although the Zhou family of the remote antiquity and the Dongfang family were allies, it didn't mean that the Zhou family was willing to become enemies with the Zhou family, the Li family and the Jiang family for the Dongfang family. The people of the Zhou family and the Li family were watching. Jiang Renhuang and the Zhou ancient half-saints' cultivation and strength were about the same. It was difficult for either of them to suppress the other. In the end, both of them would definitely suffer. Just when everyone thought that Jiang Renhuang and the Zhou ancient half-saint would both suffer, a white figure appeared silently. When they saw this person, everyone was extremely shocked. It's him. When Gu Fei saw this person, he was also stunned. He didn't expect this person to also come to the virtual sky world. Such a person had long been invincible in the world. The age of darkness has not arrived yet. All of you stop. The newcomer was very powerful. He directly rushed between Jiang Renhuang and the Zhou ancient half-saint. That person immediately threw a punch at the 5 elements divine bell, sending it flying away. A fist mark was left on the 5 elements divine bell. What? All the cultivators who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded. That was a fully awakened divine tool, but it was smashed away by a bare-handed punch. The scene was too shocking. In the next moment, that person struck out with his palm and slapped away the great divine sword that was piercing towards Jiang Renhuang. The newcomer's strength was unimaginably strong. He was able to resist a fully awakened divine weapon with his physical body and was unharmed. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Swish. The person took a step and directly entered the starry sky. Soon the starry sky calmed down. This person was too strong. He could even ignore the Renhuang divine weapon. The battle was stopped by one person. This was really beyond everyone's expectations. If you want to take back the Renhuang divine weapon, come to the Ghost Palace of Fingdu to find me. The person took away the Rinhuang armor and the white tiger sky-flipping seal. Then he directly left without stopping. His voice came from afar. That person is... There was no one who wasn't shocked because this person was truly too powerful and his background was not small at all. Chapter 1699. The laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world were suppressed by the power of the human emperor's divine weapon, and all the cultivators in the virtual sky world could recover some of their cultivation and strength. Everyone soared into the sky and fled into the distance. Above the starry sky, the terrifying aura of the human emperor quickly faded. The newcomer was extremely powerful. He could actually fight against the human emperor's divine weapon and took it away. Ghost Emperor. Old man Zhou Huang and the expert of the White Tiger clan were shocked to the extreme. This person was too powerful, so powerful that he could ignore the existence of the human emperor's divine weapon. After the two divine weapons were taken away, the intimidating pressure disappeared. The suppressed laws of heaven and earth began to recover, and the powerful power of the law began to operate. All the cultivators who entered the virtual sky world, if they didn't have any holy tools, felt a suppressive force on their bodies, and their cultivation was quickly suppressed. Some cultivators standing in the void had to fall to the ground. Those with powerful cultivation could still use the power of magic weapons to fly in the void, but their speed was very slow. They couldn't fly thousands of miles in one go. Powerful cultivators could still use their own strength to fly in the air. It should be known that powerful cultivators had already touched the Tao. Powerful cultivators who had already reached the Tao-severing realm, even if they entered the virtual sky world, couldn't have their cultivation suppressed to the awakening realm. Some powerful cultivators could even exert the battle prowess of an immortal. I didn't expect him to be alarmed. Gu Fei looked in the direction where Ghost Emperor Fengdu disappeared and was silent for a long time. Every time Ghost Emperor Fengdu appeared, he gave him an extremely shocking feeling. Whether it was the appearance of the devil ancestor in the northern territory, or the turmoil of the heavenly ruins, or the current virtual sky world, Ghost Emperor Fengdu was invincible. In the entire virtual sky world, no one was qualified to be his opponent. Has he already become a saint? Many people had this question in their hearts. Even the ancient semi-saints thought that Ghost Emperor Fengdu still maintained his peak cultivation and battle prowess. Ghost Emperor Fengdu was undoubtedly one of the most powerful beings in the human realm. In the history of cultivation, the great eras that were incomparably prosperous had happened more than once. However, every great era would experience dark chaos in the later stages of the great era. In order to become a saint or even a paragon, all of the powerful experts would go crazy. There was only one paragon, and some of the geniuses with aspirations of becoming a paragon would fight over it. In a great battle of life and death, they would defeat their opponents one by one, and then stand at the peak of all living things, becoming the paragon of the 3 realms and 6 Daos. From Ghost Emperor Plentiful Dou's words, Gu Fei knew that an existence like Ghost Emperor Plentiful Dou had foreseen the coming of the Dark Ages. However, these people did not want the dark times to arrive so soon. If Ghost Emperor Fengdu didn't come to stop them, Old Man Zhou Huang and the White Tiger clan's warrior would certainly use their Rinhuang-level divine weapons to fight to the death. Jiang Rinhuang of the Jiang clan of the remote antiquity and the Ninein ancient half-saint of the Dongfang clan were also fighting to the death. There was no guarantee that there wouldn't be any casualties in a battle like this. As long as there were casualties, the situation would spiral out of control, and a storm of blood would erupt between the ancient desolate factions. It should be known that the ancient desolate factions were all superforces. They were the inheritances of the Rinhuang, and they had an incomparably deep heritage. If a war broke out between such factions, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that time, many people would die, and it might even trigger the Dark Ages to come earlier. As Gu Fei thought of this, he unknowingly broke out in a cold sweat. In his mind, the scene of people being plunged into an abyss of misery and suffering had already appeared. At that time, there would really be mountains of corpses. The Rinhuang divine weapons were taken away by Ghost Emperor Plentiful Dou, but Old Man Zhou Huang and the White Tiger clan's warrior didn't stop there. They were still fighting in the starry sky. On the ground, Jiang Rinhuang and the Ninein ancient half-saint were still facing each other. Jiang Rinhuang, you've gone too far. The Ninein ancient half-saint's cold voice rang out. He was really angry. He knew that he had no enmity with the Jiang clan of the remote antiquity, but this Jiang Rinhuang wanted to fight him. It was too much. Since we're not friends, then we're enemies. What's the point of saying so much? Jiang Renwang sneered. These old antiques had lived for countless years and had experienced many things. In their eyes, strength was the most important thing. In the world of cultivation, no one would be reasonable. The truth that cultivators believed in was that whoever had the hardest fist would be the one in the right. This was a world where strength determined everything. Good, very good. The 9 ancient half-saint's cold aura became even stronger. The void he stood in was pitch black, as if he would always be standing in the darkness. Come. The 5 elements' divine bell floated above Jiang Renwang's head. The sound of the grand Tao resonated, and circles of visible ripples spread out from the divine bell. The aura of the 5 elements' great Tao was vast and mighty. Half-saints, after all, were stained with the word saint. Their understanding of the grand Tao was beyond the reach of others. Especially those ancient half-saints like Jiang Renwang and the 9 ancient half-saint. In the distant past they had become saints. Such existences weren't something ordinary half-saints could compare to. Very good. The 9 ancient half-saints' battle intent was like a rainbow. The celestial divine sword in his hand emitted a dazzling sword light. A cold aura spread out from the divine sword, causing the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. All right, let's stop here. At this moment an old voice was heard. The old Daoist from the Li family of the ancients walked over. This old Daoist was very different from before. At this moment the old Daoist seemed to have become a different person. His body was surrounded by Tao rhymes. Halos danced around his body. With every step he took, Tao patterns would appear under his feet. Although the old Daoist was still wearing the same old Daoist robe, no one dared to look down on him at this moment. He was like a supreme deity from the 9 heavens. Even Jiang Renwang and the 9 ancient half-saint were shocked as he walked over. This old man seems to be even more monstrous than Jiang Renwang and the 9 old ghost. Gu Fei hid in the distance and saw this scene. He was also shocked. This old Daoist that Jiang Renwang called madmanly was incredible. Seeing the old Daoist walking over, even someone as strong as Jiang Renwang couldn't help but change his expression. To think that you've taken that step again. The 9 ancient half-saint was shocked as well. He knew how difficult that step was. He had cultivated for countless years and only managed to recover his cultivation base to the half-saint realm. However, this old man from the Li family of the ancients had obviously taken a step further than them. Although it was just a step, the difference was like heaven and earth. A demi-saint. He's a demi-saint that's even closer to becoming a sage than a half-saint. Someone exclaimed. Chapter 1700. The old Daoist from the Li clan of the desolate antiquity was incomparably domineering. His cultivation and strength as an ancient quasi-saint intimidated everyone. This old Daoist was one step ahead of the likes of Zhou and Jiang Renwang. An ancient quasi-saint wasn't someone ordinary quasi-saints could compare to. The old Daoist was like a saint descending from the heavens, causing everyone to feel a great pressure. Even Jiang Renwang, the Zhou half-saint, and the others didn't dare to act presumptuously in front of the old Daoist. They were all well-behaved and didn't dare to do anything. The old Daoist had successfully gathered all the experts here. Even the 4 ancient clans of the southern wasteland couldn't help but lower their heads. In the world of cultivation, strength was everything. Whoever was strong would have the final say. The weak would only end up being ordered around by the strong. Resistance was fine, but once the strong were angered, blood would flow like rivers. This was especially true for an ancient quasi-saint like the old Daoist. If they provoked such an existence, the consequences would be unimaginable. The 4 great clans of the desolate antiquity, the 4 ancient clans of the southern wasteland, and many vagrant cultivators. Such a force was powerful enough to cause one's heart to palpitate. It was enough to sweep through everything. No one expected things to turn out this way. This time, the Li clan of the desolate antiquity would be the one to benefit from it. Many people were angry but didn't dare to say anything. No one dared to challenge the Li clan's ancient quasi-saint at this time. One had to know that doing so was simply courting death. The antiques from the superpowers had lived for countless years. Such existences would cherish their lives even more. They wouldn't put themselves in danger so easily. Seems like there's a chance of success if we unite all the major powers. Gu Fei didn't participate. He observed from afar. The Zhou clan's Mortal King armor and the White Tiger clan's Heaven-Flipping Seal had been taken away by Ghost Emperor Fengdu. The Zhou clan of the Desolate Antiquity had lost the Mortal King Divine Weapon and the Li clan's Heaven-Flipping Seal. As for the White Tiger clan, because Ghost Emperor Fengdu took away the Heaven-Flipping Seal, they had no choice but to lower their heads. They didn't want to offend the old Daoist from the Li clan of the Desolate Antiquity. These ancient quasi-saints were well aware of the old Daoist's background. In the distant past, this guy was a ruthless character. He had once slaughtered his way into the demon realm and killed thousands of Li, shocking the world. That was when the old Daoist's nickname of Madman Li began to be called. The ancient ominous city floated in front of them, emitting an aura of death that made people's hearts palpitate. In the city, there was a tall demonic shadow looming, like a supreme demon that could kill its way out of the ancient city at any time. What's going on? How could an undying god city be occupied by demons? Everyone was incomparably shocked. Something inauspicious must have happened in this immortal city. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a scene. A terrifying aura constantly emanated from the depths of the ancient city. A layer of grayish-brown mist floated above the entire ancient city. One could vaguely see blurry figures within the hazy mist. Boom! A terrifying aura that could shake the heavens suddenly erupted. A huge seal rushed out from the ancient half-holy of Nine Yin's body and floated above his head. A powerful Renhuang aura spread in all directions. Countless ancient patterns of the way emerged on the seal, interweaving with the truths of the great path of heaven and earth. In the virtual sky world, the laws of the world were once again suppressed. Everyone felt that their power of the great path was rapidly recovering. Many people immediately recovered their magical power and magic power. Are they going to make a move? It was the Renhuang seal of the Dongfeng family. Just now, when the ancient half-holy of Nine Yin fought against Jiang Renhuang, he didn't use this Renhuang divine weapon. At this time, the ancient half-holy of Nine Yin had no choice but to use this Renhuang divine weapon. That Madman Li was not that easy to fool. At the same time, an ancient mirror emitting a faint divine light flew out from the camp of the Zhao family of the ancients. That's the mirror of heavenly path. Someone exclaimed. They recognized the ancient mirror. The Zhao family of the ancients was also a Renhuang family. The Renhuang divine weapon of the Zhao family was the mirror of heavenly path. It was a Renhuang divine weapon left by the ancestor of the Zhao family, the Renhuang of heavenly path. Buzz. The mirror of heavenly path rumbled. The spiritual qi of the world in the whole world was madly gathering toward the ancient mirror. The god in the ancient mirror was awakening and absorbing the spiritual qi of the world. On the other side, under the control of the ancient half-holy of Nine Yin, the Renhuang divine weapon was also absorbing the spiritual qi of the world in the surrounding area. As soon as the two divine weapons of the Shin King appeared, the divine power of the Renhuang divine weapon immediately spread throughout the virtual sky world. Hundreds of millions of creatures trembled, and several forbidden areas in the virtual sky world became quiet. Roar. A terrifying roar came from the ominous city of eternity. The evil existence in the city sensed the threat from the Renhuang divine weapon and reacted. After all, the Renhuang divine weapon was not a divine weapon of the great path. Otherwise, one Renhuang divine weapon would be enough to suppress the evil power in the ominous city of eternity. The old Daoist side dispatched two Renhuang divine weapons, ready to attack the city. In the ominous city of eternity, heavy footsteps were heard. The aura of death was constantly increasing, and groups of ancient corpse soldiers came out of nowhere. These were corpse soldiers known as indestructible. Even if these ancient corpse soldiers were blasted into pieces, they would reappear unless they were destroyed by a divine weapon of the great path. At this time, Gu Fei retreated silently. A great battle was about to break out. This would be a disaster. The attack from the Renhuang divine weapon would probably impact the entire virtual sky world. This time, the Renhuang divine weapon's divine power was mighty, but Ghost Emperor Fengdu didn't appear. Those great figures seemed to be just guarding against a great turmoil in the cultivation world. As for whether these people would attack the ominous city of eternity or not, they didn't say anything. Go. Ancient half-holy of Nine Yin was the first to attack. The Renhuang seal directly flew out, emitting the terrifying divine power of the Renhuang divine weapon and smashed toward the ancient city in front of them. Rumble. As soon as the Renhuang seal moved, the whole world trembled and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. The world and the void couldn't bear such a force. Buzz. When the Renhuang seal smashed down, the whole ancient city trembled fiercely, and a dull sound came from the void. At that moment, ancient Dao patterns emerged on the walls of the entire ancient city. Countless Dao patterns covered every corner of the ancient city. Boom. With a loud noise, the Renhuang seal, under the control of ancient half-holy of 9 Yin, smashed on the walls of the ancient city. The countless Dao patterns on the walls emitted a bright divine light. The whole ancient city shook violently. Countless ancient corpse soldiers on the walls were directly shaken away. Most of these ancient corpse soldiers turned into dust in the air. Although the ancient walls of the ominous city of eternity were protected by the Dao patterns, countless cracks appeared on the walls as if they were about to collapse. However, the ancient walls didn't collapse in the end. The power of the Dao patterns imprinted on the walls blocked the attack of the Renhuang seal. Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. This ancient city could even block the attack of the Renhuang divine weapon. Could this ancient city really be a divine city refined by a supreme being? The immortal divine city seemed to be immortal. The countless cracks on the walls that were smashed by the Renhuang seal disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was an ancient city that could repair itself. This wasn't a good thing. The immortal divine city could repair itself, which increased the difficulty of breaking into the city. It didn't seem to be an easy task to break into this ancient city. Swoosh. Just as the Renhuang seal smashed countless cracks on the walls of the ancient city, the heavenly mirror in the sky finally woke up completely. It emitted a bright mirror light and pierced through the ominous city of eternity. Bang! The mirror light hit the ancient city wall, and as if it had turned into a tangible light beam, it directly punched a huge hole in the ancient city wall that was full of cracks. There's hope. The old Daoist's heart skipped a beat when he saw this scene. The attacks from the 2 Renhuang divine weapons could break through the ancient city, but no one was willing to be the first to enter the ancient city. One should know that the ancient city was definitely filled with unimaginable dangers. Otherwise, the sovereign divine treasures in the city would have been taken away long ago. Everyone was hesitating, including the old Daoist. Rumble. The ancient city shook. A terrifying evil aura surged out from the depths of the ancient city. The ancient city wall that was pierced by the heavenly mirror was rapidly repairing itself. Countless Dao patterns intertwined on the city wall. Very soon, the damaged ancient city wall was completely repaired, as if it had never been pierced. Roar. At this moment, a roar came from within the ancient city. A demonic figure stood up from the depths of the ancient city. It was a figure that was thousands of zhang tall. Countless black auras lingered around the figure. It was the death qi. The death qi in the ancient city was different from normal death qi. If an ordinary cultivator breathed in a wisp of this death qi, their body and soul would be destroyed. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene from afar. Bang! At this moment, the human emperor's seal smashed down from the sky. This attack was much stronger than the previous one. Under this attack, the void was directly destroyed, leaving nothing behind. The ancient city was shaking. Countless Dao patterns were collapsing. The human emperor's seal smashed down from the sky. A section of the ancient city wall collapsed. The human emperor's seal smashed a hole in the wall. Kill. The old Daoist took the lead and was the first to rush forward. He entered the ancient city through the hole in the wall. With the strength of an ancient quasi-saint, protecting himself in the ancient city was not a problem. As the old Daoist's figure disappeared from the ancient city, an extremely powerful fluctuation appeared in the ancient city. The old Daoist was making his move. The Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity also followed the old Daoist and rushed into the ancient city. A powerful saint-level aura exploded in the city. A great battle erupted in the city. Ancient corpse soldiers could be seen flying away from time to time. Chapter 1701. The awakening of the 2 supreme sovereign weapons caused the heavens to tremble. In the end, a gap was opened in the ancient city. The old Daoist from the Li clan of the desolate antiquity directly rushed into the ancient city and began to fight against the powerful evil beings. At this time, the ancient city was filled with a gloomy fog. Sounds of footsteps came from the depths of the city as groups of ancient corpse soldiers walked out with bronze spears in their hands. The aura of death was vast. These ancient corpse soldiers had fallen for countless years, but their bodies had not decayed. They were like ghost soldiers that had slaughtered their way out of hell. However, the evil energy of the ancient city was suppressed by the two supreme sovereign weapons. Although their power had decreased a lot, it was still not to be underestimated. These evil beings, the old Daoist's speed was very fast. He had already entered the central area of the ancient city. Countless ancient corpse soldiers were rushing towards him from the street ahead. As these ancient corpse soldiers walked, they set off a black mist that was condensed from the death energy on their bodies. This black mist rushed towards this end of the street. Could it be that something bad really happened to the legendary Supreme's corpse? The old Daoist had lived for countless years. He was a character from the late period of the desolate antiquity era. He could be considered a super antique and knew many secrets of the world. Legend had it that in the distant past, after a Supreme died in the Age of Legends, his corpse became immortal and even regained its consciousness, turning into a terrifying existence. Something happened to the Supreme's corpse, and it later became the legendary Lord of Hell. Of course, this was only an ancient legend. It was hard to say whether there was a place called Hell in this world, let alone the Lord of Hell who created it. However, this ancient legend was enough to prove that once something happened to the Supreme's corpse, something unimaginable and ominous would happen. The consequences were unpredictable. Who cares? Let's get the Supreme Divine Treasure first. The old Daoist came for the Supreme Divine Treasure. He had lived for a long time and had experienced several dark upheavals. There was nothing he hadn't seen before. In this world there were not many things that could pique his interest. However, it was obvious that the Supreme Divine Treasure was enough to make an existence like him envious. The Supreme Divine Treasure was the most precious ancient scripture left behind by the Supreme. If one could obtain the ancient scripture left behind by a Supreme being, that would be a great opportunity. The supreme cultivation method of a Supreme being had a fatal attraction to every cultivator. Whoever could grasp the Sovereign's ancient scripture would be able to obtain the Sovereign's inheritance. With this inheritance they would be able to establish a super sect. The Primordially clan was known as the successor of the Supreme Daoist ancestor, which was already powerful enough. However, no one would complain about having too many supreme ancient scriptures. Roar. The old Daoist let out a furious roar. His eyes shone with a dazzling light. It was as if the sun, moon, and stars were descending in his eyes. An extremely powerful aura erupted from his body. Rumble. The space around the old Taoist was trembling. Countless divine patterns of the Great Path condensed in the space around him, triggering the power of the Great Path. At this moment the old Taoist was like a supreme god, giving off a feeling of invincibility that looked down on the world. Buzz. The void trembled and the old Taoist attacked right away. The countless patterns that appeared around him bloomed with dazzling divine light of the Great Path in an instant, turning into divine swords of the Great Path that pierced forward. This move alone was enough to prove that the old Taoist's celestial swordsmanship had reached perfection. With a thought, the divine patterns of the Great Path turned into divine swords. This was the legendary saying that having no sword was better than having a sword. Swoosh. At this moment the ancient corpse soldiers at the front raised the bronze spears in their hands and stabbed forward. A terrifying power of death erupted in an instant. Every spear pierced through the space and collided with the countless divine swords of the Great Path that were flying towards them. On the dark street, specks of light blossomed like twinkling stars. The bronze spears of the ancient corpse soldiers collided with the countless divine swords of the Great Path, exploding with dazzling light. After all, the ancient corpse soldiers were not truly peerless cultivators. These ancient corpse soldiers could only block a portion of the divine swords of the Great Path. The divine swords that could not block the rest all pierced through the ancient corpse soldiers' bodies. However, when the divine patterns of the Great Path turned into sword light and pierced through the ancient corpse soldiers' bodies, the old Taoist's expression finally changed. He could sense that after each sword light pierced through the ancient corpse soldiers' bodies, the power of the Great Path contained within them instantly weakened by more than half. The sword light of the Great Path became dim and lightless. These ancient corpse soldiers all had a strange evil power that could corrode the power of the Great Path. The old Taoist's great sword technique of the Great Path could not destroy the evil power in the ancient corpse soldiers' bodies. Although the ancient corpse soldiers were pierced by the swords of the Great Path, they did not lose the ability to fight. The wounds on the ancient corpse soldiers' bodies were also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Undying evil corpses. The old Taoist was extremely shocked. When the countless corpses in front of him were attacked by him, they only paused for a moment. Then, with the bronze spears in their hands, they once again pressed towards him. Damn it! The old Taoist was inexplicably shocked and angry. Without a doubt, something terrible and ominous had happened in this ancient city. The evil power in the city could make the ancient corpse soldiers immortal. This power could even weaken the power of the Great Path. It was no small matter. Seeing the ancient corpse soldiers approaching step by step with their bronze spears, the old Taoist suddenly took a deep breath. His belly slightly swelled up. Whoosh! The old Taoist suddenly blew forward. Boom! With a loud sound, a great fire spurted out from his mouth, immediately drowning the street in a sea of fire. The old Taoist was furious. He didn't hesitate to spurt out a mouthful of essence qi, which turned into a divine fire. He wanted to burn these ancient corpse soldiers to ashes. This was not an ordinary divine fire. It was the result of the old Taoist's essence qi and contained the power of his great path. One could faintly see Dao runes inside the divine fire. The fire soared to the sky and illuminated half of the ancient city. The Yin mist in this area was burned by this divine fire and turned into a green smoke that dissipated into the void. The divine fire was the nemesis of the evil energy in the city. Although the countless ancient corpse soldiers in the sea of fire were still silently approaching the old Taoist, their battle robes were all burning. Soon the ancient corpse soldiers in the sea of fire turned into piles of charcoal. Next to each pile of charcoal was a bronze spear. On the roof of a house 1,000 meters behind the old Daoist, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. The old Daoist's divine flame was actually able to exterminate these corpse soldiers, which made him feel very surprised. Could it be that fire was really the bane of these evil beings? Chapter 1702. The old Daoist from the Li family of the desolate antiquity spat out a mouthful of essence energy that turned into a divine flame of the Great Path, burning all the ancient corpse soldiers on the street into charcoal. /text first. The power of the divine flame of the Great Path was too great. Even Gu Fei was shocked by this scene from afar. The old Daoist was sacrificing his own essence energy to destroy these corpse soldiers. At this time, heavy footsteps came from the other end of the street. From the black mist, many figures walked out. In the depths of the ancient city, countless ancient corpse soldiers stood up. At this time, even the old Daoist couldn't help but change his expression. The dangers of the ancient city had exceeded his imagination. Countless ancient corpse soldiers appeared in front of him once again, pressing towards him with heavy footsteps. In the hands of each ancient corpse soldier was a bronze spear. The ancient spear was rusted and almost decayed, but the power of death surged on it. The ancient corpse soldiers had died countless years ago, so they carried a thick corpse aura. After being nourished by the evil power of the ancient city for countless years, these corpse soldiers were even more powerful to a frightening extent. At this time, a roar came from among the ancient corpse soldiers. A figure strode out from among them. It was a tall and strong general. A terrifying death power surged from the body of this general. His pitch-black armor was covered with slashes from swords, spears and halberds. However, there was no spirit in the eyes of this general. Although this general was mighty, he had fallen for countless years. However, this general was different from ordinary ancient corpse soldiers. Although there was no spirit in his eyes, there was a divine thought coming from his head. This ancient corpse general had already developed a certain level of intelligence. It could be said that it had become an undead creature. Although such an existence was still under the control of the evil power of the ancient city, its movements were not as slow as ordinary ancient corpse soldiers. On a roof in the distance, Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this ancient corpse general. This ancient corpse general's aura was somewhat similar to the corpse general that the old turtle had refined into an outer body incarnation. Another indestructible martial body? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. There was a subtle feeling in his heart that the ancient corpse general on the street ahead seemed to have the same bloodline as him. Roar! The ancient corpse general walked out and roared towards the sky. The entire street trembled as Yin energy surged. Just like when he was alive, he led a magnificent army to charge forward. Swoosh. The ancient corpse general took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the old Daoist. It directly punched the old Daoist's chest. This was the simplest and most direct attack. Who? The ancient corpse general's fist created a strong wind. Wherever the fist passed, the void turned into nothingness. This was the most direct and powerful force that could shatter the void. The old Daoist was startled. His long beard that was hanging in front of his chest rippled due to the impact of the airflow. The ancient corpse general's fist had not yet reached him, but he already felt a strong pressure and his breathing became rapid. Swoosh. The old Daoist's figure became blurry as he left behind an afterimage. His real body had already soared into the sky and arrived above the ancient corpse general. Annihilate the evil. The old Daoist roared. Like a big bird, he directly swooped down from the sky. His right hand reached out and pressed down on the ancient corpse general's head. Boom. The ancient corpse general's body shook. Its feet directly stomped on the green bricks on the ground and its feet sank into the ground. The old Daoist's power caused its body to sink a bit. What? The old Daoist was incomparably shocked. This evil being was ridiculously strong. He was a quasi-sage and a single palm strike from him could even crush an ancient sacred mountain. However, this evil being only sank a little as though it didn't receive much impact at all. This old guy is out of luck. Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head after seeing this scene from a distance. Trying to use force to suppress the indestructible martial physique would only cause an even more powerful counterattack from the indestructible martial physique. Bam! An extremely powerful force burst out from the ancient corpse general's body and directly knocked away the giant hand that was pressing down from the sky. Then the ancient corpse general soared into the sky and fiercely pounced towards the old Daoist. Its speed and ferocity shocked the old Daoist. Even though the old Daoist dodged, one of his sleeves was still torn off by the ancient corpse general. His arm was dripping with blood and there were 5 finger marks. How dare you? The old Daoist was furious. His eyes shone brightly as countless Dao runes condensed between his hands, turning into countless divine weapons of the great Dao that slashed towards the ancient corpse general. The power of the great Dao was mighty. The Dao runes transformed into divine swords, heavenly sabers, ancient bells, and so on. Each of these weapons displayed great power. However, a shocking scene appeared. Countless divine weapons of the great Dao slashed the ancient corpse general's body, and then they were all knocked away by the ancient corpse general. What? How is this possible? The old Daoist was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. How could this evil being's body withstand the attacks of the divine weapons of the great Dao formed from Dao runes? However, the truth was right in front of his eyes. The other party really ignored his attacks. Such a powerful body was unbelievable. This body could actually withstand the attacks of an ancient quasi-saint. Even Gu Fei was secretly shocked. The indestructible martial physique was indeed extremely powerful. Perhaps only divine weapons of the great Dao could injure it. Other divine weapons simply could not break the powerful defense of the indestructible martial physique. The indestructible martial physique was extremely powerful. It was obviously fighting based on its instincts. It directly rushed through the thousands of Dao soldiers and arrived in front of the old Daoist. Bam! Another simple punch was thrown out. The entire heaven and earth collapsed along with the ancient corpse general's fist. The old Daoist was directly knocked into the chaotic void. Many experts who were attacking the ancient city were shocked to the extreme when they saw this scene. That evil being was so powerful that even an ancient quasi-saint was not its opponent? This was not a good thing. The stronger the evil in the ancient city, the lower the chances of obtaining the supreme divine treasures. There was even the danger of dying in the ancient city. At this time, many experts had been stabbed to death by the ancient corpse soldiers with their bronze spears. Their blood essence was quickly absorbed by the ancient city and became a part of it. The divine light of magic treasures could be seen everywhere in the ancient city. The experts who were attacking the ancient city were gradually advancing towards the center of the ancient city. Although the ancient corpse soldiers were powerful, they couldn't stop the pace of a group of red-eyed experts, especially the ancient desolate forces. Among these forces there was no lack of semi-saints, and many of them even brought divine tools. The power of the ancient ominous city was suppressed by the 2 human sovereign divine weapons above the ancient city. At this time, Everyone's cultivation was not suppressed by the virtual sky world's law of heaven and earth. All the experts could attack with all their strength and display their strongest fighting strength. Fortunately, at this time, only one ancient corpse general had appeared. If another ancient corpse general appeared, then all the experts inside the ancient city would be in danger. After all, these ancient corpse generals all had the indestructible martial physique. Boom! The void collapsed. The old Daoist who was punched into the chaotic void by the indestructible martial physique corpse general broke the void and rushed out. Supreme Great Path, Heavenly Sword exterminates the devil. The old Daoist shouted. His hands formed a sword art and he was performing a killing technique of the Li family of the remote antiquity. Countless Dao patterns rushed out from his body, and a divine sword completely formed by interweaving Dao patterns appeared in his hand. Buzz! The divine sword vibrated as if it had a substantial body. A powerful sword aura of the Great Path spread out from this divine sword, making everyone's heart palpitate. Kill! The old Taoist's eyes widened in anger, and he slashed at the indestructible martial body corpse general with his sword. The divine sword of the Great Path condensed from the divine pattern of the Great Path shot out a beam of dazzling sword light and slashed forward. The indestructible martial body corpse general didn't seem to sense any danger as he continued to charge forward. However, a pair of huge hands pushed forward, causing a gust of wind to rise. The vast and mighty energy radiating from the huge hands was extremely powerful, as though it could destroy the heavens and earth. The sword light of the Great Path that the old Daoist struck out was incomparably sharp and could destroy everything in the world. Unfortunately, the old Daoist encountered the indestructible martial physique. Although the indestructible martial physique had died countless years ago, the indestructible martial physique still contained a shocking power within it. If someone could use the power within the indestructible martial physique, then this indestructible martial physique would become the most terrifying killer in the world. The indestructible martial physique punched again. This punch unexpectedly collided with the sword light of the Great Path that the old Daoist had struck out, emitting a metallic sound. There was no suspense. Even the powerful ancient quasi-saint was not strong enough in front of the indestructible martial physique corpse general. It was forced to retreat. Could this be? The old Daoist seemed to have thought of something. His face revealed an incomparably shocked expression. Even his voice was trembling. At this time, while the old Daoist was entangled by the indestructible martial physique corpse general, Gu Fei directly walked towards the depths of the ancient city. From time to time, there would be immortal light and treasure light overflowing from the depths of the ancient city. The supreme divine treasure must be located there. And there were many people who had the same idea as Gu Fei. Little kid, even you want to dip your fingers in the supreme divine treasure? An old man suddenly appeared, blocking Gu Fei's path. At this time, the location of the supreme divine treasure was unknown, but some people in the city had already started a life and death battle. You are... Gu Fei stopped, but he didn't put this old man in his eyes. This old man was merely an immortal emperor. He could kill him with a flick of his finger. The one who wants your life. There was no longer any need to conceal the murderous intent on the old man's body. A heaven-shaking murderous intent spread out from his body, causing the people in the vicinity to feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. See no ads. Full text first novel / text first novel your best choice. Chapter 1703. In the mortal world, immortal emperors were considered as the overlords of a domain. One should know that immortal emperors weren't common in the mortal world even when the great era of the mortal world had arrived. This old man was an old immortal emperor. This old immortal emperor blocked Gu Fei's path and charged towards Gu Fei with murderous intent, intending to kill Gu Fei. At this time, the supreme divine treasure in the ancient city hadn't appeared yet, but these old men already wanted to clear the area. This was the selfish desire in everyone's heart. Naturally, the fewer people fighting for the supreme divine treasure, the better it would be. The eyes of the experts that rushed into the ancient city were red with greed. As long as they could obtain the supreme divine treasure, they would do anything. Eliminating the dissidents was one of the methods. Trying to kill me? Gu Fei smiled. He was incomparably calm. This old immortal emperor was really blind to come after him. How pitiful. Little boy, if you want to blame something, blame your bad luck for meeting me. The old man's eyes flickered with ominous light as he advanced towards Gu Fei step by step. His aura also rose rapidly with each step he took. This old man was very careful. This was like a lion hunting a rabbit. Although the cultivation of this kid wasn't that great, he still wanted to kill him in one strike. I think I should be the one saying this to you. At this time, the smile on Gu Fei's face became even more brilliant. At this moment, he no longer concealed his aura. An extremely powerful fluctuation rushed out from his body. Like a dragon that was imprisoned suddenly broke free from its shackles, instantly soaring above the 9 heavens, looking down on the world with disdain. From a weak ant, he had instantly turned into a giant dragon that stood above the 9 heavens. Such a transformation was simply too unbelievable. What? The old man's expression changed drastically. The aura emitted from Gu Fei's body shook his soul, giving him the urge to kneel down. This turn of events left the old man horrified. He had thought that he was in control of the other party's life and death, but at this moment his life was in the other party's hands instead. The awe-inspiring air that the old immortal sovereign exuded earlier had long since disappeared. In its place was a look of horror. This seemingly young cultivator was actually a supreme expert. Blind as a bat, the old immortal emperor's intestines turned green with regret. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. He wanted to kill Gu Fei, but he didn't know that he was the prey. Bang! Gu Fei didn't say anything. He directly pressed his palm forward. Although the old immortal emperor was powerful, he was no different from an ant in Gu Fei's eyes. The old immortal sovereign's entire body exploded. His body and soul were completely destroyed by Gu Fei's palm strike. Some of the cultivators who were attacking the ancient city happened to see this scene. All of them sucked in a cold breath. A powerful immortal emperor was killed so easily. Those people involuntarily retreated far away, not daring to approach Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't care about those people. He discovered that the blood essence of the old immortal emperor that he killed had seeped into the ground, and his essence was being rapidly absorbed. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei felt that something was amiss. At this time, the number of cultivators attacking the ancient city increased continuously. In the sky above the ancient city, there were 2 human sovereign divine weapons, emitting the might of the human sovereign, suppressing the entire ancient city. From time to time, terrifying roars and howls could be heard from the depths of the ancient city. There were unimaginably ferocious existences in that area, but they were deterred by the 2 human sovereign divine weapons and couldn't come out. If it wasn't for the suppression of the 2 human sovereign divine weapons, no one would be able to resist them once they emerged from the depths of the ancient city. Even Gu Fei would have to retreat. The appearance of the 2 human sovereign divine weapons gave everyone a chance to seize the supreme divine treasures. However, although the supreme divine treasures were important, no one dared to enter the ancient city even if they knew that it was suicide. One must know that staying alive was more important than anything else. Since such an opportunity had appeared, they must seize it. After killing the old immortal emperor, Gu Fei continued to advance towards the depths of the ancient city. In a house a few miles ahead of him, there was immortal light and treasure qi rising. That was only the edge of the central city. Supreme divine treasure. 2 beams of divine light shot out from Gu Fei's eyes. Like a bolt of lightning, he locked onto the house in front of him. At this time, several silhouettes appeared on the roofs nearby. Some of them also stared at the house that was emitting divine light and treasure qi. All the experts who risked their lives to enter the ancient city came for the supreme divine treasures. No one was willing to retreat. There might be a supreme divine treasure in the house ahead. That house had long been targeted by some experts. Gu Fei wasn't the first. Everyone listen up. That house ahead belongs to my Zhou clan. The rest of you leave quickly. Someone shouted, declaring the ownership of the divine treasures in front. However, no one bought it. These people were all coveting the divine treasures and wouldn't give them up so easily. Bullshit. If your Zhou clan wants to obtain the divine treasures, you have to rely on your own abilities. An old voice sounded from afar. Then a tall figure walked out from the mist. This was an old man with the appearance of a ferocious tiger. You old man, get the hell out of here. Offending my Zhou clan won't end well for you. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was very domineering. The people of the Zhou clan relied on the human sovereign divine weapon, the heavenly mirror. Their attitude was tyrannical and their tone was unquestionable. One should know that one of the two human sovereign divine weapons in the sky was the heavenly mirror of the Zhou clan. If the people of the Zhou clan could completely control the heavenly mirror, the consequences would be very serious. As long as a beam of mirror light fell from the sky, even an ancient quasi-saint would be destroyed. That was the power of a human sovereign. Even a true saint would have to suffer a grievance if they came. Humph. The old man who looked like a ferocious tiger lowered his body slightly. Then he stomped on the ground and directly shot up from the roof. Like a peerless tiger king, he pounced towards the middle-aged cultivator of the Zhou clan. The cultivator of the Zhou clan was shocked. He had already seen through his opponent's background. This was an old white tiger, a cultivator of the White Tiger clan. The White Tiger clan was one of the 4 ancient clans of the barbarian wasteland. The blood of the White Tiger clan flowed in their bodies. This was a kind of inheritance that was no weaker than that of a Renhuang. The middle-aged cultivator dodged. Boom! The old man who looked like a ferocious tiger landed on the roof where the middle-aged cultivator was. The entire house shook violently. The tiger's power was terrifying. Fight. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei was secretly happy. If these people were to fight, no one would stop him. He jumped off the roof and disappeared into the street. There were no ancient corpse soldiers on this street. Those ancient corpse soldiers were attracted by the old cultivator of the Li clan and some other powerful fluctuations. In other areas of the ancient city, many true holy weapons were completely awakened. This kind of power was enough to attract the ancient corpse soldiers in the ancient city to suppress them. On the contrary, there were not many ancient corpse soldiers patrolling the areas without any fluctuations. This kind of situation was very advantageous to Gu Fei. While the cultivator of the White Tiger clan was fighting with the middle-aged cultivator of the Zhou clan, Gu Fei had already approached the house that occasionally emitted divine light and treasure aura. When Gu Fei arrived at the door of the house, he was shocked. It was a pair of bronze doors with ancient runes engraved on them. Not only the bronze door but even the walls of the entire house had Dao patterns faintly appearing. The Dao patterns on the house were intertwining, forming a powerful force of the Great Path, suppressing the divine light and treasure aura inside. However, even with the suppression of the ancient runes, there were still divine lights rushing out from the house from time to time. Even the runes couldn't completely suppress the divine lights inside the house. Gu Fei realized that this house wasn't big, but it seemed to be suppressing something inside. Divine light and treasure aura are faintly discernible. Could it be that there really is a sovereign god trove inside? However, Gu Fei knew that there were other places in the ancient city with similar divine lights and treasure aura. In other words, there might be more than one divine trove inside the ancient city. This type of runes. Gu Fei wanted to open the 2 bronze doors, but he realized that the runes were actually ancient runes evolved from the perfect Great Dao. In other words, the one suppressing this house was a sovereign. What exactly is inside? Gu Fei was very curious. Something that was worthy of the sovereign of the ancient realm personally suppressing was definitely extraordinary. One should know that the sovereign of the ancient realm was invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the 3 realms and 6 paths, there weren't many things that were worthy of the sovereign of the ancient realm's respect. Bang! Gu Fei used all his strength and directly punched the 2 bronze doors. However, the 2 bronze doors didn't budge an inch under his attack. This was a punch that Gu Fei used all his strength. Even a sage-to-be wouldn't dare to take such a punch head-on. Could even destroy a mountain. Do I have to use the cauldron of mountain and river? Gu Fei was a little hesitant. He looked up at the 2 human emperor divine weapons in the sky that were emitting the aura of the human emperor. He knew very well that if he took out the cauldron of mountain and river, the supreme divine weapon would be stimulated by the aura of the human emperor divine weapon and would definitely be completely awakened. Once the cauldron of mountain and river was completely awakened, even Gu Fei wasn't confident that he could control it. Since he couldn't use the supreme divine weapon, how could he open these 2 doors? Gu Fei fell into deep thought. He tried to communicate with the cauldron of mountain and river with his mind and then tried to draw out a wisp of primordial chaos chi. After a few attempts, the primordial chaos chi on the cauldron of mountain and river was successfully activated by him. Primordial chaos chi was the ancestral chi between heaven and earth. It could dissolve any kind of Dao power between heaven and earth. Back then, Gu Fei used primordial chaos qi to break through the Buddhist Tao pattern that sealed the Hell Path and entered the Hell Path. Since the Buddhist Tao pattern of the ancient Buddha master could be broken, then the Tao patterns of other supreme martial artists should also be able to be removed. At this time, the wisp of primordial chaos qi that was drawn out from the cauldron of mountain and river had already moved to Gu Fei's right hand. His entire right hand turned the color of primordial chaos. An extremely ancient aura spread from his right hand. Without hesitation, he reached out his right hand and pressed it on the two bronze doors. Chapter 1704. The chaotic primordial energy circled around Gu Fei's right hand. He pressed his right hand on the two bronze doors. The moment his hand touched the doors, the entire room lit up. Countless Tao patterns were directly activated, emitting a supreme aura that shook the heavens. At this moment, all the ancient corpse soldiers in the entire ancient city fell down like pieces of wood. The power of a supreme being erupted. The evil power in the city was suppressed and the ancient soldiers in the city lost control. Bang! At this moment, the indestructible martial body corpse general that was fighting against the old Daoist was sent flying by the old Daoist. It fell into a pavilion and never came out again. The power of a supreme being, this. The old man wasn't affected by the power of a supreme being, but his expression became extremely serious. The appearance of the power of a supreme being wasn't a good thing. He came from the Li clan of the ancients and had secret treasures with him, so he wasn't afraid of the power of a supreme being. However, the others weren't so lucky. The moment the power of a supreme being erupted, everyone felt their spiritual souls trembling. This kind of fear came from the depths of their souls. Everyone couldn't help but kneel down. Their bodies trembled in extreme fear. Even if someone had a holy weapon, it was useless. In front of the power of a supreme being, even saints would have to bow their heads. There was no suspense because a supreme being was invincible. Buzz. The mirror of heavenly law and the seal of the emperor that were fixed in the sky above the city vibrated at the same time. The appearance of the power of a supreme being caused these two imperial weapons to have a strong reaction. Whoosh. On the surface of the mirror of heavenly law, countless runes of the great path intertwined. A destructive beam of light shot out from the mirror and swept towards the house below. The power of the Ren Huang erupted, causing the entire world to tremble. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but change his expression. The Ren Huang divine weapons were displaying their power and the divine will inside them was actively attacking. This was the same as an ancient Ren Huang taking action. Even though he had the protection of a supreme divine weapon, it didn't mean that he could resist this kind of power. Boom! The mirror light emitted by the heavenly law mirror swept down from the sky, and the entire house suddenly shook. The supreme Tao patterns that were branded on the house flickered with bright Tao light, and a powerful supreme power spread out. The supreme patterns of the great path intertwined and blocked the mirror light of the mirror of the heavenly law, a divine artifact of Ren Huang. The two supreme powers collided and cancelled each other out. The entire ancient city shook violently. After all, this ancient city was a sovereign divine city. Although the tremors were intense, there were no signs of damage. Not even a brick or tile fell from the buildings and pavilions in the city. The entire ancient city was extremely stable. However, Gu Fei was the one who suffered the most. When the supreme level energy burst forth, he received a huge impact, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was horrified. He found that he couldn't pull his right hand back from the bronze door. His right hand was stuck to the bronze door by a powerful force. The primordial chaos qi was refining the supreme power on the bronze door. The supreme power was gradually being refined in front of the primordial chaos qi, but the process was very slow. The two energies were intertwined, causing Gu Fei to fall into a predicament. How could this be? Gu Fei's martial arts' true power was surging all over his body. He wanted to break free from the suction force on his hand, but he found that it was useless. His own strength was negligible in front of the supreme power. Do I really have to go that far? The thoughts in Gu Fei's mind spun rapidly, causing the entire house to tremble. Transparent ripples spread out. The power of a supreme being nearly caused his martial body to collapse. If he hesitated any longer, his body and soul would be destroyed. Roar! Gu Fei roared. Immediately, a powerful aura erupted from his body. At this moment, the sky trembled and the two Ren Huang divine weapons above the ancient city shook. Buzz! A rumbling sound came from Gu Fei's body. A huge cauldron rushed out from his dantian and floated above his head. Streams of primordial chaos qi descended from the cauldron like huge dragons, protecting Gu Fei within it and repelling the Supreme Being's power. The mountain and river cauldron. In the distance, the old Daoist was incomparably shocked. The mountain and river cauldron had appeared. The supreme power was awakening and the entire heaven and earth was suppressed. The ancient city that was shaking gradually calmed down. The two human emperor divine weapons above the ancient city were shaking. The deities in the weapons seemed to be very uneasy. The human emperor's power continued to descend from the sky, contending against the power of the mountain and river cauldron. Rumble. The entire house was shaking. The supreme Tao patterns were flashing, and the divine light and treasures in the house were surging. The treasures in the house seemed like they were about to rush out. However, with the suppression of the supreme Tao patterns, it was impossible for the treasures in the house to rush out, unless someone broke through the supreme power. Open for me. At this time, Gu Fei could use his full strength. Streams of primordial chaos qi surged from his right hand, intertwining with the supreme power on the bronze door. As he exerted his full strength, the supreme Tao patterns on the bronze door quickly dimmed. The supreme power triggered by the supreme Tao patterns was constantly being disintegrated by the primordial chaos qi. What is he doing? The old Daoist had already arrived near the house. However, at this time the supreme powers were fighting against each other. Even if the old Daoist had secret treasures on him, it was still difficult for him to get close to the house. In the ancient city, except for a few people who could walk around, everyone else was unable to move. The deity in the mountain and river cauldron was awakening. The aura of the human emperor divine weapon awakened the sleeping deity of the mountain and river cauldron. The supreme power was gradually increasing. This was a supreme divine cauldron that had appeared since the mythological era. It had the power to suppress the heaven and earth. It was one of the publicly recognized supreme divine weapons in the 6 Daos of the 3 realms. The primordial chaos qi in the mountain and river cauldron was drawn by Gu Fei. The supreme Tao patterns on the bronze door were constantly being erased. Soon, Gu Fei's right hand passed through the layer of supreme power on the surface of the door and pressed on the bronze door. A cold feeling came from his right hand. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. At this time he had a bad feeling. There really was a supreme divine treasure sealed in this house. Where did this little guy come from? He actually has the mountain and river cauldron. The old Daoist was shocked to the extreme. He could feel the extremely vigorous blood energy fluctuations on Gu Fei's body. This was a young expert. The primordial chaos qi could dissolve all the powers in the world. Seeing someone about to break the supreme seal on the house, the old Daoist couldn't help being shocked and angry. Chapter 1705. Weng. The mountain and river cauldron shook. Primordial chaos qi and the ancestor qi of heaven and earth engulfed Gu Fei completely. No one could see what was going on inside, not even the experts with the divine eye or the heavenly eye. Rumble. The ancient city shook. At this moment the powers of the Supremes were fighting against each other. The ancient city was shaken. Terrifying cracks spread in all directions with the house as the center. In the end, this ancient city was still damaged. The supreme-level divine city seemed to be unable to withstand the collision of the 2 human emperor divine weapons and the mountain and river cauldron. Even the old Daoist from the Li family of the desolate antiquity had to retreat. The legendary mountain and river cauldron was awakening. It was as if a supreme being had appeared in the world. The divine might that the mountain and river cauldron exuded could crush everything. Who would be able to contend against such a mighty aura? What's going on? Everyone was stunned. The appearance of a supreme being's divine might in the ancient city was not a good thing. Who could raise their heads under the might of a supreme being? This was the might of a supreme existence that stood at the peak of all living beings. The divine might of the mountain and river cauldron suppressed the heavens. Although it did not threaten everyone, all the experts that attacked the ancient city, except for a limited number of people, did not even have the strength to move a finger. This ancient cauldron was said to have supreme divine might that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This was not a lie. Near the house that was covered by the supreme being Tao runes, a figure stood on top of a pavilion and looked towards the mountain and river cauldron. This was a person standing completely in the darkness. His entire body was surrounded by yin qi, giving off an eerie feeling. That kid, Zhuin ancient sage to be stared at the ancient cauldron floating in the void. His expression kept changing. He and Gu Fei were both earths, but the opponent actually had a supreme being divine weapon. This was not good for the entire Dongfang clan. The Dongfang clan was destined to face a calamity after provoking such a person. In another direction, old man Zhou Huang stood in the void. There was an aura around his body that made him fearless of the supreme might and allowed him to walk freely in the ancient city of China. The supreme god treasury is about to be taken away. Old man Zhou Huang's eyes flashed with a brilliant light from time to time. The primordial chaos qi in front of him was vast and mighty. The power condensed by the supreme Tao patterns on the house was constantly being obliterated. It was only a matter of time before that person broke through the supreme seal of this house. At this moment, an old man stood below the heavenly Tao mirror. This old man was a half-step saint from the primordial Zhao clan. He was also enveloped by a mysterious aura that could isolate the aura of a supreme being from the outside world. In the entire ancient ominous city, only the 4 experts could walk freely in the city. The others were all suppressed by the power of the mountain and river cauldron. They couldn't even move a finger. The 4 experts were all nervously staring ahead. Buzz. In the sky above the ancient city, the 2 human emperor divine weapons were vibrating. The deities in the heavenly Tao mirror and the human emperor's seal felt threatened by the mountain and river cauldron, so they automatically attacked the mountain and river cauldron. Shua. Tens of thousands of divine lights of the great path flashed. The heavenly Tao mirror condensed the power of the great path of the supreme Renhuang. It emitted a destructive mirror light that was enough to destroy the world and swept towards the mountain and river cauldron. The mirror light contained the power of the great path of the Renhuang. Wherever it passed, the sky and the void were directly annihilated. It was so terrifying that even a peak saint would be destroyed in body and soul if he was illuminated by it. However, this power of the great path could not obliterate the primordial chaos qi. The primordial chaos qi rose and blocked the light of the heavenly Tao mirror that swept down from the sky. Roar. An earth-shattering roar came from the primordial chaos qi. A huge dragon rushed out of the primordial chaos qi and directly shattered the light of the heavenly Tao mirror. It rushed towards the heavenly Tao mirror in the sky. The 4 experts were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. This huge dragon was the legendary supreme divine beast, the Azure Dragon. Although it was not a real supreme divine beast and was only a dragon soul, it was enough to shock the world. It should be known that the combat power of an ancient supreme divine beast was enough to challenge an extreme supreme being. Boom! The Azure Dragon soared into the sky. The world shook and the heavenly Tao mirror fixed in the sky shook violently. It was almost knocked away by the Azure Dragon. The human emperor's divine weapon roared, and the divine power of the human emperor burst out, suppressing the soaring Azure Dragon. The heavenly Tao mirror and the human emperor's seal shook at the same time. The mighty divine power of the human emperor shook the entire ancient city and the entire virtual sky world, causing the billions of creatures in the virtual sky world to tremble. The 2 human emperors' divine weapons exerted their power together and finally resisted the counterattack of the mountain and river cauldron. While the 2 human emperors' divine weapons were confronting the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei had already stimulated the primordial chaos qi and dissolved the supreme Daoist pattern on the bronze doors. The cold aura coming from behind the bronze doors made Gu Fei frown. Without the suppression of the supreme Daoist pattern, the 2 bronze doors could finally be opened. Even Gu Fei himself felt a little nervous. Rays of divine light and the aura of treasures came out from the bronze doors. Gu Fei could feel a kind of spiritual fluctuation in the divine light and the aura of treasures. Open. Gu Fei pressed his right hand on the bronze doors, trying to push them open. However, the 2 bronze doors only shook a little under his push. They couldn't be pushed open at all. What? The 2 bronze doors were too heavy. They were like 2 ancient divine mountains. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised. The force of his push could even push down a real mountain. Roar. A deep roar came from Gu Fei's throat. He pressed both hands on the bronze doors and pushed them forward with all the martial art true power in his body. Rumble. A muffled sound rang out. The 2 bronze doors were finally pushed open by Gu Fei, revealing a gap. A gust of cold wind blew out from the gap. Gu Fei only felt goosebumps all over his body. This cold wind even made him feel bone-chilling. If it was anyone else who was blown by this cold wind, they would have instantly turned into an ice sculpture. Why is it so cold? The uneasiness in Gu Fei's heart grew stronger. Through the gap of the bronze doors he could see divine light flickering inside. The aura of treasures rose. There seemed to be many divine treasures inside. However, a cold aura was vast and mighty in the room. It was inharmonious with the divine light and aura of treasures inside. This made Gu Fei's heart feel alarmed. The bronze doors gradually opened. The bright divine light made Gu Fei almost unable to open his eyes. The aura of treasures was like mercury spilling out from the slowly opening doors. Even the primordial chaos chi could not completely block the divine light and aura of treasures. From time to time, the divine light would pierce through the primordial chaos chi and shoot out from the mountain and river cauldron. Supreme divine treasure. That guy opened the supreme divine treasure. On the roof far away, the four experts were incomparably shocked. That kid actually opened the supreme divine treasure. It should be known that the supreme divine treasure was personally sealed by an extreme grade sovereign. Even if these people had human emperor divine weapons in their hands, they knew that it would be impossible for them to break the supreme seal that was personally laid down by an extreme Dao sovereign and open the sovereign divine treasure. This is outrageous. The ancient nine-shade half-saint could only watch helplessly. At this moment there was nothing he could do. The mountain and river cauldron was sealed there. Even human sovereign divine weapons could not blast it open. Let's use the two human sovereign divine weapons to blast the mountain and river cauldron open, the Li family elder of the primordial antiquity shouted. The four experts all had some kind of secret treasure that could isolate the supreme divine aura outside of their bodies. This way they would not be affected by the supreme divine aura and maintain their best state. All right. The ancient nine-shade half-saint was the first to nod. He did not want Gu Fei to obtain the supreme divine treasure. If Gu Fei monopolized the supreme divine treasure, the Dongfang family would have to face an even more terrifying Gu Fei. The elder of the Zhao family of the primordial antiquity also agreed. Zhou Huang of the Zhou family of the primordial antiquity also felt that this was the best way to obtain the supreme divine treasure. The four experts reached a consensus and all rushed into the sky towards the human sovereign divine weapons in the sky. The Li family elder of the primordial antiquity and the Zhao family elder of the primordial antiquity worked together and used all their strength to activate the heavenly mirror. The god in the heavenly mirror had long been fully awakened. Swoosh. Under the joint efforts of the Zhao family and the old Daoist, the heavenly mirror launched an ultimate attack. The peerless and powerful human sovereign divine aura exploded. Under this ultimate attack, the primordial chaos chi below was broken by the mirror light, and the mirror light shone directly on the mountain and river cauldron. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron shook and a circle of ripples spread from the cauldron. The ultimate heavenly mirror's mirror light was shattered by this circle of ripples. The old Daoist and the elder of the Zhao family of the primordial antiquity vomited blood and flew back. On the other side, the ancient nine-shade half-saint and Zhou Huang temporarily put aside their grudges. The two of them worked together to control the human sovereign seal and suppress the mountain and river cauldron below. There was no suspense. The human sovereign divine weapons were only weapons refined by the invincible human sovereign of the mortal world. Although they were infinitely close to a supreme divine weapon, they were still not a supreme divine weapon. The mountain and river cauldron, on the other hand, was a supreme divine weapon that had appeared since the mythological era. The two human sovereign divine weapons could not do anything to the mountain and river cauldron, let alone blast it away. However, the attack from the human sovereign divine weapons had affected Gu Fei more or less. These bastards, Gu Fei cursed and continued to push the bronze door. At this time, the bronze door was already wide enough for one person to enter and exit. Then he did not hesitate and directly walked in. When Gu Fei entered the room, he was immediately shocked by what he saw. In the middle of the room there was a coffin, a crystal coffin. The real reason why Gu Fei was stunned was that there was a woman lying in the crystal coffin. Chapter 1706. Gu Fei used all his skills and even used the mountain and river cauldron to open the house that was sealed by the supreme Dao rune that the supreme being had personally laid down. The house didn't look big from the outside, but the space inside was very spacious. It wasn't filled with divine treasures like Gu Fei had imagined. The divine light and the aura of treasures all came from one place. It was a coffin, a crystal coffin, and inside the crystal coffin lay a beautiful woman. In fact, Gu Fei couldn't really see the woman's appearance clearly. He had an intuition that the woman in the crystal coffin should be the most beautiful goddess in the world. The so-called supreme divine treasure is only a crystal coffin. Gu Fei couldn't help but be stunned for a while when he saw this result. He never thought that there would be a coffin in the house that was personally sealed by the supreme being. This house was simply a tomb. The hazy corpse in the crystal coffin made Gu Fei's scalp tingle. The cold aura was spreading from the crystal coffin. How could this be? Gu Fei was inexplicably shocked. The Supreme Being had personally sealed this crystal coffin in this house. What was she guarding against? Could it be that there was something strange about the woman in the crystal coffin? Thinking of this, Gu Fei had to be careful. He didn't dare to easily approach the crystal coffin in the middle of the house. He looked around and saw that the floor of the house was covered with mysterious and ancient Dao runes. Even the walls and ceiling were the same. In other words, every place in this house was branded with the Dao runes of the Supreme Being. The divine light and the aura of treasures lingered above the crystal coffin. From time to time, divine light would rush out from the crystal coffin. Even the supreme Dao runes in the house couldn't stop it. At the same time, the aura of treasures rose from the crystal coffin. It seemed that the supreme great Dao was evolving in the crystal coffin, and the sound of the great Dao seemed to be lingering in the house. What? Gu Fei was truly stunned this time. The divine voice of the supreme great Dao. Could it be that the one buried in the crystal coffin was actually a supreme being, and a female supreme being at that? Since ancient times, there had been many supremes in the world of cultivation. The mountain and river cauldron that Gu Fei had obtained had existed since the distant mythological era. In other words, in the extremely distant age of legends, there was already someone who became an invincible sovereign in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and he even created a sovereign artifact. However, as far as Gu Fei knew, among the supremes since ancient times, only the moon deities were female supremes. Although the moon deities had disappeared for countless years, its immortal moon palace appeared in the east of the heaven realm. When Gu Fei was in the heavenly realm, he had once entered the palace of the moon deities. In the palace of the moon deities in the heaven realm, a terrifying existence appeared. After the fall of the Supremes, the immortal resentment turned into a fierce evil. This fierce evil turned the palace of the moon deities into a land of death. Even the thousands of miles around the palace of the moon deities had become a land of death. Could it be that the corpse of the Supremes in the crystal coffin has undergone a transformation? Thinking of this, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. If this was the case, it would be terrible. Gu Fei knew how terrifying the immortal resentment of the Supremes was. The appearance of the palace of the moon deities in the past had caused countless cultivators to fall inside. Weren't the moon deities buried in the palace of the moon deities? They shouldn't have appeared here. Could it be that the woman in the crystal coffin was another female supreme being besides the moon deities? The crystal coffin that could be personally sealed by the Supremes definitely had a great origin. The Supremes stood at the peak of the 3 realms and 6 paths. They were invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Such an existence, even if they had fallen, their flesh would still be immortal. The corpse of the Supremes was not something that anyone could get close to. Even the existence of the great saint realm could not withstand the aura of the Supremes emanating from the corpse. The appearance of the corpse of the Supremes could definitely cause a turmoil in the dark. For an unparalleled existence of a supreme being to lay down a supreme being's Dao mark to suppress this place, the woman within the crystal coffin could very well be a female supreme being. Boom! At this moment there was a loud noise outside. The divine power of Ren Huang came in from outside the door, and the supreme Dao pattern in the entire house lit up. The supreme Dao pattern intertwined and the power of the Supremes condensed. These powers were like divine chains of the great path of the Supremes, entangling the crystal coffin in the house. Those guys. Gu Fei's expression changed. The power of the Renhuang divine weapon was incredible. One should know that it was a divine weapon refined by an invincible existence infinitely close to the Supremes. Even if the mountain and river cauldron sealed the surrounding area, it was difficult to completely isolate the divine power of Renhuang. Outside the house, in the sky, the 4 experts controlled the heavenly mirror and the seal of the Renhuang, and launched an attack on the mountain and river cauldron outside the door. Under the attack of the 2 human Renhuang divine weapons, the mountain and river cauldron was shaking. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron shook and the chaotic primordial chi was mighty. Figures of giant ancient beasts were faintly discernible in the chaotic primordial chi, and terrifying fluctuations spread in all directions. That was the roar of countless ancient beast souls. Above this ancient cauldron, there were countless beast souls of giant ancient beasts. Although these giant beasts did not have a powerful physical body and only had beast souls left, they were still extremely powerful. Especially the beast souls of the 4 great ancient beasts, they were even more powerful and terrifying. Rumble. The old Daoist and the other 3 experts attacked with all their strength. They were desperately driving the human Renhuang divine weapons like crazy. These people did not even care about the vitality, they wanted to make the Renhuang divine weapons display the strongest divine power. Above the heavenly mirror and the seal of the Renhuang, there was a figure appearing. It was a phantom formed by the gods will contained in the human Renhuang divine weapons, and a terrifying Renhuang aura spread out from the 2 phantom figures. That was a wisp of Renhuang's will. Boom. The 2 phantom figures reached out their hands and pressed down on the mountain and river cauldron. The void collapsed and everything was destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Although they were phantom figures, they were like real invincible ancient human Renhuang attacking. The 2 invincible forces broke through the layers of primordial chaos energy and slammed into the mountain and river cauldron, causing it to shake violently as though it was about to be blown away. Roar. A terrifying roar sounded, and 4 beast shadows rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron. 4 ferocious auras were extremely powerful. They ignored the divine power of Renhuang and directly rushed into the sky, towards the 2 human Renhuang divine weapons in the sky. Supreme Divine Beast. Seeing the 4 beast shadows, the old Daoist and the others couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Those were 4 terrifying beast shadows that emitted supreme auras. They were the 4 ancient supreme divine beasts: the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. Although the 4 ancient supreme divine beasts didn't have supreme physical bodies, they could still use some of their divine powers and techniques. Endless chaotic primordial chi crazily gathered towards the 4 beast shadows. The bodies of the 4 supreme divine beasts were condensed from chaotic primordial chi, as if they had turned into 4 ancient beasts of chaos. They directly shattered the mighty power of the human Renhuang divine weapons, and the 2 human Renhuang divine weapons were blown away. Well, the old Daoist and the other 3 cultivators all vomited blood. The 4 cultivators suffered a great impact, and their expressions immediately became weary. This time their vitality was injured. Even the powerful human Renhuang divine weapons couldn't withstand the power of the 4 supreme divine beasts. To a certain extent, the mountain and river cauldron could be said to be the emperor among the supreme divine weapons. It was definitely one of the most powerful supreme divine weapons in the world. Even the 2 human Renhuang divine weapons weren't strong enough in front of the mountain and river cauldron. Just as the mountain and river cauldron repelled the 2 human Renhuang divine weapons, Gu Fei saw the most unbelievable thing in his life in that room. The crystal coffin seemed to be stimulated by the supreme divine power and actually shook. Gu Fei seemed to see the woman in the crystal coffin open her eyes. Chapter 1707. The divine might of a supreme being was mighty. In the room sealed by the supreme being, the crystal coffin seemed to sense the threat and actually began to shake. The divine chains of the great path condensed by the supreme being's power were vibrating, and countless Tao patterns were circling. The supreme being's power erupted, and the chains of the great path sealed the crystal coffin. The supreme Tao patterns in the entire room emitted a dazzling divine light of the great path. A supreme being's great path was evolving in the room, and the divine sound of the great path lingered. It was as if a supreme being was preaching the great path, chanting the supreme great path. When this great path entered his ears, Gu Fei felt enlightened. Gu Fei sensed the hazy Tao, and his spirit almost fell into a deep level of comprehension. However, it was not good to enter that state at this time. However, at this time, the primordial spirit of the immortal path sitting in Gu Fei's mud pill palace flew out. Ancient talismans of the immortal path condensed around the primordial spirit, and then were imprinted on it. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He felt that his primordial spirit seemed to have some kind of resonance with the divine sound of the great path in the room. The ancient talismans imprinted on his primordial spirit made him clearly feel that his primordial spirit was growing stronger. Could it be that the Supreme Being's seal here was set by the legendary Supreme Dao ancestor? Gu Fei knew that his primordial spirit cultivated the cultivation method of the immortal path, which was different from his own martial cultivation method. Therefore he did not deliberately cultivate the great technique of the immortal path. However, although he did not deliberately cultivate his primordial spirit continued to grow as his cultivation continued to improve. At this time his primordial spirit of the immortal path actually resonated with the supreme great path here, which surprised Gu Fei greatly. It seemed that no one could have such a great harvest in this trip to the virtual sky world. Not only did he obtain the complete peerless ominous saber, but he also obtained one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Not everyone could have this kind of fortune. And now his primordial spirit was also being nourished. This was an ancient immortal talisman formed by the Paragon Immortal Dao. It was branded on his primordial spirit, making his tiny primordial spirit look like an immortal descending from the 9 heavens. Immortal light illuminated the entire room. The supreme power of the immortal Dao erupted. In the end, the trembling crystal coffin was still restrained by the exalted great Dao divine chains that coiled around it, and it was completely suppressed. Throughout the ages, only the supreme Dao ancestor who founded the immortal Dao had become a supreme. Even though countless others had embarked on the path of cultivation, none of them had become a supreme. The path of the paragon could be walked again, but the paragon could not be replicated. There was only one paragon in the immortal Dao, and that was the legendary paramount Dao ancestor. Therefore, if the supreme Dao pattern on this house was truly an immortal Dao pattern, then the person who laid down the supreme seal was undoubtedly the supreme Dao ancestor. Who was the woman in the crystal coffin? She actually needed the Wuxiang Dao ancestor to seal her. The great Dao divine chains that coiled around the crystal coffin could only be broken by the arrival of a supreme or the complete awakening of a supreme immortal artifact. Of course, Gu Fei did not dare to break the seal laid down by the paramount Dao ancestor. Who knew what was sealed in the crystal coffin? If the corpse of a supreme was sealed in the crystal coffin, then he would be in big trouble. Since there was no supreme divine treasure, Gu Fei wanted to leave. However, when he saw the immortal Dao primordial spirit floating in front of him immersed in a strange state, he hesitated. He could feel the mysterious feeling of listening to the paragon immortal Dao, because the primordial spirit's response would be transmitted to his spirit. The immortal Dao primordial spirit resonated with the paragon immortal Dao. To a certain extent, this was also a supreme divine treasure, and Gu Fei's primordial spirit would receive unimaginable benefits. Thinking of this, Gu Fei simply sat cross-legged on the ground and activated the primordial chaos qi to protect himself, waiting for his immortal Dao primordial spirit martial path to end. At this time there was also primordial chaos qi outside the house. A huge cauldron floated in the primordial chaos qi, emitting a supreme divine might that shocked the heavens. In the sky above the ancient city, there were 2 great human sovereign divine weapons, the heavenly Dao mirror and the human sovereign seal. After the 2 human sovereign divine weapons were repelled by the mountain and river cauldron, they did not attack again. The gods in the human sovereign divine weapons could sense the power of the mountain and river cauldron. The human sovereign divine weapons were the same as the supreme divine weapons, in that they nurtured gods inside. The fully awakened human sovereign divine weapons could attack and kill their opponents on their own. At this time the old Daoist elder Zhou Xian and the other experts had already retreated. They had already been injured by the mountain and river cauldron's counterattack. Injury to one's vitality was no small matter. Even an existence like the old Daoist did not dare to underestimate it. He had to temporarily retreat and stabilize his injuries before he could attack again. The human sovereign divine weapons and the mountain and river cauldron faced each other. The entire ancient city was silent, and the air seemed to have frozen. Only the house that Gu Fei had entered occasionally emitted divine light. Within the house the supreme great Dao was evolving. There seemed to be divine sounds of the great Dao lingering in the air. Such sounds were extremely precious to the old Daoist. He came from the Li family of the ancients and was the successor of the legendary supreme great Dao ancestor. Members of the Li family of the ancients all had the blood of the supreme great Dao ancestor flowing in their veins. The old Daoist sat in the air 100 miles away from the ancient city. He could hear the sounds coming from the city. Divine light of the immortal Dao surrounded his body, and the little person sitting in the middle of his brow resonated with the great Dao. That was the immortal Dao Yuan soul that the old Daoist had cultivated. At this moment, the little person sitting in the middle of the old Daoist's brow also had ancient talismans of the immortal Dao. They then imprinted themselves on the primordial spirit. However, the talismans of the immortal Dao around the old Daoist's primordial spirit were dim. The amount of immortal Dao energy gathered on the talismans was not much. This was also a type of inheritance. Every ancient talisman contained the mysteries of the immortal Dao. As long as one could understand it, one could become a supreme immortal Dao. However, this was the Dao created by the supreme great Dao ancestor. It seemed impossible to completely understand the Dao created by others. The Dao created by each person belonged to the individual and could only be completely suitable for the individual. Everyone's encounters were different. This meant that the path that each person walked would not be the same. Only the Dao that one created would be the most suitable for oneself. The old Daoist was already a demi-sage. If he took another step forward, he would become a sage. However, taking this step forward was very difficult. At this time, the old Daoist's cultivation bottleneck showed signs of loosening. This was the influence of the Supreme Great Dao left behind by the Supreme Great Dao ancestor. One should know that the Supreme Immortal Dao created by the Supreme Great Dao ancestor might not allow one to become a Supreme Immortal Dao, but becoming a sage was still possible. Chapter 1708. With the advent of the Great Era in the human world, the great path of heaven and earth became touchable and was no longer as elusive as before. Such a change in the world gave all cultivators the opportunity to comprehend the great path. Although the period of 100 years in the human world was very short, the cultivation world in the human world was full of flowers and countless strong cultivators emerged. Some heaven-defying figures even grew triumphantly in this short period of 100 years and became powerful existences that could compete with half-step saints. This kind of situation was absolutely unimaginable before the arrival of the Great Era. It should be noted that for cultivators, 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Some old antiques even spent hundreds or even thousands of years in closed-door meditation. One day in the mountain was equivalent to 1,000 years in the world. Of course, some heaven-defying figures in the cultivation world had different opportunities and obtained divine treasures or cultivation techniques that could make them heaven-defying. However, this kind of great opportunity was not something everyone could encounter, and now, Gu Fei encountered great opportunities one after another in the virtual sky world. In the house that was sealed by the Supreme Dao ancestor, there was a mark of the great path left by the Supreme Dao ancestor, so Gu Fei's primordial spirit of the immortal path obtained great benefits. The ancient supreme ancient talisman was imprinted on his primordial spirit. It was a kind of inheritance of the Supreme Dao ancestor, and each ancient talisman contained Dao intent. As long as he could comprehend this kind of ancient immortal talisman, he could become the second Supreme Dao ancestor. However, Gu Fei knew very well that he wouldn't become the second Supreme Dao ancestor because there was only one Supreme Dao ancestor in the immortal path. Since ancient times, those who could become Supreme Dao ancestor had created their own flawless great path. The ancient city was shaking. The mountain and river cauldron suppressed the ancient city and confronted the two supreme emperor divine weapons in the sky. This kind of confrontation made the billions of creatures in the virtual sky world tremble. The evil power in the ancient city had been completely restrained, and the terrifying existence in the depths of the ancient city didn't dare to come out. The power of a supreme being could suppress everything. Except for a few experts with secret treasures, no one could resist the power of a supreme being. Even the most powerful existence in the virtual sky world had to bow its head at this moment. There was no suspense at all. Supremes were invincible and couldn't be contended against. Supreme beings were too powerful. The unmatched divine artifacts they refined were also the world's most powerful divine artifacts, containing supreme being imprints, able to release supreme being level power. If a supreme artifact was in the hands of a supreme being, it could display a terrifying divine might that could destroy heaven and earth. Streams of primordial chaos energy lingered in the air, enveloping the entire house. But even so, there were still divine lights that rushed out from the house from time to time. Even the power of the mountain and river cauldron couldn't completely isolate the divine light rushing out of the house. Inside the room, countless supreme being Dao patterns interweaved. It was as if an ocean of the great Dao was formed inside. Gu Feipan was there, not moving at all. A small figure floated above his head, releasing endless immortal Dao divine light. Countless ancient Dao talismans swirled around the small figure. In the void, there seemed to be the voice of the supreme Dao ancestor preaching the Dao, chanting the supreme mysteries of the immortal Dao. Gu Fei's primordial spirit was still growing. Countless ancient Dao runes faintly appeared on his primordial spirit. It was the complete evolution of the immortal Dao. How much he could comprehend would depend on how much Gu Fei understood about the immortal Dao. This was enlightenment. No one could help Gu Fei. Only when he comprehended himself would he obtain it. If he didn't, he wouldn't obtain anything. In the sky outside the ancient city, there was another person comprehending the Dao. It was the old Daoist from the Li clan of the Desolate Era. The divine voice of the great Dao lingered in the void and was captured by the old Daoist. The old Daoist encountered such a great opportunity. The old Daoist was extremely powerful. He was an ancient quasi-saint, only half a step away from becoming an immortal saint. However, he had been stuck at this half-step for countless years. At this time, the shackles of his cultivation seemed to have loosened. If he could successfully break through, an immortal saint would appear in the mortal realm. Once he became a saint, he would jump out of the 3 realms. He would no longer be within the 5 elements and could ignore the laws of heaven and earth. However, although the old Daoist captured the divine voice of the great Dao, it didn't allow him to break through the shackles of cultivation and become a saint. 24 hours later, Gu Fei's primordial spirit awakened from a deep level of enlightenment. His primordial spirit was extremely stable, and ancient Dao runes faintly appeared on it. Gu Fei could feel that his primordial spirit contained a huge amount of primordial spirit power. With this kind of primordial spirit power, if he used the primordial spirit sword, it would probably be able to block even a holy weapon. Whoosh! The primordial spirit sitting cross-legged above Gu Fei's head turned into a beam of divine light and instantly entered his forehead, returning to his Naiwen palace. The moment the primordial spirit returned, Gu Fei's Naiwen palace also seemed to resound with the divine voice of the great Dao of the great Dao. The primordial spirit sat cross-legged in his Naiwen palace, looking dignified. The divine light of the immortal Dao emitted from the primordial spirit illuminated the entire Naiwen palace. On the other side of the Naiwen palace, a world was evolving. It was not the inner world that Gu Fei had opened up. Unexpectedly, this time, Gu Fei's primordial spirit was baptized by the great Dao of 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 Gu Fei. His primordial spirit became extremely powerful, and he could completely sense the subtle places in the Naiwen palace. Before this, Gu Fei's primordial spirit could not completely sense the existence of the inner world in his Naiwen palace. Only Gu Fei's divine consciousness could enter that inner world. But now, Gu Fei's primordial spirit could actually sense the existence of the inner world in the Naiwen palace. Phew! Gu Fei let out a long breath and stood up from the ground. At this time, the Supreme Dao pattern that the Supreme Dao of the Great Dao laid down by the Supreme Dao of the Great Dao had completely suppressed the crystal coffin. The crystal coffin was no longer strange. It's time to leave. Gu Fei had obtained what he wanted. Naturally, he would not stay here. The voice of the Great Dao in the house disappeared as if it had never appeared in the first place. What's going on? Just as the voice of the Great Dao disappeared, high up in the sky outside the ancient city, the old Daoist also woke up from the state of enlightenment. He was inexplicably shocked. The disappearance of the voice of the great Dao almost made him vomit blood. He was at a critical juncture. If he could continue for a little longer, he might be able to see through the great Dao of the sage. But sometimes there were just such coincidences. Although the old Daoist was shocked and angry, there was nothing he could do. Could it be that my cultivation will forever stop at the level of quasi-sage? The old Daoist was unwilling to accept this. He was so close, but it was this short moment that made him lose the opportunity to enter the great Dao of the sage. I must obtain the thing in that house. The old Daoist knew that the voice of the supreme Dao of the great 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 Dao came from the house that Gu Fei had broken into. As long as he could enter that place, he would be able to obtain what he wanted. However, at this time, there was a cauldron of mountains and rivers there. Unless a supreme being came in person or the old Daoist had a supreme divine weapon, there was no way he could break through the cauldron of mountains and rivers. Virum. At this time, the cauldron of mountains and rivers that was above the house suddenly shook and let out a roar. Then the chaotic primordial chi that enveloped the area began to retreat like the tide. Seeing this scene, the old Daoist's eyes suddenly lit up. A figure appeared in the chaotic primordial chi. He controlled the cauldron of mountains and rivers and rushed out of the ancient city. He wanted to break through the seal of the ancient city and directly break out. Whoosh! Just as Gu Fei rushed out with the cauldron of mountains and rivers, a dazzling divine light swept down from the sky and penetrated the cauldron of mountains and rivers. The Renhuang divine weapon attacked on its own. The heavenly mirror evolved the supreme power of the great path and turned into divine light. Wherever it passed, the sky and the void were directly annihilated, leaving nothing behind. This kind of power of Renhuang was infinitely close to the power of a supreme being. Its power was so great that ordinary people could not imagine it. Roar! Just as the divine light that rushed out from the heavenly mirror swept down, a roar suddenly came from the cauldron of mountains and rivers. The shadow of a beast rushed into the sky and met the light of the heavenly mirror. Boom! This was a huge collision and the entire ancient city almost collapsed. This was the power of a supreme being against the power of a Renhuang. To a certain extent, this was a different kind of confrontation between a Renhuang and a supreme being. The heavenly mirror represented the Renhuang of the ancient Zhou family. And the cauldron of mountains and rivers had a mysterious origin. In that incomparably long mythological era, this supreme divine weapon had already appeared. No one knew which supreme being had refined it. The mythological era was really too far away from the present. When the heavenly mirror launched its attack, the seal of the Renhuang also moved. A large seal emitted endless divine light and the mighty power of Renhuang directly smashed down from the sky. Under the attack of the two Renhuang divine weapons, the cauldron of mountains and rivers kept shaking. However, there were constantly shadows of beasts rushing out from the cauldron of mountains and rivers. Supreme divine power burst out, blocking the power of the two Renhuang divine weapons. Even so, the mighty aftershock almost caused the entire ancient city to crumble. This is outrageous. Gu Fei was angry. Even Buddha had fire. He did not provoke the two Renhuang divine weapons in the sky, but these two Renhuang divine weapons refused to let go of Gu Fei. Buzz! Gu Fei gritted his teeth and released another supreme divine weapon. A sword sound rang through the sky, and a purple-golden divine light rushed out from Gu Fei's dantian. In the purple-golden divine light, a divine sword was faintly discernible. That was the purple-golden divine sword. The moment it sensed the fluctuation of the Renhuang divine weapon, the God's will within the purple-golden divine sword was awakened, and a peerless and powerful sword chi appeared between heaven and earth. Swoosh! The purple-golden sword light rushed out from the ancient city, breaking the power of the Renhuang divine weapon and sending the heavenly mirror flying. It was too powerful. The purple-golden divine sword was a supreme divine weapon that dominated the attack, and the combat power it displayed was extremely fierce. Another supreme divine weapon. Seeing this scene, the cultivators outside the ancient city were shocked to the extreme. Chapter 1709. Buzz! The sound of the sword shook the heavens. The purple-gold divine sword revived on its own, displaying a terrifying divine might. With one slash, it sent the heavenly mirror flying. The heavenly mirror was the supreme divine weapon of the Zhou family of the clan of the ancients. It contained a God's will and was almost equivalent to a supreme divine weapon of the great path. The sword aura rushed into the sky. After the purple-gold divine sword sent the heavenly mirror flying, it made a turn in the sky and rushed directly towards the seal of the human emperor. Bang! The seal of the human emperor vibrated and emitted the supreme divine might of the human emperor. Hundreds of millions of human emperors' Daoist patterns rushed out from the ancient seal and interweaved into a figure that looked down on the world. Just like the ancient Eastern emperor who looked down on the East domain and fought invincible in the world, the god in the seal of the human emperor was also going all out at this moment. To a certain extent, a supreme divine weapon that gave birth to a god could be said to be a kind of life, a special kind of existence. The figure condensed from hundreds of millions of human emperors' Daoist patterns was so powerful that it was hard for people to believe it was a supreme being. The whole world shook under the pressure of this figure. Too powerful. Even the old Daoist from the Li family of the clan of the ancients was extremely shocked. The ancient Eastern Emperor was extremely powerful and dared to compete with supreme beings of the Great Path. The divine weapon refined by such a powerful human emperor was also extremely powerful. The figure condensed from countless human emperors' Daoist patterns smashed towards the purple gold divine sword with the seal of the human emperor in its hand. Hundreds of millions of human emperors' Daoist patterns bloomed with dazzling divine light of the Great Path at the same time. This kind of power was enough to trample the Great Path of heaven and earth under its feet. The laws of heaven and earth in the entire virtual sky world were completely suppressed by the power of the human emperor. At this time, the cultivation of all the cultivators who entered the virtual sky world was no longer suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world. They could all display their real cultivation and strength. However, when the human emperor's divine weapon and the supreme divine sword fought, all the cultivators were terrified to the extreme. The supreme aura made them unable to even think of resisting. The power of human emperors and supremes was so great that it caused people to feel despair. Many people's Tao hearts were affected, and even their unyielding wills were shaken. Another great destruction occurred. The purple gold divine sword collided with the human emperor's seal. The power of the human emperor and the power of a supreme being collided head-on, and the resulting shockwaves shook the entire virtual sky world. The ancient vicious city below was cracking apart, suppressed into the depths of the earth by the power that descended from the heavens. In the ominous city, Gu Fei used the cauldron of mountain and river to protect himself. He rushed out of the ancient city and into the sky. He had used 2 divine weapons of the highest path. The threat of the Renhuang divine weapons to him was negligible. Let's go. Gu Fei didn't stop. He used the 8 directional void steps and seemed to merge with the void of heaven and earth. His speed was so fast that even the divine eyes of cultivators could only catch a trace of his shadow. At that moment he felt a powerful fluctuation coming from the inner world in his dantian. It seemed that someone had made a breakthrough, causing a huge disturbance that affected the entire inner world. Was it Gu Zhong or He Tian? In Gu Fei's inner world, Gu Zhong was thrown into a killing formation to temper himself. Gu Zhong's cultivation hadn't broken through to the almighty cultivator realm, so he absolutely couldn't come out. Ever since He Tian fought against Imo Tian and was seriously injured, he had been recuperating in Gu Fei's inner world. This guy benefited from his misfortune. Gu Fei specifically asked for a drop of the immortal divine liquid from the ancestral dragon's immortal medicine for him. The medicinal power contained in this drop of immortal divine liquid could not only cure He Tian's great path injury, but it could also improve his cultivation to the next level. In an instant, Gu Fei rushed thousands of miles away. He flew toward the entrance of the virtual sky world without looking back. The things he obtained in this trip to the virtual sky world were beyond his expectations. The reason why he agreed to open the virtual sky world to the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity was because he wanted to get the other half of the peerless ominous saber lost in the virtual sky world so that this supreme divine weapon could become a perfect supreme divine weapon again. Since his goal had been achieved, Gu Fei had no reason to stay in the virtual sky world any longer. The virtual sky world was evil enough, and the peerless ominous city was an extremely evil place. In this immortal divine city there was actually a supreme buried there. Intuition told Gu Fei that the crystal coffin sealed by the supreme Daoist ancestor would be a disaster sooner or later. The peerless ominous city wasn't the only ominous place in the entire virtual sky world. If every ominous place was so terrifying, the virtual sky world would definitely be the most mysterious and terrifying place in the 3 realms and 6 paths. The old Daoist and a few other strong cultivators saw Gu Fei leaving, but they couldn't stop him. The fluctuations of the human emperor divine weapon and the supreme sword aura were too powerful. Even if they had secret treasures, these people had to retreat far away. They could only watch as Gu Fei disappeared into the horizon. Buzz. The purple gold divine sword collided with the human emperor's seal in the hands of the figure condensed from billions of human emperors' Daoist patterns in the sky. The supreme sword aura swept the human emperor's seal away. Then the purple gold divine sword directly turned into an immortal sword light and chased after Gu Fei. The figure condensed from billions of human emperors' Daoist patterns held the human emperor's seal in his hands and stood high in the sky. The divine power of the human emperor shocked the heavens. This figure didn't chase after the purple gold divine sword. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked to the extreme. Dong Huang was worthy of being one of the most powerful human emperors since ancient times. His human emperor's seal could actually collide with a real supreme divine sword. Although the human emperor's seal was at a disadvantage in the collision with the purple gold divine sword, it was still enough to shock the world. The heavenly path mirror of the Zhou family of the ancients was obviously much weaker than the human emperor's seal. Among the human emperors there were also strong and weak ones. This result made the strong cultivators of the Zhou family of the ancients very unhappy. Could it be that the ancestor of the Zhou family of the ancients, heavenly path Ren Huang, couldn't compare to Dong Huang of the Dongfang family? Although some people thought this, they didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, it was not a good thing to offend the Zhou family of the ancients. At this time, as the purple gold divine sword left, the supreme aura rapidly weakened. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The worst thing had not happened. After all, if the purple gold divine sword and the human emperor's seal fought desperately, the entire virtual sky world would probably be destroyed. Everyone in the virtual sky world would probably die there. Roar. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, ancient half-Saint Juin let out a furious roar and soared into the sky, colliding with the figure condensed from billions of human emperors' Daoist patterns. He fused together with the figure. An incredible scene appeared. Billions of human emperors' Daoist patterns were branded into ancient half-Saint Juin's flesh and bones. Even his soul had human emperors' Daoist patterns. Roar. Ancient half-Saint Juin kept roaring. Countless human emperors' Daoist patterns intertwined on his body. His appearance was also constantly changing. Sometimes he turned into a tall and mighty middle-aged man, and other times he turned into himself. This is... The old Taoist from the Li family of the clan of the ancients seemed to be stunned when he saw this. He looked at ancient half-Saint Juin in the sky in disbelief, and his voice trembled. Chapter 17:10. Rumble. Hundreds of millions of Renhuang's Daoist patterns intertwined in the sky. Ancient semi-holy Juin's body shone with boundless divine light of the great path. He seemed to have turned into the great path of the world. A powerful and invincible aura gradually appeared on ancient semi-holy Juin's body. This aura forced all living beings to bow their heads and submit. Could it be that the legend is true? The old Taoist from the Li family of the clan of the ancients muttered to himself. He seemed to have seen something, but he wasn't sure because it was too unbelievable. Could it be? At this time, Zhou Huang from the Zhou family of the clan of the ancients was also shocked. He had a bad feeling. Ancient semi-holy Juin seemed to be using some kind of secret technique. He's going to... The cultivators from the 4 great clans of the clan of the ancients were all shocked. Ancient semi-holy Juin was going to bring their ancestor back to the human world. Roar. Ancient semi-holy Juin roared madly. His voice grew louder and louder until the entire virtual sky world shook along with his roar. The bloodline of ancient Donghuan in his body was burning. The power in the deepest part of his bloodline was awakened. The invincible Ren Huang might appeared between heaven and earth. Finally, ancient semi-holy Juin stopped roaring. He also turned into a tall middle-aged man who emitted invincible might. Is it really our ancestor? The cultivators from the Dongfang family were extremely excited. The middle-aged man ancient semi-holy Juin had turned into was their ancestor, the invincible ancient Donghuan. There was a portrait of ancient Donghuan in the Dongfang family, so these people couldn't be wrong. Hundreds of millions of Renhuang's Daoist patterns entered the body of this black-haired middle-aged man. The invincible might of Renhuang that shook the entire world also quickly faded. The Renhuang seal vibrated as if it had met a relative. This is against the heavens. The other forces of the clan of the ancients were stunned. Even the ancient clan of the southern wilderness retreated far away. Although this tall middle-aged man was just standing there, he made people want to kneel before him. Heavenly mirror. When the middle-aged man saw the heavenly mirror floating in the distance, his eyes immediately shot out 2 incomparably sharp rays of light. He wanted to make a move, but in the end he didn't. That heavenly Dao mirror was extremely uneasy. Then it actually turned into a streak of divine light on its own and rushed into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. It actually escaped. The middle-aged man did not stop them. I can't believe that I can reappear in this world. The might of the human sovereign had completely disappeared. The middle-aged man looked like an ordinary person. He held the human sovereign's seal in his hand and sighed. The human sovereign's seal in his hand gradually calmed down. Greetings, old ancestor. The few remaining cultivators of the Dongfang family rushed over and knelt at the feet of the middle-aged man. They were incomparably excited to be able to see the legendary figure of their family. Get up. The middle-aged man said indifferently. He did not look at those people. Instead, his eyes scanned the depths of the earth. Both the supreme divine might and the power of the human emperor disappeared, and the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world began to operate again. Some people began to feel that their cultivation levels were being suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth in this part of the world. What's going on? At this time, Gu Fei had already arrived near the exit of the virtual sky world. He felt something strange behind him and couldn't help but be astonished. The divine might of the human sovereign behind him had actually disappeared. Swish. At this time, a streak of divine light rushed over from behind him and directly entered the spatial passage in front of him, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Heavenly Tao mirror? Although Gu Fei only took a quick glance, he still saw an ancient mirror wrapped in that streak of divine light. The divine might of the human sovereign emanated from that ancient mirror, and even the great path was suppressed. What's going on? Even the heavenly Tao mirror was scared away. Gu Fei felt his scalp tingle. Even the revival of the purple gold divine sword didn't scare away the divine weapon of the human sovereign. Could it be that the corpse of the supreme martial artist in the ancient city had appeared? Who cares? Let's get out of here first. Although Gu Fei was very curious, he knew that if the corpse of the supreme martial artist in the ancient city really appeared, even he would be in danger. He had just obtained a great fated chance, so he had no time to pay attention to other things for the time being. The most important thing now was to find a place to do closed-door meditation. At this time he sensed that the fluctuation coming from the inner world in his dantian was getting stronger and stronger, as if a savage beast from the desolate era was awakening in his inner world. Haitian, this guy, there was no need to ask. It was definitely Haitian's doing. The spiritual aura in his inner world was attracted by him. This guy was using the endless spiritual aura in his inner world to make a breakthrough. Gu Fei put away the purple gold divine sword and the mountain and river cauldron, then rushed to the exit of the virtual sky world and directly entered the spatial passage. That spatial passage was fixed by the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era. As long as they had the permission of the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era, anyone could enter and exit the virtual sky world through this spatial passage. Of course, some powerful people didn't need the permission of the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era at all. They could directly enter the virtual sky world without any scruples. Faced with this kind of situation, the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era usually compromised. Just like the 100 clans of the southern wilderness, it would be a disaster if they didn't let them enter the virtual sky world. The power of the 100 clans of the southern wilderness could definitely drive away the people of the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era. Although this was the 100,000 mountains, it was also the territory of the 100 clans of the southern wilderness. In particular, among the 100 clans of the southern wilderness, the 4 great ancient clans were even more powerful. Each of the 4 great ancient clans had a divine weapon of the same level as the human emperor's divine weapon. The 4 great ancient clans were the descendants of the supreme divine beasts. Their resources were so deep that even some of the forces of the Desolate Era couldn't compare. Now the Rift Valley had become a place jointly controlled by the major forces. They joined forces and used their supreme power to fix the gate of the void sky. It had to be said that these super forces were indeed amazing. Even if the heavenly demon rushing 7 evils phenomenon disappeared, it would still be difficult to close the gate of the void sky. When Gu Fei walked out of the gate of the void sky, everyone was stunned. It's you. The white-clothed woman wearing a veil hat stood on the square formation platform. When she saw Gu Fei, her body seemed to shake slightly. Gu Fei, you didn't die in there. At this time, countless experts gathered in the Rift Valley. Among them were experts from the Zhao clan of the Desolate Era and the Dongfang clan. When these people saw Gu Fei walking out of the virtual sky world, they were all shocked and angry. There are really a lot of people who want me dead. When Gu Fei landed on the square formation platform in front of the gate of the void sky, at least a dozen murderous auras erupted around him. See no ads. Full text first novel / text first novel, your best choice. Chapter 1711. As soon as Gu Fei came out of the virtual sky world, more than a dozen murderous intents rushed towards him. More than a dozen experts locked onto him at the same time, and some of them were about to attack. Humph, Gu Fei sneered. He didn't take these people seriously at all. He even dared to fight against ancient half-saint, let alone these small fries. Gu Fei, you devil. You've killed countless fellow Daoists. Everyone has the right to kill you. Someone yelled. Gu Fei looked in the direction of the voice. I was wondering who it was. So it's the dogs of the Dongfang clan. Do you think you're qualified to represent the world? Gu Fei said disdainfully. The grudge between him and the Dongfang clan had long been known. In the sky-splitting valley, there weren't many experts from the Dongfang clan. There were only 5 or 6 of them, but it had to be said that every one of them was a great expert. If these people joined forces, they would definitely be a powerful force that could run amok in the human world. However, in front of Gu Fei, these people were actually not much stronger than ants. Great experts of martial arts were invincible in the same realm. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, no great expert could compete with him, not even peak great experts. Fellow Daoists, don't let this devil escape. Let's attack together and kill this devil. Someone yelled. The direction of the voice was from the Zhao clan's camp. The people of the Zhao clan also had a great grudge against Gu Fei, so they naturally wanted to tear him to pieces. You're courting death. Gu Fei's voice was extremely cold. The next moment his body suddenly became blurry. Watch out. In the Zhao clan's camp, an old man's heart pounded as he sensed a new warning sign. However, when his voice rang out, a scream came from the Zhao clan's camp. At this time, the afterimage on the square formation platform hadn't completely dissipated, but Gu Fei had already returned to the square formation platform as if he hadn't moved at all. In front of the gate of the void sky, everyone was shocked. The primordial Zhao family's camp was in chaos. An expert of the primordial Zhao family fell to the ground. The expert of the Zhao clan who had fallen to the ground no longer had any signs of life. He was actually killed by Gu Fei in an instant. Such speed, such means shocked everyone. You're a demon. The old man from the primordial Zhao clan was both shocked and enraged. Beams of light shot out from his eyes as he stared at Gu Fei on top of the 4 ancient formations. His eyes even turned red. This was a resounding slap to the face of the primordial Zhao family in front of everyone. Killing an expert of the Zhao clan in front of everyone was simply a humiliation. This was something that the experts of the Zhao clan could not accept. If you want to kill me, then do it. There's no need to talk so much. A cold, murderous aura emanated from Gu Fei's body. He would kill whoever wanted to kill him. It was as simple as that, even if it was the primordial clan. Too many worries and too many distracting thoughts were definitely not a good thing for cultivation. Gu Fei pursued the strongest power, so he naturally wouldn't let his heart of the way be affected. Simple, wholeheartedly pursuing the way. This was the state of mind that Gu Fei had always maintained. Good, very good. The old man from the Zhao clan was so angry that he laughed. He walked out and walked towards the square formation platform step by step. With every step he took, his aura grew stronger. After taking 7 or 8 steps, the old man's entire body emitted endless divine light. Divine runes of the great path appeared in the void around him. He was like a god descending from the 9 heavens. 9 divine rings rushed out from his body. Each ring had a faint trace of Dao runes, giving off an extremely powerful pressure. I didn't think that the Zhao clan from the primordial clan would send more than 1 half-saint. Gu Fei couldn't help but become serious when he sensed the seemingly endless waves of divine power coming from the old man. This was a powerful half-saint. Die. The old man had already attacked Gu Fei before he even stepped onto the square formation platform. The 9 divine rings around his body shot into the sky, turning into 9 beams of light that shot towards Gu Fei. Whoosh! The 9 beams of light tore through the void and pierced through the sky, arriving before Gu Fei in an instant. The power of a half-saint caused everyone's expressions to change. Bang! In the face of such a powerful attack, Gu Fei only punched out. It was a simple punch, but it was enough to disperse the 9 beams of light. What? Everyone was stunned by what they saw. The attack of a half-saint was broken so easily. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to believe. You. The old man from the primordial Zhao clan was shocked to the extreme. He felt that Gu Fei's fist was like a primordial divine mountain crashing towards him. That powerful force made him feel a sense of powerlessness. Without any suspense, the old man from the Zhao clan was forced back by a single punch from Gu Fei. No one would believe that a supreme existence could force a half-saint to retreat. However, something that shouldn't have happened was happening right in front of everyone's eyes. Are the legendary cultivators really that powerful? Some of the old antiques had already noticed that Gu Fei was different from them. This young expert cultivated the ancient martial path, the most difficult path to prove his Tao. The path of martial path was publicly acknowledged to be the hardest path to prove one's Tao. Even in the primordial era, which was filled with experts, the supreme martial progenitor's bloodline was still weak. It was precisely because it was too difficult that the bloodline of the supreme martial progenitor gradually declined. However, if someone was truly successful in the path of martial path, they would be invincible among those in the same cultivation realm. They could sweep through all opponents in the same cultivation realm, and could even challenge those in a higher cultivation realm than them. And now Gu Fei was challenging a half-saint. Whoosh. After forcing the old man from the Zhao clan back with a punch, Gu Fei took a step forward on the square ancient formation platform. He left an afterimage on the spot and instantly appeared in front of the old man from the Zhao clan. Bang! Gu Fei threw out another direct punch. There were no fancy attacks. It was a simple and direct punch that the half-saint from the Zhao clan couldn't dodge. Since there was no way to dodge, he could only bite the bullet. The old man from the Zhao clan displayed the laws of the divine path. His hands seemed to have turned into the sun and the moon. The power of yin and yang intertwined and clashed against each other, blocking Gu Fei's punch. Boom! With a muffled sound, the entire sky trembled violently. Gu Fei's fist landed on the old man's palms, turning them into a bloody mist. The old man from the Zhao clan spat out a mouthful of blood and flew thousands of meters away. Chapter 17:12. Gu Fei punched the half-sage, causing the half-sage from the Zhao clan to spit out a mouthful of blood and fly backwards. The palms of the half-sage turned into a mist of blood. Roar! The half-sage from the Zhao clan roared in rage. He had never imagined that he would be injured by a supreme existence. How could something like this happen? Gu Fei's strength had exceeded everyone's understanding. He was just a supreme existence, but he could fight against a half-sage. Moreover, that half-sage was injured in just 2 moves. Heaven-defying. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Ancient martial artists were invincible in the same realm and could sweep away all opponents of the same level. This was not a prelude. Many people knew that those who were successful in the path of martial arts were far stronger than ordinary people. However, this path was too difficult. Not many people were willing to walk on this path. Gu Fei's attack did not stop. He used the 8 Desolation Void steps and displayed the world's fastest speed, instantly closing in on the half-sage from the Zhao clan. Only now did the half-sage from the Zhao clan know that he had underestimated Gu Fei. Although the other party was a supreme existence, he had the combat strength to fight against a half-sage. Some people said that Gu Fei had killed the Dongfeng clan's East Imperial City Lord. It seemed like this wasn't a baseless rumor. Bang! Gu Fei punched again and again, causing the half-sage from the Zhao clan to vomit blood and retreat. His powerful combat strength shocked everyone. The Zhao clan of the Desolate Era is nothing more than this. Gu Fei's cold voice rang out in the ears of everyone present. This caused the members of the desolate ancient Zhao family to be filled with both shock and anger. This Gu Fei was simply too arrogant. A woman walked out from the camp of the Zhao clan. It was a woman wearing a mask. Behind the mask, a pair of eyes stared at Gu Fei, who was in the sky. Under Gu Fei's attack, almost all the bones in the Zhao clan's semi-sage expert's body were broken. The power of martial arts was powerful and overbearing. An ordinary person wouldn't even be able to withstand a single punch from Gu Fei. Gu Fei, don't be so ruthless, said the masked woman. Humph. Gu Fei just laughed coldly, and then he responded with his own fist. He punched out, and the chest of the half-saint from the primordial Zhao clan collapsed. The fleshly body of a half-step saint was extremely powerful, but even so, the Zhao family's half-step saint was still crippled by Gu Fei. Just as Gu Fei was about to kill this semi-sage of the Zhao family with a punch, the masked woman who walked out of the Zhao family's camp had already soared into the sky. Buzz. The sky rumbled as over a dozen beams of golden light shot out from the masked woman's hand and pierced towards Gu Fei at an extremely fast speed. Gu Fei frowned. He saw that every single beam of golden light that was rushing towards him was wrapped in a divine needle. These divine needles had the power of a saint coiling around them. Saint-tier divine needles were enough to hurt him. Gu Fei had no choice but to deal with them carefully. Swoosh. Gu Fei left an afterimage on the spot. His real body had already retreated. The dozen beams of golden light completely missed, not affecting him at all. Who are you? After dodging the other party's attack, Gu Fei immediately retaliated. Two fists smashed through the void towards the woman. The powerful martial arts power caused the entire world to shake. At this moment, Gu Fei couldn't care less about the semi-sage of the Zhou family. Buzz. The 18 golden divine needles were vibrating. Under the control of the masked woman, the 18 divine needles shone with a dazzling golden light, triggering the power of the metal element in the world. It's a divine weapon of the metal element. Gu Fei was shocked. The power of the metal element was extremely sharp. The divine light emitted from the divine needles made him feel pain. Although Gu Fei wasn't really pierced by the metal element divine needle, he still felt uncomfortable all over. Could that woman be the goddess of the Zhou family? Someone guessed. After all, the expert from the Zhou family was a woman and had such powerful combat power. It seemed that only the goddess of the Zhou family could have such power. Emperor Dong of the Dongfang family and the goddess of the Zhou family were two great cultivation geniuses that appeared in the eastern region of the human world. They had already mastered great divine powers at such a young age. In the cultivation world of the human world, Emperor Dong of the Dongfang family and the goddess of the Zhou family were both rising geniuses among the younger generation. Without any unnecessary words, Gu Fei and the masked woman began fighting. Rumble. Gu Fei's fist shattered the world and shook the void. From time to time the golden needles would be smashed away. His fists were already comparable to divine weapons. This guy is really sick. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't believe it. The physical body of a supreme being was actually strong enough to fight against divine weapons. It was really unbelievable. Martial artists who are successful in their cultivation are too scary. This was what everyone was thinking. The combat power that Gu Fei had displayed was way too strong. This combat power had already surpassed the realm of supreme beings. I didn't think that there would be someone like this in the Zhou family. The more Gu Fei fought, the more shocked he became. This masked woman had a peerless cultivation base. She was actually much stronger than that half-saint from before. 18 golden needles danced in the void. The power of a divine weapon spread out. Everyone hid far away. If they were to be affected by a battle of this level, their bodies and souls could be destroyed at any time. Bang! Gu Fei punched out with all his might. The extremely ferocious power formed a terrifying shockwave that spread out in all directions. The 18 golden needles were sent flying by this single punch of Gu Fei. With that, Gu Fei took a single step forth and appeared beside the masked woman. He then punched out at the dantian of this woman. As long as she was struck by this single punch of Gu Fei, the essence qi that the masked woman had gathered within her dantian would be dispersed. With that, her entire cultivation base would be gone like the flowing water. Just as Gu Fei's fist was about to strike the masked woman, the body of the masked woman blurred out. With that, a single punch sent the masked woman flying out of the void. Trying to escape? Gu Fei's face let out a look of disdain. Were all the members of the Zhou family such cowards who would run away when they couldn't win? Just as Gu Fei was about to strike out once more to capture this woman, a ball of godly light burst forth from the body of this woman. It then wrapped her up and dove into the void. From the start to the end, this masked woman had not said a single word at all. When she realized that Gu Fei was unbeatable, she left without hesitation. To think that he had offended someone as such, Gu Fei could not help but feel displeased. After all, it wasn't a good thing to be remembered by someone. Chapter 17:13. The Zhou family of the clan of the ancients had produced a goddess. She was a peerless figure nurtured by the Zhou family and was extremely powerful. She was able to fight endlessly against Gu Fei. Such an existence made Gu Fei feel a great deal of pressure. He could feel that there was an astonishing power hidden within the body of the masked woman. If that power were to burst out, Gu Fei would not dare to say that he would be able to defeat this woman. Those who came from the clan of the ancients were all extraordinary. It should be known that the clan of the ancients possessed unattainable cultivation resources. They had the best cultivation methods and the best spiritual medicines. Moreover, the clan of the ancients had all produced renhuang before. They had the bloodline of the ancient Renhuang and the flawless inheritance of the ancient Renhuang. This was the reason why the clan of the ancients could continue to exist. However, this woman who was suspected to be the goddess of the clan of the ancients was eventually forced to leave by Gu Fei. If she did not leave, she would be in danger of being killed by Gu Fei. The masked woman used a secret technique to escape into the void and disappeared in an instant. Her speed was so fast that even Gu Fei could not stop her. The woman had escaped, but the expressions of the other members of the Zhou family of the clan of the ancients were extremely ugly. At this moment, no one from the Zhou family of the clan of the ancients was a match for Gu Fei. The half-sage who had been crippled by Gu Fei had also recovered his physical body. However, the old man did not dare to make another move. He was well aware of how powerful Gu Fei was. Even a half-sage would be smashed to death by his fists. It was not a legend for successful cultivators to be invincible among those of the same level. It was not a miracle for them to be able to challenge those of a higher level. What? Didn't you guys want to kill this demon? Why aren't you doing anything? Gu Fei stood in the sky and coldly glanced at the dozens of experts from the Zhou family of the clan of the ancients. His tone was extremely cold and a faint murderous aura was faintly discernible from his body. If even a half-sage was not a match for Gu Fei, how could they possibly fight him? At this time, the sky-splitting valley was so quiet that one could probably hear a needle drop on the ground. The combat strength that Gu Fei had displayed had shocked everyone. It could be said that more than half of the experts of the southern wilderness had gathered in the Rift Valley, including many semi-sage experts. However, these people had no enmity with Gu Fei, so they would never attack Gu Fei. The cultivation world was an incomparably cruel world where the strong ruled and the weak were prey to the strong. The experts in the sky-splitting valley would not jump out and fight with Gu Fei just because the Zhou family and Dongfang family of the desolate antiquity called him a devil. No one would be that stupid. Gu Fei, don't be arrogant. The real experts of my clan are about to come out of the virtual sky world. At that time, you'll just have to wait for your death, shouted a middle-aged man from the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity. When the other members of the Zhou family of the desolate antiquity heard the scolding of the middle-aged man, they jumped in fright. If they were to anger this malefic star before them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shut up. The old man's expression became extremely solemn. It should be noted that the experts of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity who could come to the sky-splitting valley were all well-known figures in their clans. If Gu Fei became violent and killed all of them, it would be a great loss for the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity. It should be noted that no matter which force it was, cultivating the next generation of outstanding figures was a top priority because it was related to the inheritance of the clan. You've got guts. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He pointed with his finger and a beam of divine light shot out from his finger, instantly piercing the middle-aged man's glabella. The middle-aged man fell down unwillingly. His mud pill palace was broken and his primordial spirit was scattered. Even if a real sage came, he wouldn't be able to save his life. The old man's eyes were red, but he endured it and didn't attack. I'll kill whoever wants to kill me. He shouldn't have tried to kill me. Gu Fei's words were extremely calm. He killed a great expert with just a raise of his hand. It wasn't that the middle-aged man wasn't strong, but that Gu Fei was stronger than him. Just as Gu Fei was about to attack the people of the Dongfang clan, his dantian suddenly vibrated. Even he couldn't help but change his expression when he sensed such a movement. Hate on this bastard. When Gu Fei's spiritual will sensed everything in his inner world, he instantly knew what was happening in his inner world. In the depths of Gu Fei's inner world, above a divine spring of life, a figure was sitting with his legs crossed. At this moment, with this figure as the center, the area within a radius of 1,000 miles was enveloped by a force. Swoosh. Dazzling bolts of lightning suddenly appeared in this area without warning. This was a destructive force, and the lightning directly tore apart the void between heaven and earth. Rumble. The dusky sky seemed to be pressing down from the sky, emitting a peerlessly powerful wave of destruction. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. At this moment, countless living beings in Gu Fei's inner world were terrified to the extreme. This was the power of the heaven and earth, and no one could resist it. This guy wants to go through the heavenly tribulation in my inner world. Gu Fei was shocked and angry. This heavenly tribulation even made him feel a dangerous aura. It was peerlessly terrifying. If he allowed such a heavenly tribulation to fully erupt in his inner world would probably become a land of death. Swoosh. Gu Fei no longer paid attention to the others. He directly walked in the void and rushed into the 100,000 mountain range. He wanted to find a place to throw He Tian out of his inner world. His speed was unrivaled in the world. Only a few people could catch up with him. In just a short while he had already rushed thousands of miles away and entered a desolate area. He Tian's heavenly tribulation this time was different from the past. If he guessed correctly, He Tian was going through the heavenly tribulation of a half-step saint. This guy used the medicinal power of the immortal liquid to break through a few small realms in one fell swoop. The heavenly tribulation of a half-step saint was incomparably powerful. If he went through the heavenly tribulation in the outside world, it was unknown how many living beings would be plunged into misery and suffering. However, the 100,000 mountain range was uninhabited and it was a good place to go through the heavenly tribulation. However, just as Gu Fei flew thousands of miles away, there was a demonic aura in front of him that shocked him. The sky in front of him was dark and there was a demonic power shrouding the area in front of him. Demons in the 100,000 mountain range. When Gu Fei saw this scene, a smile immediately appeared on his face. He only paused for a moment and then rushed forward again. The demons in the 100,000 mountain range were the other origin of demons besides the northern demon region. Moreover, the demons in the 100,000 mountain range seemed to be even more ancient than the demons in the northern demon region. It should be known that the 100,000 mountain range had existed since the Great Desolate Era. Any mountain peak here had experienced the baptism of countless years. The heavenly tribulation of a half-step saint couldn't be wasted. Gu Fei was ready to give the demons in the 100,000 mountain range a big surprise. Chapter 17:14. The demons in the 100,000 mountain range were incomparably ancient. It was said that they were the orthodoxy passed down by a demon ancestor. They had a great origin and were a source of demons in the human world. I didn't expect to find my way here. Gu Fei stood on a mountain peak outside the demon domain. 100 miles in front of him, the sky was dark and the demonic aura lingered. It was a completely different scene compared to the outside world. A demonic aura shrouded the land in front of him. Although Gu Fei was 100 miles away, he felt a sense of irritation when he sensed this aura. Such a situation rarely happened to him. One must know that he had always pursued the strongest power. Along the way, his will had been tempered to be as firm as a rock. It was no wonder that other than the demons, there were only demonic creatures in the demon domain. The demonic aura in the demon domain could affect the mind of a cultivator and trigger the inner demons of a cultivator, causing the cultivators who entered the demon domain to turn into demons. At this moment, none of the demons had noticed Gu Fei's arrival. The mountain range in front of him was eerily silent and not a single sound could be heard. Where are these demons? Gu Fei activated his heavenly god eyes. Dao rhymes lingered in his eyes. The heavenly god eyes could see through all illusions in the world, right down to the source. However, even with the heavenly god eyes, it was difficult for him to see into the depths of the demon domain. This was not a good thing. Rumble. At this moment, a series of muffled sounds came from Gu Fei's dantian. It was as if there was a rumble of wind and thunder. A powerful aura was emitted from his dantian. The heavenly tribulation of the half-saint has started. Gu Fei could feel the powerful destructive force of heaven and earth rapidly condensing in his inner world. The heavenly tribulation that He Tian triggered was about to erupt. Swoosh. Gu Fei no longer hesitated. He directly soared into the sky from the mountain peak. Then, like a giant bird, he instantly traversed 100 miles and dove into the demonic domain. As soon as Gu Fei entered the demon's domain, a powerful demonic aura immediately came from the depths of the demon's domain. At this time, the demons in the demon's domain were finally alarmed. Roar. A roar came from a mountain range that was shrouded in demonic qi. The entire region was shaking. A terrifying silhouette came out from behind a short mountain. It was a demonic wolf, pitch black in color. Demonic light flowed on its fur, and its blood-red eyes stared at Gu Fei as if it would pounce on Gu Fei at any moment. As the wolf's howl rang out, all sorts of roars and howls immediately rang out from the mountain shrouded in demonic aura. All the demonic beasts within a radius of 500 kilometers trembled. Shwa. Gu Fei used the universal void steps and appeared in front of the demonic wolf in an instant. He threw a punch at the demonic wolf and the violent force shook the void. There was no suspense in this battle. Gu Fei was powerful. With just one punch, the demonic wolf spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying thousands of feet away. An incomparably powerful demonic wolf couldn't even withstand a punch from Gu Fei. If anyone saw this, they wouldn't believe it. However, this was real. Just as Gu Fei sent the demonic wolf flying with a punch, the roars from afar were rapidly approaching. Many incomparably powerful demonic beasts were rushing towards Gu Fei. Boom! A nearby mountain suddenly collapsed. Amidst the dust that filled the sky, a huge beast shadow rushed out. A pair of sharp claws directly grabbed at Gu Fei. Courting death. Gu Fei sneered. He had no interest in these demonic beasts. Brandishing his iron fists, he rushed forward. In the next instant, demonic blood splattered everywhere. With a bang sound, the demonic beast's body directly exploded in the sky. That powerful demonic beast was destroyed in both body and soul by Gu Fei. He didn't want to get entangled with these demonic beasts. After killing that incomparably powerful demonic beast, he directly rushed through the mist and flew towards the depths of the demonic domain. Roar! The roars of demonic beasts shook the heavens. All the demonic beasts chased after Gu Fei. To these demonic beasts, Gu Fei's exuberant life force was simply like a bright lamp in the dark, incomparably conspicuous. Who's so daring to barge into this place? Must be tired of living. In the depths of the demonic domain, many figures appeared. The demonic aura that enveloped the entire region grew even stronger. Some people saw Gu Fei rushing towards them. Bang! At this moment, someone from the demons' camp directly attacked Gu Fei. The demons would kill all the cultivators who barged into the demonic domain without mercy. A gigantic hand appeared above Gu Fei's head, grabbing at him. The pitch-black gigantic hand was condensed from boundless demonic energy. If he was caught by this gigantic hand, it would be hard for him not to die. Kill. Gu Fei punched out again, smashing the huge hand that was grabbing down from the sky. The expert from the demons who attacked was affected. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression instantly turned weary. So strong. Seeing how Gu Fei could fight against the demons and even injure the demons, the other demons couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Where did this human cultivator come from? The demons from the 100,000 mountain range did not often wander around the human world. Thus these demons did not know who Gu Fei was. They did not know that Gu Fei was a fiend. Let's go together and kill him. A demon shouted. The other demons immediately surrounded Gu Fei. Powerful demonic energy was awakened within the bodies of each of the demons. The entire void was trembling. A total of 6 experts of the devil race were making their moves. When such a force was gathered together, even a quasi-sage would be moved. The way the 6 demons stood was not ordinary. This was a joint offensive formation. The 6 of them used this offensive formation to converge 6 different forces together. Interesting. Gu Fei's eyes lit up at the sight of this offensive formation. This was an ancient battle formation. With 6 people in a group, the battle prowess they could display was so powerful that even he felt threatened by it. Gu Fei allowed the 6 demons to form their battle formation. He did not stop them. He wanted to see how powerful this battle formation was. Kill! The leader of the demons roared. A devil's saber rushed out from his body. This was an ancient weapon. There were countless Dao runes imprinted on it. A chilling killing intent spread out. Swish! That demons attacked. That devil's saber gathered the power of the 6 demons. It had truly awakened. That devil's saber turned into a black light, slashing towards Gu Fei. The devil's saber emitted waves of demonic energy. It was peerlessly powerful. Bam! Gu Fei swung his fist and punched the black light that was slashing towards him. Dao runes could be vaguely seen on his fist. That black light was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. So what if it was a sacred weapon of demonic path? Gu Fei's martial body had already reached a level where he could fight against a sacred weapon. The martial body of a martial artist who had cultivated it was extremely strong. It was not any weaker than a true sacred weapon. Legend has it that in the past, the supreme martial ancestor who created the Tao of martial arts did not refine his own supreme weapon. That was because the supreme martial ancestor didn't need a supreme weapon. To him he was the best weapon. How could this be? The 6 demons were stunned when they saw this. The body of this human was so strong that he could fight against the sacred weapon of the demons. This was unbelievable. Roar! The 6 demons roared at the same time. Although they were shocked by the strength of Gu Fei's body, they recovered very quickly. They then operated the battle formation and charged towards Gu Fei. Every demons emitted a peerless demonic energy. The 6 energies intertwined and formed an ancient and simple demonic diagram, slashing towards Gu Fei. They wanted to obliterate Gu Fei alive. Gu Fei's face turned extremely solemn. The demons in the 100,000 mountain range were not to be underestimated. The inheritance of this lineage was probably passed down by some ancient demon ancestor. The 6 demons were all supreme experts of the demonic path. If these 6 demons were to fight separately, none of them would be a match for Gu Fei. But when they joined forces, they could actually fight endlessly against Gu Fei. The demonic diagram was faintly discernible. The ancient demonic Dao patterns were gathering the power of the demonic path. A powerful demonic aura spread out in all directions, scaring away all the demonic beasts in the vicinity. Within the demonic formation, Gu Fei could feel an immense pressure. It was as though an ancient divine mountain was pressing down on his body. If it was an ordinary supreme expert, he would have long been obliterated by this demonic diagram. Unfortunately, these 6 demons had encountered Gu Fei. Open for me. Gu Fei exhaled. A powerful force erupted from his body. The void around him trembled under the impact of this force. Boom! He struck out with the strongest primal chaos fist. With a single punch, the void turned into primal chaos. It was so strong that the demonic diagram above his head was instantly dispersed. The 6 demons all vomited blood and were sent flying. Die! Gu Fei spread his hands apart, and the martial path true force in his body circulated rapidly. 5 voids appeared around him, and each void nurtured a divine sword. Buzz! The 5 divine swords vibrated at the same time. The 5 elemental powers in the 5 voids were instantly absorbed by the 5 divine swords. After that, the 5 divine swords turned into 5 shocking sword lights and rushed out. 5 of the 6 devil race powerhouses were instantly caught up by the shocking sword light and killed directly. They didn't even have the chance to scream before their bodies and souls were destroyed. The remaining demons were scared out of their wits. They turned around and fled. However, the ending of this demons was already determined the moment he encountered Gu Fei. Gu Fei did not show mercy. The 5 sword lights instantly rushed together and turned into a 5-colored divine sword. With a turn in the air, it caught up with the escaping demons. Then it twisted upwards, directly killing the demons into a mist of blood.